It all begins with 𝗸𝗵𝘄 recalling the day he first stepped onto a battlefield at the age of 25. In that defining moment, he was forced to take a life for the very first time, amidst the chaos of war. The memories then fast forward to a later point in that same battlefield. By then, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 had already defeated more than 2,000 enemies. Crimson stained the entire landscape, a testament to the relentless brutality of the conflict. After fighting and enduring for what felt like an eternity, the exhausted warrior finally collapsed onto the cold ground. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the sunny exterior of a large and luxurious mansion. There, an official informs the young 𝗸𝗵𝘄 that the insurance money left behind by his deceased parents will be managed by his uncle. With a cynical smile on his face, the man urges the boy to simply sign the documents placed before him. However, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 immediately senses that something is wrong. Instead of signing, he carefully examines the papers with complete focus. Seeing this, his uncle quickly insists that there is no need to read everything and tells him to just sign so the matter can be settled. He even goes as far as promising that the entire amount will be returned later. As 𝗸𝗵𝘄 looks at the document, memories from his previous life come rushing back. He remembers that this was the exact day his life began to fall apart. Without hesitation, he tears the papers in half and firmly demands that the money be deposited directly into his own imperial account. His uncle is left speechless by the unexpected reaction. The boy's boldness catches everyone off guard. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 continues taking control of the situation, declaring that no one should be allowed to withdraw any money without both his signature and identification. The sharp determination in his eyes makes one thing clear: he is no longer the helpless child they once knew. Watching his scheme crumble before his eyes, the uncle struggles to contain his anger. His fists tighten as hatred begins to show on his face. Finally losing control, he grabs 𝗸𝗵𝘄 by the collar and demands that he sign the contract immediately. Instead of feeling intimidated, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 simply smiles. At that moment, he realizes his uncle is still the same worthless lowlife he remembers. Without wasting a second, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 throws a powerful punch directly into the greedy man's face. The uncle crashes to the floor while 𝗸𝗵𝘄 continues insulting him without the slightest hint of fear or hesitation. Meanwhile, the notary watches the entire confrontation in complete shock. Terrified by the young boy's strength and aggressive attitude, he immediately rushes to add the new security conditions directly into the contract. As 𝗸𝗵𝘄 watches everything unfold, he recalls how different things were in his previous life. Back then, he was only 13 years old and completely powerless to resist. This time, however, everything has changed because he somehow managed to turn back time. His thoughts drift back to the cold night of that horrific battle where his fate appeared to be sealed. Surrounded by pools of crimson, he stood amidst a scene filled with destruction and despair. From the very beginning, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 knew that the mission was nothing more than a suicide operation. As a centurion commanding only 100 soldiers, he could not understand how they were expected to defeat an army of 2,000 enemies. Cries of agony echoed across the battlefield as the fighting continued relentlessly. Blood from both allies and enemies splattered in every direction as the merciless battle raged on. His vision blurred as exhaustion consumed him. Looking around, he saw the lifeless bodies of his comrades scattered across the battlefield. A wave of guilt crashed over him. Kneeling beside one of his fallen friends, the warrior gently closed the man's eyes and whispered an apology for failing to save him. Unable to bear the weight of his regret, he collapsed to the ground. Hatred, frustration, and sorrow filled his heart as he slammed his fist into the dirt, cursing the cruel fate that had led them all to this end. At that moment, the agonizing pain from the wound in his chest grew even stronger, draining the last remnants of his strength. As his life slowly slipped away, he realized death was approaching. His helmet rolled across the blood-soaked battlefield, marking the final downfall of the brave centurion. Covered in blood and struggling to breathe, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 reflected on the choices that had shaped his tragic life. He wondered if everything might have turned out differently had he joined the army sooner. As his consciousness faded, he silently wished for one more chance, a chance to start over and change his destiny. Images of the past flashed through his mind. He remembered leading his soldiers with unwavering determination and courage, charging into battle without fear. But reality soon dragged him back as he coughed up blood, finally accepting that his journey was coming to an end. His hand fell lifelessly to the ground, bringing a close to a life filled with suffering and war. Then, something impossible happened. 𝗵𝗻 suddenly awoke to the soft feeling of bedsheets beneath him. Confused, he sat up and quickly realized he was no longer on the battlefield. To his shock, he had somehow returned 17 years into the past. Staring at his small, youthful hands, he struggled to comprehend what had happened. Wanting to confirm the truth, he immediately examined his body and checked his mana core, the foundation of every warrior's strength. When he discovered that his mana channels were perfectly intact, a smile spread across his face. This time, he would have the opportunity to train properly and unlock his full potential. Memories from his previous life resurfaced. After losing everything to his uncle, he had been abandoned and forced to survive as an orphan, stealing just to stay alive. Wrongfully taking the blame for an alley gang's crimes, he was imprisoned and later dragged into military service through a forced draft. Back then, he believed his miserable life was over. Yet fate had other plans. Lying on his bed, 𝗵𝗻 recalled how he had eventually risen through the ranks and become a respected army centurion. Despite achieving that honor, he had still met a tragic end on the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Years of warfare had sharpened his instincts to an extraordinary level. The experience he carried from his previous life was still with him, and this time he intended to use it to change everything. The young man suddenly bolts upright in bed, sensing that a dangerous intruder is attempting to enter his room in the middle of the night. As he firmly clutches a dagger concealed beneath his pillow, the mysterious enemy slowly starts turning the doorknob. The bedroom door creaks open little by little, exposing the dark outline of an assassin trying to slip inside unnoticed. Without allowing him any opportunity to respond, the protagonist launches himself at the intruder, catching him entirely by surprise with a fast and deadly attack. 𝗵𝗻 plunges his dagger deep into the enemy's side, causing the man to release a painful scream as the blade strikes home. The young man clicks his tongue in annoyance after realizing the weapon only penetrated halfway, failing to completely disable his target. Suddenly, a second assassin steps out from the darkness. Enraged, he rushes toward the protagonist, yelling that he will take his life. Thanks to his remarkable reflexes, the young hero effortlessly avoids the incoming sword strike. The intruder presses forward aggressively, slashing his weapon repeatedly. However, 𝗵𝗻 can flawlessly predict every single move his opponent intends to make. The protagonist reacts with speed and accuracy, slipping beneath the deadly swing while positioning himself perfectly for a counterattack. He lands a decisive blow on the attacker, who spits out blood after suffering a severe wound from the young warrior's retaliation. Standing in the dimly lit room with his blood-stained blade, 𝗵𝗻 coldly demands to know who arranged the cowardly assault. The two assassins collapse onto the floor, groaning in agony and bleeding heavily after being thoroughly defeated by the protagonist. Showing no trace of sympathy, the young hero seizes one of the criminals by the collar with fierce determination. 𝗵𝗻 presses the dagger against the man's throat and asks whether the person who hired them was his greedy uncle, 𝗶𝗂𝗏, while forcing the enemy onto the ground. The protagonist insists on an immediate response as the assassin shakes in overwhelming fear. A mysterious voice from the doorway remarks that the young warrior's demeanor is far too frightening for someone so young. 𝗵𝗻 immediately identifies the newcomer as Murim, who seems surprised that such a young protagonist already recognizes him. Seeing the warrior standing there, the young man understands that the situation has become far more dangerous and that he must act swiftly without hesitation. 𝗵𝗻 casually slices the throat of the assassin lying on the floor, ending his life instantly. The protagonist displays a dark smile as he realizes everything is unfolding exactly according to his plans for revenge. His thoughts drift 17 years into the past, recalling how tragically events unfolded during his previous life. Even after attempting to flee into the dark alleyways, he was quickly captured by a group of thugs. With no chance to resist, the helpless child was brutally beaten and kicked by the ruthless gang members. The young protagonist wept beneath the rain, tied up and abandoned, realizing that his existence had become an endless nightmare. That entire cruel scheme and prolonged suffering had been carefully orchestrated by his own uncle. Pucker. Returning to the present, the protagonist strikes the remaining intruder who still lies on the floor. Removing every possibility of survival, 𝗵𝗻 finishes the task without displaying even the slightest regret. The dark crimson blood of the traitors spreads across the bedroom floor. Filled with hatred, he stares at the gruesome scene and confirms that he was truly betrayed by that wretched uncle. Mookman observes the protagonist with a sadistic and challenging grin. Eager to begin the decisive battle, the warrior unsheathes his sharp sword and rushes toward 𝗵𝗻 at tremendous speed. Prepared to deliver a decisive finishing blow, the young protagonist effortlessly avoids the incoming slash, smoothly slipping beneath his opponent's blade. Mookman's eyes widen with disbelief as he realizes that a mere child managed to evade his fastest technique. 𝗵𝗻 gazes at him with contempt, silently questioning whether this warrior had always been so sluggish and weak. The man unleashes a series of rapid strikes through the air, while the protagonist calmly sidesteps each one with remarkable ease. Frustrated beyond measure, Mookman shouts in anger as 𝗵𝗻 recalls how surviving countless near-death experiences granted him the ability to anticipate attacks. He can read the direction of footsteps, the twist of the waist, and even the slightest movement of an opponent's shoulders. Thanks to this unique talent, the young protagonist knows exactly where a blade will land before the attack is even launched. Mookman grows increasingly desperate, sweat dripping from his face as he struggles to understand how a child is predicting every movement. The warrior attacks once more, calling the protagonist a rat, but 𝗵𝗻 finds the assault painfully slow and completely predictable. In one swift motion, the young hero blocks the strike and slashes his rival's hand, sending the sword flying across the room. Mookman's weapon crashes onto the wooden floor, leaving him entirely defenseless and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗵𝗻 immediately locks his opponent's arm with a flawless military grappling technique. Humiliated and consumed by fury, the warrior screams in frustration as he realizes he has been overpowered by a mere child. Mookman collapses onto his knees, utterly defeated and coughing heavily before the young protagonist. His hands tremble uncontrollably as he struggles to accept that a child could possess such terrifying strength. 𝗵𝗻 fixes him with a cold stare and delivers another precise strike, worsening his injuries even further. Mookman breaks into a cold sweat, unable to comprehend how his opponent is only 13 years old. Calmly sheathing his blade, 𝗵𝗻 asks with obvious disdain whether his opponent wishes to know how he blocked every attack. He explains that he can predict an enemy's movements simply by observing the precise instant before they act. As he raises his arm, Mookman becomes completely terrified, trembling at a revelation that seems impossible to believe. Pressing the knife against the warrior's throat, the young protagonist coldly tells him to think whatever he wants, because it is the truth. Mookman attempts to threaten him, claiming that he is not the only witness and questioning what will happen if others learn about everything. With the blade still resting against his throat, 𝗵𝗻 replies that the man standing before him will die here and spread no rumors. The protagonist mocks his intelligence and demands one final time to know whether Uncle Pucker was truly the one who sent him. Mookman hesitates and remains silent, struggling to process the severity of his situation. The young protagonist warns that unless he wishes to spend the rest of his life limping, he should start talking immediately. Cold sweat runs down the warrior's face as he stares at 𝗵𝗻 in complete terror. Unable to look away from that merciless gaze, he wonders how a 13-year-old child could possess such a frightening presence. Finally, Mookman admits that the uncle ordered them to bring 𝗵𝗻 back half dead. 𝗵𝗻 calmly replies that this was all he needed to know. The warrior looks confused by the response, but before he can react, a glowing line appears across his neck. He desperately grabs at his throat, attempting to stop the blood pouring out uncontrollably. Moments later, he collapses lifelessly onto the floor. The young protagonist calmly puts away his weapon, aware that another issue still requires his attention before he can leave. 𝗵𝗻 knows that every trace of the incident must be cleaned up to avoid leaving behind evidence. It is one of the few valuable lessons he carried from his previous life up to the age of 30. The lesson emphasized avoiding enemies whenever possible. But if an enemy must be made, they should be crushed completely and mercilessly so they can never become a threat again. Meanwhile, the silence of the night blankets the grand mansion where Uncle Pucker anxiously awaits news of his plan. Inside the office, the leader of the assassins checks his pocket watch and remarks that the mission should already be finished. He reassures the uncle that the protagonist will soon be dragged into the room once his men complete the task. The man even mocks Pucker, commenting that he must truly hate the boy to hire professionals against a mere child. Still swollen with anger, the uncle slams his fist onto the desk and blames 𝗵𝗵𝘵 for destroying all of his plans. The assassin advises him to remain patient and warns that he will not accept any reduction in payment due to a slight delay. Suddenly, a series of firm knocks on the door interrupts their conversation, causing both men to turn toward the entrance. The leader immediately draws his sword, believing the protagonist has finally arrived. As Pucker imagines the revenge he will soon enjoy after the contract is fulfilled, he remembers with bitterness the moment 𝗵𝗵𝘵 tore up the document and silently vows that his nephew is already a dead man. The cloaked warrior slowly approaches the door, puzzled that his subordinates have taken so long to bring the protagonist. Without warning, the door bursts open as a dagger comes flying into the room. Pucker jumps in shock and begins wondering in horror whether his men have failed. 𝗵𝗵𝘵 steps into the office carrying a spear, and when the assassin asks if he is the 𝗵𝗵𝘵, the young man dismissively calls him nothing more than a lackey. In response, the man becomes visibly irritated and surprised that such a young child would dare insult him so openly. The protagonist asks whether he is nothing more than that pig's obedient lackey, claiming that he simply follows every order given to him. Rather than losing his temper, the assassin bursts into loud laughter, finding 𝗵𝗵𝘵's boldness surprisingly amusing. He calmly turns toward Uncle Pucker and proposes a new business arrangement due to the unexpected circumstances. The mercenary leader states that the payment must now be tripled, leaving Pucker completely stunned. Raising his sword, the man explains that his group has suffered significant losses and insists that the adjustment is entirely reasonable. He points toward the tip of the young protagonist's spear, noting the fresh blood staining it and using it as proof that his men have already been killed. 𝗵𝗵𝘵 immediately assumes a combat stance, gripping his weapon tightly as he prepares to confront the leader of the assassins. His opponent releases an intimidating aura and concludes that this mission has become far more complicated than expected. 𝗵𝗵𝘵 remains focused, firmly holding his spear while preparing for the deadly battle ahead. Upon hearing that the fee would be tripled, Uncle Pucker falls into complete despair. Unsure of what to do, he watches as the mercenary leader threatens to walk away if the additional payment is not accepted immediately. Pucker glances around in panic, realizing that his survival depends entirely on that difficult choice. 𝗵𝗵𝘵 instantly heightens his guard when he notices his opponent beginning to move at incredible speed. The uncle cries out desperately, begging Montal to remain and agreeing to the increased payment rather than risk being killed by the protagonist. Wearing a cynical smile, the mercenary leader slightly relaxes his stance and declares that the agreement has been finalized. He makes it clear that he feels no attachment to his fallen subordinates because to him, the entire situation is simply another profitable business transaction. With hatred burning in his crimson eyes, 𝗵𝗵𝘵 coldly states that for him, this matter is deeply personal. The protagonist remembers spending much of his previous life surviving in filthy alleyways while being hunted by criminals. He also recalls with pain the moment he was forced to destroy his own 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏. Tightening his grip on the spear, he declares with unwavering determination that he will show no mercy and tells his enemy to prepare for defeat. Montal charges forward aggressively, calling 𝗵𝗵𝘵 an arrogant brat while unleashing a lightning-fast attack. During the rapid exchange, the mercenary is surprised by the combat style employed by the young protagonist. The assassin quickly notices that 𝗵𝗵𝘵 is targeting his legs with remarkable precision. Observing his rival's skill and dexterity, Montal realizes that this child is far from an ordinary opponent. The metallic clash of their weapons echoes throughout the office as the deadly duel intensifies. They exchange swift and precise blows, yet the speed displayed by the young protagonist allows him to keep pace with the experienced mercenary. The assassin attempts to overwhelm 𝗵𝗫 with a relentless barrage of slashes, relying on years of battlefield experience. The moment his opponent moves to defend his face, the young warrior predicts the next attack. Taking advantage of the opening, the protagonist strikes and carves a deep wound into his adversary's thigh, drawing blood. Even after being injured, the mercenary immediately retaliates with a vicious swing intended to remove 𝗵𝗫's head. Possessing extraordinary reflexes, the young protagonist avoids the deadly strike without showing even the slightest sign of fatigue or concern. Manhwa then attempts to deceive him with a quick feint, revealing that his true attack was meant to come from his secondary weapon. To the mercenary leader's disbelief and growing despair, the protagonist evades the trick as though he had already anticipated it. The assassin is stunned to realize that 𝗵𝗫 instantly recognized which weapon posed the real threat. Seizing the opportunity, the young warrior delivers a devastating counterattack to his opponent's chest, blasting him backward. Looking down on his fallen adversary, the protagonist coldly remarks that he had known exactly what his plan would be from the very beginning. The enemy grits his teeth in frustration and curses 𝗵𝗫, unable to accept the humiliation of being outmatched by a mere child. Manhwa charges again in desperation, screaming that he will finish the fight, but the young protagonist responds with a ruthless and perfectly timed strike. The precise attack slices across his opponent's neck, sending blood spraying through the air as darkness overtakes his vision. The leader of the assassins collapses onto the floor without any remaining strength, choking on his own blood during his final moments. 𝗵𝗫 watches the dying man and concludes that although he was stronger than 𝗵𝗲, he was ultimately nothing more than worthless trash. The protagonist then turns around with a cold and murderous expression, slowly approaching his final target. Pucker drops to his knees, trembling with fear, and desperately begs 𝗵𝗫 to listen to him. The young protagonist completely ignores his relative's cowardly pleas and continues advancing toward him in a threatening manner. The uncle screams in pure terror, stumbling backward and desperately begging his nephew not to come any closer. A horrifying cry of agony erupts from the office, piercing through the silence of the cold night that blankets the grand mansion. The following day, the notary informs 𝗵𝗫 that 6 platinum coins and 650 gold coins will be deposited into his account. The young man recalls that the first major task he completed after dealing with his uncle was claiming his inheritance and insurance funds. The official bows respectfully, thanking him for placing his trust in him and expressing hope that they may work together again in the future. Before concluding their business, the notary timidly asks where the young man intends to travel next. Outside, an elegant carriage waits patiently, suggesting that 𝗵𝗫 is preparing for a long journey. The protagonist answers confidently that he plans to enlist in the army, leaving the official completely stunned by the announcement. 𝗵𝗫 climbs into the carriage and reveals that there are several important people he desperately wishes to meet once again. As the carriage travels toward the distant mountains, the young man observes the scenery through the window. With a serious expression, he reflects that despite everything, the army is the only place where he has ever truly belonged. 𝗵𝗫 knows that within 5 short years, the world will change dramatically, and countless young men will be forced into military service. The warrior understands better than anyone that a devastating era of warfare is rapidly approaching, one from which nobody will be able to escape. Smiling faintly, he places a hand against his chest, relieved that he did not destroy his mana core in this lifetime and can now properly cultivate his power. 𝗵𝗫 decides that rather than waiting until the age of 25 to enlist, it is far wiser to volunteer while still young. His plan is simple: spend 1 week mastering a special cultivation technique before officially joining the training camp. Staring out at the passing landscape, the young man resolves that he will never again become a puppet controlled by fate and the merciless flow of history. Determination shines brightly within his eyes as he swears that this time he will shape his own destiny. 1 week later, the carriage finally reaches the gates of a massive and lively military training camp. The young warrior performs an incredibly fast spear strike, creating shock waves that astonish everyone nearby. The other recruits stare in fascination, unable to understand how someone so young could possess such an advanced combat technique. 𝗵𝗫 strikes the target with remarkable accuracy and force, yet his expression reveals dissatisfaction with the quality of his movements. Looking down at his hands, he realizes that at this rate he will soon need bandages because his body remains far too weak. He notices that his current hands are soft and fragile compared to the hardened ones he possessed during his previous life. A camp instructor approaches 𝗵𝗵 and politely asks whether he wishes to enroll as a recruit. The man compliments his impressive spear skills, causing 𝗵𝗵 to wonder if the instructor recognized the technique he used. Despite carrying the grand title of the kingdom's greatest spear art, the technique was actually one of the most common among ordinary soldiers. To avoid drawing attention, 𝗵𝗵 claims that he learned it from his late father. The instructor immediately apologizes for bringing up a sensitive subject. The protagonist reassures him that it is no problem, and proudly explains that his father was honored to serve in the military. Hearing this, the instructor remarks that such a background will certainly earn him favorable consideration during the evaluation. Impressed by the young man's respectful attitude, the instructor becomes slightly embarrassed and awkwardly clears his throat while trying to maintain a friendly demeanor. The officer then asks for the talented recruit's name. Standing tall and proud, the protagonist responds loudly and clearly that his name is 𝗵𝗵. The instructor pats him warmly on the shoulder and wishes him good luck, while the young warrior discreetly conceals the mystical energy gathering in his hand. 𝗵𝗵 politely thanks him for the encouragement and watches as the instructor walks up the steps toward the main courtyard. Left alone for a brief moment, the young man begins concentrating a mysterious flow of mana around his waist. A warm and powerful sensation courses through his newly restored energy channels. The protagonist smiles brightly as he realizes that he can once again freely summon and manipulate mana. The magical energy gradually gathers around his core, casting a faint purple glow throughout the area. The feeling of strength and complete control is something he never imagined experiencing again. 𝗵𝗵 quietly celebrates the return of his magical abilities, understanding that this development completely transforms his future combat potential. He is using a cultivation method that would not be invented until the future, created by a legendary genius. Although the technique is extremely demanding, it is also the most efficient method ever developed. Since his mana channels had been destroyed in his previous life, he spent years memorizing every cultivation technique he could find. He remembers how his comrades used to laugh at him for studying methods he could never actually practice. The protagonist often became irritated by their constant teasing. Yet now he realizes that all of that effort was worthwhile. Every bit of mockery ultimately helped make him stronger. At this point, his only objective is passing the military entrance examination. With a focused expression, he mentally prepares himself for the remaining stages of the test, knowing they will not be easy. As he walks through the camp, 𝗵𝗵 suddenly recalls that a certain highly skilled warrior once trained at this exact location. The image of a powerful white-haired fighter appears in his mind, making him curious about what that person currently looks like. In the central courtyard, dozens of recruits gather to receive instructions for the first stage of the examination. The opening challenge is simple in concept, but extremely demanding in practice, lifting a massive stone block from the ground. Raising a 30-kilogram stone above one's head serves as an effective method of eliminating weak and overconfident applicants. 𝗵𝗵 effortlessly lifts the heavy block, immediately earning the approval of the evaluators. He smiles with satisfaction, knowing that after reaching the first level of mana, such a basic physical challenge poses absolutely no difficulty. With the strength assessment completed, all of the recruits gather together to hear the instructions for the next stage of the examination. The official evaluator steps onto the platform and loudly announces the beginning of the dreaded second military examination. He explains that the next stage will be a long-distance race where every participant must reach the finish line before the allotted time expires. The man informs the recruits that minor shoving and accidental collisions along the route will be tolerated, but he quickly emphasizes an important rule. Any candidate caught deliberately attacking another competitor will be immediately penalized, leading 𝗵𝗵 to conclude that undercover instructors must be scattered throughout the crowd. The evaluator also warns that anyone who strays from the designated course will be instantly disqualified from the examination. The young protagonist smiles confidently, finding the prospect of such a chaotic race surprisingly exciting. The lengthy red dirt trail stretches far across the landscape, revealing the demanding path that awaits the recruits. While warming up and stretching his muscles, 𝗵𝗄 is approached by another young man who casually remarks that they have been assigned to the same group. The protagonist looks slightly puzzled, and the blonde youth confirms it while explaining that he had been observing him around the camp for quite some time. 𝗵𝗄 wonders why he has been attracting so much attention, and after studying the young man's face, feels as though he has seen him somewhere before. The blonde recruit grins and jokingly asks whether 𝗵𝗄 is seriously asking that question. Suddenly, he leans closer and quietly whispers that he figured out 𝗵𝗄 is using mana circulation. He explains that while commoners can learn magic, most require powerful support or a mysterious background to accomplish such a feat. 𝗵𝗄 is surprised by the sharp observation. Before he can respond, the blonde youth asks for his name, introducing himself as 𝗂𝗲𝗆. The young man leaves 𝗵𝗄 completely stunned. The protagonist immediately remembers that 𝗂𝗲𝗆 would one day become a legendary figure. In the future, 𝗂𝗆 would rise from common origins to become both a general and a count before the age of 30, earning recognition as one of the greatest success stories in the kingdom. 𝗂𝗆 casually remarks that he has been bored due to the lack of recruits his age, and suggests that they both give everything they have during the examination. The two shake hands, and 𝗵𝗄 accepts the proposal, deciding there is no reason to begin their relationship as enemies. At that moment, the instructor standing on the platform raises a megaphone and orders every candidate to prepare for the race. As the signal is given, the recruits explode forward across the dirt track, sending clouds of dust into the air. 𝗵𝗄 begins running at a steady pace, while carefully observing the actions of every competitor around him. Suddenly, the young man accelerates to an astonishing speed right from the start of the race, leaving numerous recruits shocked as they quickly fall behind. The runners soon approach a difficult obstacle known as the Wall of Lamentations, a section infamous for determining who truly possesses the potential to pass. 𝗂𝗆 suggests remaining with the main group and overtaking everyone during the final stretch. However, the protagonist has entirely different intentions. 𝗵𝗄 bursts forward with tremendous speed, explaining that such a cautious strategy simply does not suit his personality. 𝗂𝗆 is left completely speechless as he watches his new companion accelerate like a bolt of lightning racing across the course. Further behind, several recruits choose to conserve their energy because they believe the real challenge will begin near the end. One candidate, maintaining a moderate pace, notices a blur rapidly approaching from behind. He becomes furious when 𝗵𝗄 shoots past him and calls him insane for wasting so much energy so early in the race. Nearby, two undercover instructors observe the protagonist's impressive pace and decide to give him a small scare. One large brute grins sadistically while imagining the impact 𝗵𝗄 will suffer after colliding with his iron-like shoulders. Yet the young protagonist simply taps the giant's hip and politely asks for permission to pass before performing an elegant acrobatic leap. With incredible agility, 𝗵𝗄 clears the instructor's shoulder and leaves him completely bewildered. The young warrior lands gracefully and continues sprinting ahead, leaving both instructors far behind. The large brute angrily shouts for his partner to stop the recruit before he increases his lead even further. 𝗵𝗄 understands that the instructors possess greater experience than the recruits, but he refuses to be intimidated by them. To a veteran like him, those men are ultimately nothing more than ordinary camp officers. Watching the confusion unfold, many competitors burst into laughter, finding 𝗵𝗄's bold behavior highly entertaining. 𝗂𝗆 also smirks to himself and becomes determined to increase his own pace. Unwilling to fall behind his new friend, he activates his own magical technique and surges forward at incredible speed, overtaking numerous competitors along the way. Inspired by what they witness, other candidates begin pushing themselves harder as well. Believing they can replicate the same success, they pour every ounce of strength into their sprint. Soon, a massive wave of recruits charges recklessly across the course, creating panic among the officers attempting to maintain order. Cries of exertion and exhaustion fill the air as the runners stampede uncontrollably along the racing track. Observing the chaos, two instructors suggest deploying additional guards to regain control of the situation. At that moment, Raymond, the chief instructor, arrives with firm steps and orders them to leave everything exactly as it is. The superior officer explains that bringing in more guards would make the examination appear unfair, and reminds them that boldness itself is a valuable quality. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 continues running powerfully, fully aware that the commotion will reveal the limits of every recruit participating in the test. The experienced Raymond smiles subtly after recognizing the protagonist's remarkable ability to create unexpected variables. He observes that the young recruit's fearless actions were precisely what ignited the competitive spirit of the entire crowd. The captain reflects that true leaders on the battlefield are those capable of inspiring that same spark within others. Breathing heavily, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 realizes that he is finally completing the 29th of the 30 required laps. Gathering the last of his remaining strength, the young man pushes himself forward and increases his speed once more. Knowing that only one final lap remains before securing victory, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 is surprised when 𝗂𝗲𝗆 suddenly appears, running right beside him. The blonde youth demonstrates remarkable stamina, proving that his endurance is equally impressive. With a relaxed smile, 𝗂𝗆 comments that 𝗸𝗵𝘄 still appears to have plenty of energy left, and casually asks whether everything that happened was part of his plan from the very beginning. Looking behind them at the exhausted competitors lying across the ground, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 thinks that without mana enhancement, he would probably look exactly the same. Wearing a sarcastic smile, he replies that there is no reason to hold back when you possess a strong card to play. 𝗂𝗆 laughs warmly and remarks that his new training companion is an incredibly fascinating person. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 returns the compliment as the two effortlessly cross the finish line together after the grueling challenge. Slightly out of breath, the examiner announces that both recruits have successfully passed the demanding endurance test. Elsewhere, inside a luxurious office, a general studies several reports while hearing rumors about a gifted young recruit currently undergoing training. A messenger confirms that Instructor Raymond personally reported the matter and stated that the mysterious candidate is only 13 years old. Sitting behind his desk, the one-eyed general reflects that if someone as strict as Raymond took interest in a recruit, there must be a compelling reason. The high-ranking commander admits to his subordinate that he is extremely curious about this so-called prodigy. Rising from his seat with his black cape draped behind him, the general attempts to recall the name of the exceptionally promising young recruit. Back at the military training camp, dozens of candidates gather nervously around the results board. Several recruits who failed the examination cry out in frustration and curse their misfortune, unable to accept their defeat. Meanwhile, those who passed celebrate loudly and cheer with excitement. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 calmly observes the scene and wonders whether there is truly anything worth celebrating. He recalls that in the future, military service would become mandatory, and countless people would desperately try to avoid being drafted. From that perspective, the protagonist concludes that these peaceful times are still far removed from the nightmare that awaits. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. Turning around, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 spots 𝗂𝗆 approaching with a cheerful smile while waving his hand. The blonde youth congratulates him, proudly stating that they are now fellow recruits. Slightly surprised, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 asks whether 𝗂𝗆 also passed the examination. The blonde warrior confirms it immediately and explains that he saw his name displayed on the results board. 𝗂𝗆 points toward the top of the list where 𝗸𝗵𝘄's name appears beside his age and remarks that he only realized at that moment that 𝗸𝗵𝘄 is 13 years old. Smiling, the blonde recruit says he looks forward to serving alongside him in the future, even though they may eventually be assigned to separate military units. He reminds 𝗸𝗵𝘄 that they still have 1 week before official enlistment and asks what he plans to do with the remaining time. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 explains that he will be extremely busy because there are several important matters he must handle during the coming days. 𝗂𝗆 casually throws an arm around his shoulder and asks for more details. The young protagonist simply answers that he intends to purchase supplies for life in the barracks. The blonde youth immediately warns him that standard military boots are notoriously uncomfortable and strongly recommends purchasing soft insoles. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 listens carefully, already knowing the advice is correct because of his experiences from his previous life. However, he chooses not to reveal that knowledge. Instead, he politely thanks 𝗂𝗆 and promises to remember the suggestion. The blonde recruit laughs casually at the response. 𝗵𝗍 then returns the question and asks what 𝗶𝗃 plans to do during his week off. Receiving only a vague answer about personal matters, the protagonist merely nods. He finds the blonde youth's mysterious behavior somewhat curious, especially when 𝗶𝗃 attempts to avoid further questions by whistling with an exaggerated expression. Wishing him success with his preparations, 𝗵𝗍 says goodbye and explains that he will be leaving first. 𝗶𝗃 waves back in a friendly manner as they part ways. The blonde recruit walks alone across the training grounds with a satisfied smile until a cloaked, elderly gentleman silently appears behind him. The older man, dressed in dark clothing, asks who 𝗵𝗍 was. 𝗶𝗃 greets him respectfully and addresses him as Alan. Watching his friend disappear into the distance, the blonde youth thoughtfully wonders about 𝗵𝗍's true reason for joining the military. Judging by the amount of mana he can control, 𝗶𝗃 concludes that the young recruit is certainly no ordinary boy. He recalls the amusing conversation during the race, when 𝗵𝗍 accused him of showing off and cannot help finding it humorous. During that same race, 𝗵𝗍 had admitted that the army was the only place where he truly belonged. 𝗶𝗃 concludes that his new friend undoubtedly carries secrets and personal motivations that cannot easily be shared. He feels certain that their paths will continue crossing for many years to come. The statement leaves the elderly servant somewhat confused. 𝗶𝗃 quickly changes the subject and remarks that they should leave. Alan respectfully informs him that his carriage is already waiting. Lowering his voice, 𝗶𝗃 firmly reminds the elderly man never to address him as young master in public because it attracts unnecessary attention. Alan immediately apologizes for the mistake, and together they quietly depart from the military camp. The scene then shifts to the beautiful and peaceful capital of the kingdom, showcasing the magnificence of its sunlit buildings and lively streets. Walking through the crowded avenues, 𝗵𝗍 carefully observes the people around him and struggles to believe what he sees. The protagonist notices merchants openly displaying their goods and remembers how different the capital became in the future. During his previous life, these same streets had been dark, miserable, and overflowing with starving beggars desperately pleading for even the smallest piece of bread. The young man understands that all of the happiness filling the city will disappear within 5 years, and he resolves to prepare himself as thoroughly as possible before the coming war arrives. To begin his long-term survival strategy, the protagonist's first objective is locating the renowned work merchant guild. He knows that once the conflict begins, weapons, military rations, and practical artifacts will become the most valuable resources in existence. Naturally, wealthy merchant guilds will play an essential role in supplying armies across the battlefield. 𝗵𝗍 remembers that in the future, the most powerful and prosperous merchant organization on the entire continent would be none other than the Work Guild itself. His thoughts drift back to the war. In those memories, exhausted and wounded soldiers rested in makeshift camps scattered across a scorching desert. A subordinate named 𝗶𝗃𝗀 hurried toward 𝗵𝗍 and enthusiastically announced that relief supplies had finally arrived. The captain turned his gaze toward the distant horizon and immediately recognized the massive carriages bearing the insignia of the influential work guild. Standing nearby, one soldier complained bitterly that while soldiers risked their lives fighting wars, merchants simply grew richer from the chaos. 𝗵𝗍 immediately corrected him, reminding the man that without the food, weapons, and provisions supplied by those merchants, every soldier in the camp would already be dead. The subordinate reluctantly agreed, but admitted that he still felt a sense of bitterness about the situation. The captain reflected that regardless of appearances, constantly funding charitable efforts on such a scale was far from easy. He then ordered the soldiers to collect their supplies, and the men quickly obeyed. Watching them salute before dispersing, the captain observed the camp as wagon after wagon continued delivering aid. During that memory, his subordinate pointed toward a distant figure and suggested that the man must be the master of the work merchant guild. The protagonist recalls that the guild master wore a long white robe with a hood that partially concealed his face, creating an air of mystery. Although the individual appeared relatively young, he carried himself with an arrogant and aloof demeanor. The memory fades, returning to the bright capital of the present day, where 𝗵𝗍 continues searching for clues. The young man knows that even before the outbreak of war, the Merchant Guild had already earned a reputation for supporting charitable causes. Examining the 40 major guilds operating within the capital, he reasons that only a handful actively participate in charity work. Since only extremely wealthy organizations can afford such generosity, he narrows his search to those possessing the largest reserves of wealth. As golden dusk settles over the mountains, it becomes clear that 𝗸𝗵𝘄 has spent the entire day investigating possible locations. Exhausted from the search, he finally stops in front of a large wooden door, hoping this establishment will be the final destination. The young man knocks and gently opens the door before politely asking if anyone is available to assist him. A merchant dressed in a vest approaches with a welcoming smile and warmly asks how he can help. The protagonist respectfully explains that he wishes to discuss a potential investment in support of the guild's charitable activities. The merchant immediately praises the young visitor's generous intentions. However, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 remains focused on determining whether he has truly found the organization he has been searching for. To his surprise, the merchant introduces himself as 𝗏, the leader of the Hamel Guild. Instantly, alarm bells ring in 𝗸𝗵𝘄's mind as he realizes he has finally located the person he sought. After introducing himself, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 accepts an invitation to sit and discuss matters in greater detail. Once seated, he asks a surprisingly direct question, wondering whether the merchant happens to have a son. The merchant laughs at the question and cheerfully explains that he has no sons at all, only a somewhat immature daughter. Hearing that answer, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 feels slightly disappointed, fearing that his investigation may have been based on incorrect assumptions. Suddenly, the door opens again, causing the young man to glance toward the entrance. A female voice announces her arrival, and 𝗸𝗵𝘄 immediately feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity. As a young blonde woman enters the room, he notices an uncanny resemblance between her and the mysterious figure in the white robe from his memories. The merchant asks his daughter to introduce herself, and explains that 𝗸𝗵𝘄 has come with the intention of investing in the guild. The beautiful young woman approaches with a warm smile and politely greets the visitor. During their conversation, she expresses surprise that someone so young wishes to make an investment. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 confirms with complete seriousness that he is indeed interested. Quietly, he reflects on the strange possibility before him. Although the guild leader he remembered from the future was supposedly a man, the appearance and age of this young woman align perfectly with his memories. He begins to wonder whether she eventually inherited the guild and operated under a male identity while using the family name. The girl then directly asks how much he intends to invest. Since many of his future plans depend on the answer, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 calmly reveals that he wishes to begin with an investment of 300 gold coins and increase it over time. Both father and daughter are left completely stunned by the enormous amount, and immediately ask whether he is truly serious. 𝗏 adopts a more cautious expression and reasons that such a large investment must come with expectations attached. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 openly explains that he seeks a percentage of the guild's future profits in exchange for his contribution. The merchant is impressed to see a child making such a bold and calculated business proposal in a highly competitive market. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asks where someone so young managed to obtain such wealth. Suspecting there may be something unusual behind it, the merchant questions the source of the funds. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 simply smiles and reassures him not to worry, explaining that he intends to use his parents' inheritance to support a worthy cause. Satisfied with the answer, the merchant apologizes for asking such a personal question. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 responds amicably, putting him at ease. After further discussion, they agree to conduct an internal review of the proposal, and 𝗸𝗵𝘄 accepts, waiting for a final decision. Once the young man departs, the merchant remains deep in thought. Noticing his unusual expression, his daughter curiously asks what exactly is troubling him so much. 𝗂𝗲 insists that whoever emerges victorious from the duel will prove they possess the strength and authority necessary to lead the platoon. The commander turns toward 𝗸𝗵𝘄 and calmly asks whether he accepts the challenge. Closing his eyes briefly, the young protagonist agrees, without hesitation. He considers it the perfect opportunity to establish order through strength. Pointing toward 𝗂𝗲 with a laugh, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 remarks that all he needs to do is crush that oversized bundle of muscles, immediately infuriating his opponent. Brian then asks the rest of the recruits whether they support settling the matter through a duel. The entire group responds in unison, expressing their approval. Deciding not to waste any time, the officer orders everyone to follow him to the training grounds so the match can begin immediately. Kyle walks toward the arena wearing a wicked grin, fully convinced that he is about to humiliate the young recruit in front of the entire platoon. In contrast, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 maintains a calm and composed expression, ready to demonstrate the true abilities of an experienced veteran. Once everyone gathers in the training yard, the instructor explains the rules and asks both participants whether they are prepared to begin. Kyle responds with an arrogant smirk, confidently declaring that he is more than ready. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 simply nods, showing complete confidence in his own abilities. The instructor steps aside and officially signals the start of the duel. Kyle immediately begins taunting him, claiming he almost feels guilty about hitting a child. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 responds by telling him to stop talking and attack already. The disrespectful reply enrages the larger recruit, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. Kyle charges forward at full speed, shouting that he is going to teach the youngster a painful lesson. Watching his opponent rush toward him, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 notices that Kyle is actually fairly agile compared to ordinary recruits. Even so, the young warrior remains entirely unconcerned. As the distance closes, Kyle launches a powerful punch directly at him. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 effortlessly sidesteps the attack, making it obvious that the two fighters operate on completely different levels. The larger recruit is stunned to see his strike avoided so easily, almost as if 𝗵𝗄𝗯 had predicted it beforehand. Irritated, Kyle dismisses it as a lucky dodge and immediately throws another punch. Once again, the attack misses its target. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 mocks his sluggish speed, causing his opponent's frustration to grow even further. Tired of repeatedly failing to land a hit, Kyle decides to rely on brute force. Throwing himself forward, he attempts to grab 𝗵𝗄𝗯 and put an end to his irritating mobility. However, the young protagonist smoothly evades the attempt with flawless footwork. Not even the tips of Kyle's fingers manage to touch him. Completely disoriented, the larger recruit loses track of where his opponent has gone. Suddenly, he hears 𝗵𝗄𝗯's voice directly behind him. Seizing the opportunity, the young warrior drives a powerful mana-infused punch into the side of Kyle's body. The impact immediately drops the larger recruit to his knees. Struggling for air, Kyle feels as though his lungs have been emptied by the devastating strike. Despite the pain, he forces himself back to his feet. Consumed by anger and wounded pride, he charges forward again, while screaming that he will defeat 𝗵𝗄𝗯 no matter what. The young warrior calmly avoids the reckless attacks and decides it is time to bring the duel to an end. Waiting for the perfect opening, he delivers a precise and devastating blow directly into his opponent's torso. The attack instantly halts Kyle's advance. Driven backward by the force of the strike, the larger recruit cries out in pain. His body staggers before collapsing heavily onto the ground, as consciousness begins slipping away. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 casually dusts off his hands and notes that the brute passed out before the fight could truly continue. Turning toward the remaining recruits, he fixes them with a cold and commanding stare. With a presence far beyond his age, he asks whether anyone else wishes to challenge him. Every recruit immediately backs away and shakes their heads. None possess the courage to step forward. Seeing the outcome, the instructor officially ends the match and declares 𝗵𝗄𝗯 the winner. He then formally appoints him as acting platoon leader. Later, Kyle leaves the infirmary with his head lowered in embarrassment. Quietly announcing that he is returning to the barracks, he reflects on his humiliating defeat. The young man realizes that he lost consciousness after the very first serious blow and cannot even remember most of the battle. He regrets believing that nobody in the platoon could challenge him. Upon entering the barracks, Kyle finds the other recruits staring at him with surprise. Several whisper among themselves, expecting him to cause trouble and end up right back in the infirmary. Instead, Kyle slowly walks toward 𝗵𝗄𝗯 and calls out his name. Curious, the young leader turns around. To everyone's astonishment, Kyle suddenly drops to one knee in front of him and declares that he will follow him as his leader from this day onward. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 is completely caught off guard and briefly wonders whether he may have hit the brute a little too hard. However, Kyle speaks with complete sincerity, explaining that a true warrior must respect the person who proves themselves strongest. The young protagonist realizes that despite his rough appearance, and bullying attitude, Kyle genuinely values honor and respect. Extending his hand, 𝗵𝗫 helps him back to his feet and tells him that formal titles are unnecessary. Simply calling him by his name is enough. The two recruits shake hands, agreeing to work together for the benefit of the platoon. From that day forward, their relationship begins to improve. A week quickly passes after enlistment, as the recruits continue enduring a brutal training schedule. Running beneath the blazing sun alongside his comrades, 𝗵𝗫 reflects on the demanding nature of military life. Eventually, the day's training comes to an end. The instructor orders everyone else back to the barracks but specifically tells 𝗵𝗫 to follow him. The unexpected command leaves the young warrior confused. Unsure of where he is being taken, he follows the officer across the camp. Before long, they arrive in front of the large doors leading into the administrative building. Staring at the entrance, 𝗵𝗫 wonders whether some important announcement is waiting for him on the other side. Upon entering the room, the young protagonist notices that the leaders of several other platoons have already gathered and are standing in orderly lines. As 𝗵𝗫 quietly takes his place among them, one recruit eyes him with obvious contempt. Irritated by the presence of someone so young and small, the recruit openly mocks him, joking that he looks like a praying mantis because of how thin and fragile he appears. The troublemaker even imagines how ridiculous it would look to see someone like 𝗵𝗫 standing beside a giant like Kyle, considering how completely different they are. 𝗵𝗫 responds with a cold stare and asks what exactly the recruit is looking at. The rival answers with another childish insult, calling him a brat. Several recruits nearby chuckle at the exchange, amused by the petty argument. Suddenly, an instructor appears and immediately orders complete silence, demanding to know why there is so much noise in the corridor. Before backing down, the hostile recruit mutters that he will settle things later. 𝗵𝗫 simply ignores the threat, without saying a word. The officer then reveals the reason for summoning them. He announces that a grand platoon competition will take place in 1 week and instructs each leader to prepare their teams thoroughly. The recruits respond firmly, acknowledging the order. Once the briefing ends, the instructor dismisses them, and the group begins leaving the office while discussing the announcement among themselves. As 𝗵𝗫 walks through the hallway, a brown-haired recruit approaches him with a friendly smile and calls out to him. Before the conversation can begin, the troublesome rival interrupts again, loudly claiming that 𝗵𝗫 does not understand how things work around here, and threatening to beat him up immediately. The friendly recruit quickly steps in and reminds the aggressor that every person present is a platoon leader. He advises the troublemaker to stop causing problems and spend his time training instead. The hostile recruit snaps back, telling him to stay out of it. However, the brown-haired youth simply smiles confidently and suggests that they ignore the idiot altogether. 𝗵𝗫 agrees and calmly continues walking away. After a short distance, he pauses to speak with the recruit who defended him. Curious, 𝗵𝗫 asks which platoon he commands. The youth proudly replies that he leads the 4th platoon. A mischievous grin appears on 𝗵𝗫's face, as he says he will remember that and looks forward to meeting him during the upcoming competition. The youth follows him with growing curiosity and asks whether he is truly the famous recruit named 𝗵𝗫. He explains that he has heard plenty about him through their mutual friend 𝗶𝗶 and knows about his first-place performance during the entrance examination. Introducing himself as Gerard, the young leader proudly states that he commands the 3rd platoon and admits that he is eager to witness 𝗵𝗫's abilities firsthand. Returning to his barracks, 𝗵𝗫 pushes open the door and immediately gathers the attention of every member of his platoon. His comrades look at him curiously, while Kyle is the first to ask what is happening. Without wasting time, 𝗵𝗫 announces that a major competition between platoons will be held in 1 week. He immediately begins outlining a strategy. Speaking with confidence, the young leader declares that their platoon will secure first place, regardless of the challenge. Clapping his hands to regain everyone's focus, he reveals that there is another important objective. With a dark expression, 𝗵𝗫 explains that he intends to completely crush the 4th platoon during the competition. More specifically, he wants to defeat their leader personally and leave no doubt about the outcome. As the 2nd week of training begins, the atmosphere throughout the military camp changes dramatically due to the approaching event. The instructors gather all recruits and explain that victory should be their primary goal. They also reveal that they will be teaching an important battlefield formation. Furthermore, the officer emphasizes that recruits who demonstrate exceptional individual performance will earn valuable bonus points. Motivated by the possibility of joining their preferred military divisions, the recruits eagerly accept the challenge. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 smirks confidently, knowing that the reward will push everyone to give their absolute best. The officer proceeds to demonstrate the wedge formation, explaining that it is designed to pierce directly through enemy defensive lines. Like the tip of an arrow, the formation possesses tremendous offensive power. However, if its spearhead is broken, the entire structure can collapse quickly. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 understands from experience that when a capable warrior leads the formation, its destructive potential can be overwhelming. The officer orders the recruits to divide into 2 large groups and immediately begin practicing the tactic. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 takes command of one side and places 𝗂𝗲 in charge of the opposing team. Determined to secure victory, the young leader gathers his group and begins sharing important tactical advice. Curious recruits ask how he possesses such extensive battlefield knowledge. As usual, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 fabricates a story, claiming he learned everything from his late father. Afterwards, he quietly explains a secret strategy and carefully details how they should react when the opposing side advances. The clever plan leaves his teammates excited and confident about their chances. During the practice session, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 organizes the formation with precision. He positions the strongest recruits directly behind him while assigning the shorter soldiers to protect the flanks. Once the formation is established, he orders everyone to raise their shields to protect their heads. Observing the opposing side, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 notices that 𝗂𝗲's group has adopted a heavily defensive posture. He immediately shouts for his soldiers not to slow down and boldly declares that he will break through the enemy line with a single impact. The instructor raises his hand and signals the beginning of the exercise. Instantly, both teams surge forward. On the opposite side, 𝗂𝗲's formation advances with impressive discipline, maintaining perfect synchronization. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 silently praises their coordination as they close the distance without hesitation. Seeing how quickly they approach, he orders his own men to increase their speed even further. Tension fills the training yard as the collision becomes inevitable. Just moments before impact, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 secretly channels mana into his shield. Determined to unleash a decisive blow, he pours every bit of mystical strength into the attack. The instant the formations collide, his mana-infused shield crashes into the enemy line, releasing a powerful blast of wind. Shouting at the top of his lungs, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 orders his allies to push forward and target the weak points in the opposing formation. The strategy works perfectly. 𝗂𝗲's defensive line immediately falls into confusion as recruits struggle to react. Recognizing the decisive moment, the young centurion narrows his eyes and gives the final command. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 orders a full charge, and his soldiers surge forward without hesitation. Training spears slip through the newly formed gaps, disrupting the enemy formation and destabilizing the opposing line with precise and coordinated attacks. The defenders completely lose their footing and crash heavily onto the ground. Unable to understand the sudden tactic, 𝗂𝗲 becomes furious at the sight of his fallen teammates and shouts for everyone to get back up immediately. Realizing that his team's defeat is approaching, the large recruit attempts one final desperate push to turn the battle around. However, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 suddenly appears directly in front of him, blocking his path and reminding him that he is his true opponent. Forced backward, 𝗂𝗲 grits his teeth in frustration and demands that the young leader move aside. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 effortlessly sidesteps with a mocking grin and asks whether he truly believed he would simply let him through. The quick maneuver completely throws 𝗂𝗲 off balance and leaves him momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 lands a clean strike that sends his opponent sprawling across the ground. With the duel effectively decided, the young warrior compliments 𝗂𝗲's impressive physique, but points out that raw strength alone is not enough and must be guided by intelligence. Watching from a distance, Instructor Raymond stands astonished. He realizes that 𝗵𝗄𝗃 is even more capable than the report suggested, and struggles to believe that someone with such an ordinary physique can command troops so brilliantly. The training assistant finally calls for an end to the exercise and officially announces the victory of 𝗵𝗄𝗃's team. The young leader congratulates 𝗂𝗲 on his effort, and the larger recruit smiles back, promising that he will claim victory next time. Curious about the outcome, 𝗂𝗲 approaches and asks how 𝗸𝗵𝘵 managed to identify the weak points in their formation so accurately. Soon, the entire group joins the discussion, eager to learn the same tactic for the upcoming platoon competition. As the conversation continues, 𝗸𝗵𝘵 proudly notices that recruits who once avoided training are now practicing voluntarily in hopes of improving themselves. The atmosphere fills him with satisfaction. However, his attention is suddenly drawn to a nearby conversation mentioning the leader of the 4th platoon. Turning around, 𝗸𝗵𝘵 notices several recruits watching him while whispering among themselves. Some rival soldiers openly point in his direction and mock him for being so young while attempting to lead a platoon. Hearing the insults, 𝗸𝗵𝘵's comrades become visibly furious at the disrespect. The instigators continue taunting them and sarcastically ask whether their platoon has truly become pathetic enough to follow a child. Soon, the rival platoon's leader joins the ridicule, accusing 𝗸𝗵𝘵 of forgetting his place and pretending to be something he is not. The young warrior stares at him expressionlessly and wonders whether the fool is actively begging to be beaten. Although 𝗸𝗵𝘵 has no interest in the pointless conflict, his comrades react very differently. To his surprise, they become red-faced with anger and refuse to tolerate the insults. Before long, several recruits begin shouting back, making aggressive gestures and vowing to completely destroy their rivals during the official competition. 𝗂𝗲 takes center stage, pointing directly at the rival leader while openly threatening him across the training yard. Curious, the larger recruit asks whether this group is indeed the infamous 4th platoon. When 𝗸𝗵𝘵 confirms it with an amused smile, the entire platoon erupts with renewed determination. United by pride and rivalry, they swear with absolute conviction that they will crush their opponents when the tournament arrives. Fueled by their anger, the recruits even decide to skip their rest period and continue training until sunset. Watching the scene unfold, 𝗸𝗵𝘵 is initially surprised that they fell for such an obvious provocation. Yet, after some thought, he realizes the result may actually be beneficial. A faint smile appears on his face as he concludes that their newfound passion could become a powerful source of motivation. Meanwhile, inside the administrative office, Instructor Raymond reports directly to Company Commander Varys. As the captain reviews various documents, he asks whether any promising recruits have emerged among the newest trainees. Raymond confirms that several talented individuals have appeared, but emphasizes that 2 particular youths stand far above the rest. Curious, the commander notes their ages, and the instructor reveals that both recruits seem capable of manipulating mana. Surprised by this revelation, Varys immediately questions their backgrounds. Raymond explains that neither appears to possess noble origins. He points out that mana cultivation techniques are normally expensive and inaccessible to ordinary commoners. Because both 𝗸𝗵𝘵's and 𝗵𝗄𝐿's records appear unusually simple, the situation raises significant suspicion. Changing the topic, the captain asks about the disturbance that occurred earlier. Raymond explains that 𝗸𝗵𝘵 was involved. He recounts how other recruits mocked the young leader because of his age and attempted to undermine his authority. Ironically, the insults only strengthened his platoon's loyalty and caused them to rally firmly around him. The commander finds the situation fascinating and smiles with growing interest. Snapping his fingers thoughtfully, he proposes an unusual test for the recruits. The 2 officers lower their voices and begin discussing a secret plan designed to see how the young soldiers respond under intense pressure. Raymond expresses concern that the idea could backfire, but the captain insists that the challenge will reveal their true limits. Wearing a mischievous smile, Varys orders the training difficulty for the 2 rival platoons to be increased dramatically. At that exact moment, 𝗂𝗲 and several recruits suddenly feel a strange chill run down their spines, completely unaware of the harsh fate awaiting them. Not long afterward, the recruits begin complaining when they learn about the severe additional training assigned to them. One soldier grumbles that a brutal low-crawl exercise has been added because of nothing more than a simple argument. 𝗂𝗲 asks whether the rumors about the punishment are actually true. Meanwhile, 𝗸𝗵𝘵 quietly reflects on the exercise. He quickly figures out what the superior officers are trying to accomplish, but he also knows there is little point in resisting. Rising to his feet, the young leader walks through the barracks and firmly asks whether they joined the army merely to fool around. He explains that the crawling exercise will undoubtedly be painful, but it will also build greater endurance than anything their rivals are currently doing. Ashamed after hearing such mature reasoning from someone younger than themselves, the recruits immediately stop complaining. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 offers them a welcoming smile and promises to share useful advice that will make the challenge easier to endure. One nervous recruit expresses concern about crawling across sharp stones and pebbles. Laughing lightly, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 reminds him that the army is not in the habit of providing soft mattresses. Noticing how familiar he seems with the exercise, 𝗂𝗲 asks whether he has experienced something similar before. The young leader calmly confirms that he has. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 recalls the countless nights from his previous life when he was forced to crawl through mud and filth simply to stay alive. A slight smirk appears on his face as he realizes the instructors do not truly understand the hidden purpose behind this training exercise. Crawling beneath barbed wire is designed to wear soldiers down physically, covering them with scratches and exhaustion. That extreme discomfort inevitably breeds frustration, arguments, and resentment, gradually destroying the unity of any team. The young warrior quickly deduces that the officers are not merely testing endurance, but evaluating which platoons can preserve their cohesion under pressure. Determined not to fall into such an obvious trap, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 immediately orders his comrades to grab the socks from their supply kits. The recruits stare at him in complete confusion, unable to understand why socks would be important. Smiling confidently, the young leader announces that those ordinary pieces of cloth are about to become lifesavers. The following day, the recruits assemble at the military camp's crawling obstacle course. An officer named Nelson introduces himself as the supervisor for the exercise and instructs his assistant to demonstrate the proper technique. Lying flat on the dirt, the assistant carefully shows the correct posture, moving opposite arms and legs together. Gesturing toward the long field covered with barbed wire and obstacles, Nelson asks whether everyone is prepared to begin. The recruits answer enthusiastically, their determination obvious. Without wasting time, the instructor gives the official signal and sends the first group onto the course. The rookies immediately throw themselves into the challenge, crawling aggressively beneath the sharp metal barriers. Watching from the side, Nelson finds it strange that such a difficult exercise was scheduled so early in training, and wonders what Captain Varys hopes to achieve. He reflects on how painful it is to crawl across sharp stones and imagines the misery the recruits are about to experience. Suddenly, however, the instructor's eyes widen in disbelief. To his astonishment, the recruits are moving through the course with remarkable speed and hardly any complaints. He struggles to comprehend how first-time participants are handling the challenge so well. Before he can process what he is seeing, another group of recruits approaches and asks when they will begin. Still surprised, Nelson stammers out the starting order. The second group performs just as impressively, advancing through the course with energy and enthusiasm. Everyone observing the exercise is left speechless. Sweat forms on Nelson's forehead as he watches the recruits move through the obstacles with the determination of veteran soldiers charging into battle. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 hides a smirk, fully aware that the instructor has likely never witnessed recruits complete the course so efficiently. 𝗂𝗲 enthusiastically praises the plan, while another recruit jokes about how difficult it was to pretend the course actually hurt. The young leader explains that by cutting up spare socks and using them as improvised knee and elbow pads, they were able to absorb most of the impact. The recruits celebrate their success, free from injuries and scratches, and begin wondering whether 𝗸𝗵𝘄 is secretly some kind of military genius. Once the activity concludes, the officer loudly announces the end of the exercise and orders everyone back to the barracks. During the walk back, 𝗂𝗲 curiously asks where 𝗸𝗵𝘄 learned such a clever trick. The young warrior calmly repeats his usual explanation, claiming he learned it from his late father. However, he adds that his father also gave him one important warning. Grinning, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 jokes that the real rule was making sure the instructors never discover the trick. Otherwise, they would probably force everyone to crawl 100 extra laps. 𝗂𝗲 bursts into laughter and pats him on the back, making 𝗸𝗵𝘄 briefly wonder whether the giant is taking revenge for earlier teasing. As the conversation ends, the young leader turns his attention toward future challenges. More specifically, he begins thinking about the legendary spear art of the 𝗲𝗏 kingdom. Despite being largely ignored by nobles, the technique had proven nearly unbeatable when mastered completely. Very few warriors ever managed to reach that level of mastery. But for 𝗲𝗏, it had once been everything. During his previous life, he trained relentlessly as though his survival depended on it. His growth accelerated even further after meeting the master who taught him. Smiling nostalgically, 𝗲𝗏 wonders whether the eccentric old man is still as crazy as he remembers, and silently promises himself that they will meet again one day. Soon afterward, the recruits return to the barracks, exhausted and complaining about the hardships of the day's training. 𝗂𝗫 casually remarks that the 4th platoon also completed the crawling exercise, but something seemed very unusual about them. Moments later, the leader of the 4th platoon begins shouting furiously, demanding silence from his squad while several of his soldiers complain about their wounds and exhaustion. Both 𝗂𝗫 and 𝗲𝗏 stare in surprise as a heated argument begins unfolding in the middle of the corridor. The exhausted recruits openly rebel against their leader, arguing with him because of their fatigue and frustration. Watching from a distance, 𝗲𝗏's platoon comments that they would likely be behaving the same way if they had not used the sock protection trick. When the rival leader notices 𝗲𝗏's group laughing and enjoying themselves, his irritation grows immediately. Convinced that the opposing platoon must have used some sort of trick, he blames them for escaping the punishment that his own soldiers endured. Clenching his fists in hatred, he swears that he will crush every one of them during the upcoming competition. While his rival focuses on revenge and dreams of first place, 𝗲𝗏 remains completely calm and focused on his larger strategy. Time passes quickly, and before long the highly anticipated platoon tournament finally arrives. The 4 platoons assemble in formation across the training yard, as the officers prepare to announce the order of matches. 𝗂𝗫 approaches 𝗲𝗏 and calls his attention to something unusual. Staring closely, the large recruit remarks that the young leader somehow looks different than he did a week earlier. 𝗲𝗏 briefly wonders whether he has grown taller, and reminds himself that he is still developing physically. His comrades immediately laugh and tease 𝗂𝗫, claiming that someone as enormous as him has no right to comment on anyone else's height. However, 𝗲𝗏 begins wondering whether they are actually sensing something else. The previous night, after countless hours of training and meditation, he successfully advanced his mana cultivation to the 2nd level. The breakthrough significantly increased the amount of magical energy he could store and control. All of his hard work within the camp had finally paid off. Refocusing on the upcoming tournament, 𝗲𝗏 discreetly calls 𝗂𝗫 aside to discuss the final details of their strategy. Wearing an unusually serious expression, he reveals that he intends to dominate the competition completely and secure an overwhelming victory. More importantly, he knows that the 5 most outstanding warriors in the tournament will earn the right to choose a magical item from the kingdom's arsenal, making the stakes far higher than most recruits realize. Most of the tournament winners usually select weapons carrying simple low-level enchantments, items that are generally classified as rank C treasures. However, 𝗲𝗏 has a completely different objective in mind. Hidden within the kingdom's arsenal is a mysterious ring he once heard about during his previous life on the battlefield. Unlike the ordinary rewards, this special artifact grants a permanent ability comparable to the power of a rank A item. To secure that priceless treasure, 𝗲𝗏 knows he must finish at the very top of the rankings. If 𝗶𝗏 earns the first selection instead, there is always a chance that he might unknowingly claim the ring before 𝗲𝗏 has the opportunity. 𝗂𝗫 asks whether such a goal is truly achievable, and the young leader answers with unwavering confidence. Inspired by that determination, the large recruit claps his hands loudly to gather everyone's attention. Standing before the platoon, 𝗂𝗫 proudly announces that their young centurion intends to dominate the tournament and claim the highest position for himself. The recruits immediately erupt with excitement and loudly declare their readiness to seize victory. Seeing the burning determination in their eyes, 𝗲𝗏 smiles approvingly. Moments later, the officers use a megaphone to announce the opening match of the competition. Filled with confidence and determination, the 1st platoon advances together, prepared to give everything they have. The tournament consists of both offensive and defensive rounds, with teams switching roles after the first phase. Any attacking squad that fails to capture the enemy flag within the time limit, automatically loses the match. Taking his position, 𝗵𝗵 carefully guides his team through the final preparations for their assault. He reminds everyone to follow the strategies they practiced repeatedly during training, and the recruits respond enthusiastically. The young leader specifically reminds 𝗂𝗲 to use his tremendous strength to pressure the opposing formation. The giant recruit confidently confirms that he understands. Soon, the signal sounds and both formations begin moving toward one another. The second platoon charges forward with fierce determination, shouting as they attempt to overwhelm 𝗵𝗵's defenses. The initial collision of shields echoes across the training grounds. The defenders brace themselves and shout for everyone to hold the line. Despite their efforts, the attacking platoon is stunned to discover that the defensive formation feels as solid as an iron wall. Observing from a distance, the officers initially assume 𝗵𝗵 has built a purely defensive strategy. Their assumptions quickly change when they hear his next command. Ordering everyone to push forward simultaneously, 𝗵𝗵 launches a coordinated counterattack. 𝗂𝗲 channels every ounce of his mana-enhanced strength into his shield and slams forward with devastating force. The impact is so overwhelming that the enemy front line begins sliding backward, despite being the attacking side. The rival captain shouts in outrage, unable to believe his formation is being pushed back so easily. 𝗵𝗵 immediately calls out 𝗂𝗲's name and orders him to advance even harder. Responding without hesitation, the giant recruit unleashes his full strength. The enemy formation finally breaks apart, and several opponents are thrown to the ground. Shocked recruits begin calling 𝗂𝗲 a monster after watching him bulldoze through an entire shield wall using nothing but his shoulders. 𝗵𝗵 immediately pushes forward and orders 𝗂𝗲 to remain at his side as they continue their advance. Together, they maintain relentless pressure, causing the enemy defense to collapse completely. The opposing captain stands frozen in disbelief, unable to understand how 𝗵𝗵's platoon maintains such flawless coordination. Spotting a weakness in the defensive line, 𝗵𝗵 instantly gives the order for the final assault. The first platoon responds as one and surges forward. Their coordinated charge overwhelms the opposition and effectively ends the match. Watching from the sidelines, several officers exchange surprised glances and wonder whether the recruits received secret training. Even the instructors admit they did not expect such a performance. Raymond watches in astonishment, realizing that these young recruits are displaying teamwork comparable to elite soldiers of the kingdom. As he observes their celebration, he understands that such tactical excellence can only be explained by 𝗵𝗵's exceptional leadership. Every movement the platoon performs reflects the countless hours they voluntarily spent training under his guidance. The recruits execute each maneuver with remarkable precision and protect one another perfectly throughout the engagement. Raymond smiles proudly and quietly admits that 𝗵𝗵 has proven his worth as a leader through talent alone. Recognizing the decisive moment, 𝗵𝗵 shouts to 𝗂𝗲 and tells him that their opportunity has arrived. The giant recruit grins confidently before charging toward the objective. Completely focused on securing victory, 𝗂𝗲 pushes forward and reaches the target. The opposing captain immediately falls into despair upon realizing what is happening. Screaming frantically, he orders his soldiers to abandon their assault and concentrate entirely on stopping 𝗂𝗲. Unfortunately for them, 𝗵𝗵's platoon reacts instantly. The recruits form a protective shield wall around their teammate, creating an impenetrable barrier. Standing safely behind it, 𝗂𝗲 mocks the enemy soldiers, who can do nothing to stop him. Wearing a smug smile, he informs them that they have walked directly into the trap that was prepared for them. The opposing recruits turn pale as they realize they have been thoroughly deceived. Suddenly, a blur races across the battlefield toward the objective. Using 𝗂𝗲's broad shoulders as a stepping stone, 𝗵𝗵 launches himself high into the air. The young warrior soars over the enemy formation while carrying the victory flag. Under the stunned gaze of the opposing captain, he lands with perfect precision behind their defenses. Planting the flag decisively, 𝗵𝗵 secures victory while simultaneously knocking the rival leader to the ground. The defeated captain collapses helplessly as the officers announce the end of the match through the megaphone. Raising the flag high above his head, 𝗵𝗵 celebrates alongside his cheering platoon. Impressed by what they witnessed, several officers admit that the first platoon appears destined to dominate the tournament. However, 𝗵𝗵𝗴𝗃𝗃 disagrees and cryptically remarks that the competition is far from over. Pointing toward another area of the training grounds, he suggests that another powerful contender has begun attracting attention. The commander wonders aloud whether that particular platoon might possess the strength necessary to challenge Demian's team. Elsewhere, the leader of the 4th platoon angrily stomps his foot against the ground. Frustrated by his team's struggles, he complains that he never expected so much difficulty against an opponent he considered little more than a warm-up. His soldiers become increasingly discouraged after realizing they cannot break through the rival formation. Furious, the platoon leader shouts at them to follow his battle plan exactly as instructed. In response, several exhausted recruits complain that he spends all his time barking orders from the rear while contributing very little himself, revealing the complete lack of teamwork within the opposing ranks. 𝗲𝗏 notices how exhausted their enemies have become and asks 𝗂𝗏 whether they should launch an attack immediately. However, the blonde prodigy calmly rejects the suggestion. The young strategist explains that maintaining their defensive formation is more than enough because the opposing team will eventually defeat itself through exhaustion and frustration. 𝗲𝗏 agrees, amazed by the battlefield awareness of someone only 14 years old. The leader of the 3rd platoon cannot help wondering about 𝗂𝗏's true background, convinced that the talented youth is far from ordinary. Raising his voice, 𝗲𝗏 orders his platoon to maintain their defensive position against the enemy advance. Soon, the two sides collide violently, shields crashing together across the battlefield. Despite the pressure, the 3rd platoon's defense remains perfectly intact. Watching his assault fail repeatedly, the rival captain loses his temper and accuses them of being cowards for hiding behind a defensive strategy. 𝗲𝗏 remains calm and notices that the opposing soldiers are rapidly running out of stamina. Knowing patience is the key to victory, he waits for their discipline to collapse completely. Before long, one of the exhausted attackers from the 4th platoon can no longer support his shield and collapses to the ground. The moment 𝗲𝗏 spots the opening, he immediately shouts for a counterattack. The defenders surge forward in a powerful charge, exploiting the weakness and smashing through the enemy formation. The attackers fall into despair as their line crumbles beneath the overwhelming impact. Seeing the perfect opportunity, 𝗲𝗏 calls 𝗂𝗏's name and unleashes his secret weapon to secure victory. The blonde prodigy instantly bursts forward across the battlefield. Accelerating at incredible speed, he charges toward the objective. Gathering momentum, 𝗂𝗏 launches himself into the air and gracefully leaps over the enemy formation. The opposing soldiers stand frozen in disbelief as he sails above them. Holding his training spear firmly, the young warrior prepares his finishing move. He unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes that knocks multiple opponents aside before capturing the objective and securing victory. The rival captain nearly falls into despair, yelling at his team while wondering how they could possibly face the 1st platoon after such a humiliating defeat. Across the training grounds, the leader of the 4th platoon glances toward Demian and notices the young commander calmly observing everything. Demian sighs quietly, recognizing that the battle has already been decided. Moments later, the officers officially announce the 3rd platoon's victory through the megaphone. 𝗂𝗏 celebrates with his teammates, while Demian silently acknowledges that the blonde genius will be a formidable obstacle. As he walks back toward his own platoon, the young centurion realizes that the true challenge of the tournament will be facing the 3rd platoon in the final round. Wrapped in mana and wearing a confident smile, Demian eagerly anticipates the showdown with his talented friend. Soon afterward, an instructor loudly announces the end of the break and orders every platoon to assemble in the training yard. 𝗂𝗏 approaches Demian and comments that the 4th platoon must be desperate to score a victory against them. The giant recruit openly declares that he wants to smash their leader's face. Demian responds by reminding him that the rival captain already belongs to him and tells 𝗂𝗏 to focus solely on breaking through the enemy line. Carefully studying the opposing team, Demian immediately notices their lack of coordination and obvious exhaustion. A dark smile forms on his face as he realizes he has no intention of showing mercy. His plan is to crush them quickly and decisively. 𝗂𝗏 laughs excitedly, eager for the match to begin, and confidently states that the loudmouthed rivals are about to pay dearly for all their insults. 𝗵𝗍 orders everyone to remain completely focused and promises that the battle will be over in moments if they execute their strategy properly. His comrades respond confidently, fully trusting their young leader. The first platoon forms up and raises their shields, with 𝗵𝗍 standing proudly at the front. Across the field, their opponents prepare as well, although their nervous expressions reveal far less confidence. The instructor finally signals the beginning of the match, and the decisive confrontation begins. 𝗵𝗍's soldiers advance as a single coordinated unit. Both formations move steadily across the dirt battlefield, while officers carefully observe from the sidelines. After examining the enemy formation, 𝗵𝗍 quickly realizes how disorganized and fragile it appears. A direct assault would easily shatter it. Even so, he wants a flawless victory that leaves no room for future challenges. Turning toward 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍, he gives a simple command. The giant recruit immediately explodes forward like a charging beast. The tremendous impact of his assault sends enemy soldiers flying through the air. Witnessing the overwhelming display of strength, the rival captain falls into complete despair. He desperately screams at his teammates and orders them to defend the flag at all costs. Before the defense can reorganize, 𝗵𝗍 suddenly vaults over the shield line and appears directly before the stunned enemy leader. The rival captain's eyes widen in shock as he sees the young warrior descending toward him. Without hesitation, 𝗵𝗍 slams his shield into the man's chest with devastating force. The impact forces a painful cry from the opponent and sends him crashing to his knees. His weapon slips from his hands, while 𝗵𝗍 lands lightly and gracefully before him. Humiliated and furious, the defeated recruit glares at the young centurion with burning hatred. Struggling to regain his composure, he reaches for his training spear and angrily demands to know whether 𝗵𝗍 considers him weak. Charging recklessly like a wounded animal, he loudly declares that he could easily defeat 𝗵𝗍 in a proper duel. The young commander effortlessly avoids the incoming spear strike and quietly notes how predictable the attack is. Without the slightest difficulty, he catches and neutralizes the weapon. Looking at his rival coldly, 𝗵𝗍 asks whether that is truly the extent of his ability. With a swift motion, he tears the spear from the recruit's grasp and leaves him standing there completely stunned. Moments later, 𝗵𝗍 casually tosses the enemy's shield aside, stripping away the last remnants of his defense. Disappointed by how easily his opponent lost both of his weapons, 𝗵𝗍 shakes his head slightly. With a swift and precise motion, the young warrior strikes the rival squarely in the body, delivering a decisive blow that sends him crashing to the ground. Stepping firmly onto the defeated recruit's back, 𝗵𝗍 coldly remarks that losing your weapon on a battlefield is practically an invitation to be killed. As mana gathers around his fist, he explains that this harsh lesson may one day save the man's life. Without hesitation, the young centurion delivers one final strike, slamming his opponent face first into the dirt with a thunderous impact. The rival immediately loses consciousness, blood trickling from his injuries as assistants rush forward to help him. Watching the scene, 𝗵𝗍 cannot help thinking that the battle ended far too easily. After examining the condition of the defeated platoon, the officials determine that the opposing team is no longer capable of continuing. Calmly, 𝗵𝗍 retrieves a spear from the ground and waits for the final verdict. Moments later, the officers officially announce the overwhelming victory of the first platoon. Cheers erupt throughout the training grounds as the recruits celebrate loudly. 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 laughs wholeheartedly and remarks that such a crushing victory feels incredibly satisfying. He openly praises 𝗵𝗍's brilliant leadership throughout the tournament. Around the yard, recruits from other platoons discuss the impressive tactics displayed by a commander who is only 13 years old. Even the instructors find themselves praising his abilities and admitting that the boy may possess greater talent than many of them did at his age. Raymond nods in agreement with a smile, but his attention is suddenly drawn elsewhere. Turning toward the courtyard, he notices an important arrival. A luxurious military carriage rolls into the camp, immediately capturing everyone's attention. From it emerges a tall, imposing man with long hair, an eye patch, and the bearing of a seasoned warrior. The newcomer is none other than the legendary weapons master 𝗀𝗲𝗯𝗍𝗆. Instantly, Both recruits and officers stand at attention and offer a respectful military salute. The famous one-eyed master asks whether the promising recruit he heard so much about is the boy currently being celebrated in the yard. The commander proudly confirms it, while 𝗵𝗵𝗻 is still being tossed into the air by his enthusiastic teammates. 𝗵𝗲𝗯𝗃 smiles with growing interest as he watches the scene unfold. It becomes clear to him that a remarkably talented youth has indeed joined the army. Later, back in the barracks, one of 𝗵𝗵𝗻's roommates bursts into the room in a panic. Excited beyond words, he announces that something unbelievable has happened. He eagerly explains that an incredibly important military figure has made a surprise visit to the camp. Another recruit adds that the legendary instructor of the 3rd Division left every officer standing at attention. Curious, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 asks for the man's name. His roommate struggles to remember it, causing the young warrior to grow increasingly suspicious. When someone finally suggests the name incorrectly, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 immediately realizes who they are actually referring to. Quietly, he whispers the true name to himself, 𝗵𝗲𝗯𝗃. The moment his friend confirms it, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 springs to his feet. Without another word, he rushes out of the room. His confused roommate shouts after him, demanding to know where he is going. Ignoring the question entirely, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 races through the barracks corridors. He needs to see the man with his own eyes and confirm whether it is truly the master from his previous life. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. Just ahead, a familiar figure is walking through the corridor. The veteran warrior with the eye patch notices him immediately and asks whether he is the recruit from earlier. The officer accompanying 𝗵𝗲𝗻 smiles and explains that they were actually coming to meet him. 𝗵𝗵𝗻 instantly straightens his posture and offers a flawless military salute. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 asks whether his name is truly 𝗵𝗵𝗻, and the young recruit promptly confirms it. Although 𝗵𝗵𝗻 knew the division maintained ties with the training camp, he never expected to meet this person again so soon. Standing before the man who once served as his mentor and guide, he struggles to hide his emotions. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 explains that he became curious after hearing repeated praise from the demanding instructor Raymond. Examining the young warrior carefully, the master notices that 𝗵𝗵𝗻 is already practicing an excellent mana cultivation method. He compliments the spear technique displayed during the tournament and asks which military branch he intends to join in the future. For a brief moment, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 hesitates before revealing his ambitious goal. Wearing a confident smile, he announces that he plans to join the feared Neo-Calai's unit. Both 𝗵𝗲𝗻 and the accompanying officer are visibly shocked by the answer. The unit is notorious for its brutal assignments and constant battles against deadly forest monsters. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 asks why he would choose such a dangerous path instead of a safer one. 𝗵𝗵𝗻 simply replies that he wants to become stronger. Impressed, 𝗵𝗲𝗻 offers him a recommendation letter for the prestigious Order of Knights. The officer beside him is left speechless by the offer. To everyone's surprise, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 politely declines. He explains that he has already chosen his path because there is someone important he wishes to meet again. Respecting the conviction behind the answer, 𝗵𝗲𝗻 accepts the decision and tells him to return to the barracks and get some rest. As they walk away, the accompanying officer rushes after 𝗵𝗲𝗻 in disbelief. He cannot understand how a common recruit could reject an opportunity normally reserved for nobles. The subordinate asks whether they should attempt to persuade the boy again. 𝗵𝗲𝗻 simply smiles and asks whether the decision was truly a mistake. He explains that the officer failed to notice the frightening determination burning in the boy's eyes. Chuckling softly, the experienced warrior admits that a 13-year-old capable of such resolve is incredibly fascinating. He orders everyone to leave the young recruit alone, convinced that their paths will cross again someday. The following morning, the 1st Platoon prepares for its final confrontation against the powerful 3rd Platoon. Standing before his comrades, 𝗵𝗵𝗻 confidently declares that no team in the camp is capable of defeating them. The recruits grin and agree that their recent training has made them significantly stronger. Smiling confidently, the young leader orders them to crush their opponents just as they always have. Soon, the official signal is given and both platoons take their positions in the training yard. 𝗵𝗵𝗻 immediately commands his soldiers to form their shield wall. Spectators quickly recognize the same powerful formation that carried them through previous victories. Across the field, 𝗂𝗶𝗆 calmly prepares his own platoon, and understands that his role will be crucial in the battle ahead. The order to advance echoes across the yard, and both shield formations begin marching forward in perfect synchronization. Moments later, the barriers collide with tremendous force, creating a deafening crash that echoes throughout the battlefield and marks the beginning of the long-awaited final showdown. 𝗵𝗵 immediately orders his platoon to push forward with everything they have. Across the battlefield, the opposing commander quickly notices that the attack pattern resembles the strategy used earlier. The defenders struggle to absorb the pressure as the young leader suddenly calls out 𝗶𝗄𝗆's name and orders him into action. The blonde prodigy instantly moves into position, slipping perfectly into the opening that has appeared in the center of the defensive formation. The opposing soldiers stare in shock, unable to understand why the third platoon would deliberately create a gap in its own line. 𝗶𝗄𝗆 remains completely focused, directing his gaze toward the weakest point in the enemy defense. In the next instant, he unleashes a devastating spear strike. The attack crashes into the opposing barrier with incredible precision, shattering multiple shields at once. The rival commander can only watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the speed of the attack. Around him, 𝗶𝗆's teammates erupt in celebration and immediately surge forward to capitalize on the opening. One powerful defender steps forward to stop the advance and throws himself into the path of the charge. However, 𝗂𝗲 responds with monstrous strength, charging directly into the enemy formation. The opposing soldiers are left speechless by the sheer force behind his movement. Watching the clash unfold, 𝗵𝗵 realizes that 𝗂𝗲's intervention prevented the enemy breakthrough at the last possible moment. At the same time, he cannot help acknowledging how impressive 𝗶𝗆's strength is. Breaking through a fortified shield wall with a single strike is no ordinary feat. The young leader finds himself wondering once again what kind of monster from the northern regions the blonde prodigy truly is, and why someone like him ended up in a training barracks. On the opposite side, 𝗶𝗆 notices that the situation has become more complicated. 𝗂𝗲's eyes are locked onto him without wavering. Earlier in the barracks, 𝗵𝗵 specifically instructed the giant recruit to focus entirely on the blonde warrior. When 𝗂𝗲 asked who this mysterious opponent was, 𝗵𝗵 simply told him that he would immediately recognize him upon seeing him. Now, standing face to face with 𝗶𝗆, 𝗂𝗲 finally understands exactly what his leader meant. The commander of the third platoon asks whether 𝗶𝗆 can truly break through such an obstacle. The blonde youth confidently replies that he will succeed regardless of the difficulty. Realizing that overwhelming 𝗂𝗲 through brute force alone is impossible, 𝗶𝗆 decides to alter his approach. The talented prodigy understands that only one path remains if he wants to secure victory. Blue mana begins gathering around his spear as he channels his energy into the weapon. Without hesitation, he bursts forward and launches a devastating attack. Spectators gasp in surprise when 𝗂𝗲 actually manages to withstand the terrifying impact. A fierce grin spreads across 𝗶𝗆's face as he continues attacking relentlessly. Strike after strike crashes against 𝗂𝗲's shield until the defense finally begins to crumble. The giant recruit struggles desperately to hold his ground and wonders how someone his own age can possess such unbelievable strength. Eventually, 𝗶𝗆's relentless assault shatters the shield completely, leaving 𝗂𝗲 exposed. Raising his spear high, the blonde prodigy narrows his eyes and announces that the battle is over. Injured and vulnerable, 𝗂𝗲 instinctively raises his arms to protect himself while bracing for the final strike. Suddenly, a blur appears between them. 𝗵𝗵 arrives at incredible speed and places himself directly in front of his comrade. The young leader blocks the incoming spear with his own shield, creating a shockwave of mana that ripples across the battlefield. For a brief moment, the two prodigies lock eyes. 𝗶𝗆 smiles as he calmly speaks 𝗵𝗵's name. Before either side can continue, a loud whistle echoes throughout the training grounds. The sudden sound signals the conclusion of the round. Recruits from the first platoon look around in confusion as they try to understand why the battle has stopped. The instructor announces that time has expired and declares that the third platoon has lost the round because they failed to capture the flag. 𝗶𝗆 clicks his tongue in frustration. Although impressed that 𝗂𝗲 managed to endure his attacks, he is clearly dissatisfied with the result. 𝗵𝗵 immediately turns his attention toward his injured comrade and checks whether he is seriously hurt. Suggesting that 𝗂𝗲 rest during the second half, he advises caution. However, the giant recruit stubbornly refuses. Claiming that he is perfectly fine, Kyle insists on continuing. Demian reminds him that they still have 2 more weeks of intense training ahead of them, and warns that worsening the injury now could affect his future performance. Instead, he assigns Kyle the responsibility of guarding the central flag. Realizing that his leader is preserving both his health and his pride, Kyle finally accepts. Raising his voice, he orders the rest of the platoon to push forward and crush their opponents. Soon afterward, the official standing on the platform orders both teams to switch sides. The first platoon is instructed to prepare for its offensive phase. Gathering his exhausted teammates, Demian immediately outlines the next stage of the battle. Wearing a serious expression, he declares that he has no intention of allowing the match to drag on. Setting a strict deadline, he announces that victory will be achieved within 5 minutes. Standing confidently before his men, the young leader prepares to execute the strategy he has carefully crafted. Across the field, the warriors of the 3rd platoon take up their defensive positions. 𝗶𝗶𝗆 remains near the central flag, understanding that exhaustion will make prolonged frontline combat difficult. The 2 formations face each other under the watchful gaze of the instructors. Looking across the battlefield, Demian reflects that everything has led to this moment. This is the grand final of the tournament. Throughout the competition, he has already demonstrated his tactical brilliance and leadership skills. Now, acting as platoon commander, he believes this is the perfect opportunity to leave a lasting impression on the military officials. More than anything, he wants to prove his worth using only the identity of Demian rather than the accomplishments of his previous life. Defeating 𝗶𝗆 and the 3rd platoon would firmly establish him as the most outstanding recruit in the camp. Meanwhile, 𝗶𝗆 stands guard over the objective, fully aware that the upcoming clash will be difficult. Studying the enemy formation, Demian quickly concludes that a direct and brutal confrontation is unavoidable. At last, the signal to begin rings across the training grounds. The officials formally announce the start of the final decisive engagement. Without hesitation, Demian orders his platoon to advance at maximum speed from the very first second. His comrades roar their agreement and charge forward with fierce determination. The defenders grow visibly nervous when they see Demian's platoon charging forward at incredible speed, without losing formation. Realizing the danger, the enemy captain immediately orders everyone to raise their shields and brace themselves, warning his men to be especially careful of the coordinated assault. Demian lowers his stance and performs a flawless dodge while advancing. In his mind, he is already convinced that any defensive effort they attempt will ultimately fail. Purple mana begins gathering around the tip of his spear as he channels his power into a single devastating attack. Determined to shatter the enemy line, the young leader launches a frontal strike infused with mystical energy. The impact crashes through the defensive barrier and pierces the shields with astonishing ease. Without slowing down, Demian follows up with a sweeping attack that knocks several defenders off their feet at once. Surrounded by swirling mana, he orders his platoon to push forward and completely break the enemy formation. The defenders panic and desperately try to stop the overwhelming charge. Realizing that Demian is the center of the assault, several recruits rush toward him simultaneously and shout that he must be brought down immediately. The young warrior calmly slips beneath their attack with a smooth sliding dodge. The opponents lose track of him entirely, and their weapons collide harmlessly with one another. Taking advantage of the confusion, Demian delivers a precise sweep that sends another recruit crashing to the ground while clutching his ankle in pain. Wasting no time, he immediately orders his platoon to reorganize their formation and continue advancing. The defenders are horrified when they realize that Demian's team has already reached their base. Watching the situation unfold, the rival commander struggles to comprehend how the assault progressed so quickly. In the end, he places all of his hopes on 𝗶𝗆. The blonde prodigy narrows his eyes, fully aware that stopping Demian is the only remaining way to protect the flag. Turning to his leader, 𝗶𝗆 asks him to remain behind and guard the objective while he personally intercepts the enemy commander. Although hesitant to place such responsibility on someone so young, the platoon leader reluctantly agrees. Spotting 𝗶𝗆 approaching, Demian immediately recognizes that this is the decisive battle he has been waiting for. Looking at the blond youth, he sees not merely a fellow recruit, but the future legendary general of the kingdom. 𝗶𝗄 gathers momentum and leaps forward, striking first with his spear. Excited by the opportunity to test himself against such a formidable future warrior, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 expertly evades the attack. Almost instantly, he realizes that the opening strike was merely a feint designed to create an opportunity for the real attack. A confident smile appears on his face as he prepares to respond. 𝗶𝗄 unleashes another attack with full force, pouring bright blue mana into his weapon. The spear crashes forward with enough power to shatter defenses. Reacting immediately, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 crosses his own spear and blocks the strike. The successful defense leaves 𝗶𝗄 visibly surprised. Retreating a step, the blonde prodigy reassesses his opponent. Meanwhile, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 is equally impressed by the tremendous strength behind the attack. Purple mana surges through his spear as he challenges 𝗶𝗄 to fight without holding anything back. Launching himself forward, the young centurion unleashes a crushing counterattack. Determined to settle the battle through strength, he swings with everything he has. The weapons of the two prodigies collide violently, releasing sparks of mana throughout the battlefield. 𝗶𝗄 stares in shock as the sheer force behind 𝗸𝗵𝘄's attack cracks his spear and drives him backward. For the first time, the blonde warrior wonders whether his opponent secretly comes from a noble lineage. At the same time, he cannot help admiring 𝗸𝗵𝘄's flawless mana control. The young commander seems like an immovable wall standing in the middle of the battlefield. Calmly walking forward, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 tells his rival that it is time to end the match once and for all. The young warrior prepares his final attack and confidently declares that 𝗶𝗄 will not be able to withstand it. Gathering his strength, he launches the decisive strike. 𝗶𝗄 attempts to defend himself, but the difference is simply too great. The blonde prodigy is knocked to the ground and can only watch as the flag falls. The banner of the third platoon collapses onto the dirt, officially bringing the final match to an end. Moments later, the instructors announce the victory of the first platoon. Cheers erupt from 𝗸𝗵𝘄's teammates as they celebrate their hard-earned triumph. Meanwhile, 𝗶𝗄 remains lying on the ground for a moment, quietly processing the reality of his first major defeat. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 approaches him calmly and offers sincere praise for his performance. Extending a hand, he helps the blonde recruit back to his feet. 𝗶𝗄 congratulates him on the victory and immediately promises that there will be a rematch someday. Laughing lightly, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 suggests that perhaps it would be easier if they fought on the same side next time, because defeating him again would not be simple. 𝗶𝗄 chuckles and tells him to stop exaggerating. Though fully aware of the incredible potential hidden within the future general, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 decides that for now he simply wants to enjoy the celebration alongside his platoon. Watching from afar, 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗃 observes everything with quiet satisfaction. The legendary one-eyed warrior smiles proudly as he witnesses the success of the first platoon. Appreciating the moment, he decides not to interfere and allows the young recruits to savor their well-earned victory. Later, inside the mess hall, Kyle stares in disbelief at the mountain of special food prepared for the winners. The recruits celebrate enthusiastically while enjoying generous portions of quality meat. Several of them loudly declare that winning the tournament was absolutely worth the effort. Observing his happy comrades, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 understands exactly why everyone is so excited. After enduring difficult training for weeks, such a meal feels like a true reward. His gaze drifts toward an empty table, and he quietly regrets that 𝗂𝗲𝗃 departed before they had the chance to speak further. Soon afterward, a young officer approaches the celebration and politely asks whether he may sit with them. Taking a seat, he asks 𝗸𝗵𝘄 whether he still intends to reject 𝗂𝗲𝗃's recommendation. The officer openly admits that he finds the decision difficult to understand because such an opportunity would be priceless to most soldiers. After expressing his disappointment, the man casually changes the subject and asks whether 𝗸𝗵𝘄 has heard the latest rumors spreading throughout the camp. Leaning closer, he reveals that 𝗂𝗲𝗃 also offered 𝗶𝗄 a place within the prestigious Order of Knights. Curious about the outcome, the officer asks whether 𝗸𝗵𝘄 knows what choice the blonde prodigy ultimately made. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 calmly replies that he will respect whatever choice 𝗶𝗄 makes. After all, every person is responsible for their own life and decisions. The officer lets out a sincere laugh at the mature response. and remarks that the boy sometimes sounds less like a child and more like a seasoned veteran. Realizing that his efforts to change Demian's mind have failed, the official finally decides to abandon the subject. Raising his glass high, he calls for everyone's attention and proposes a final toast. He sincerely wishes all the recruits good fortune and reminds them to enjoy the celebration while they can, because the brutal training schedule will resume tomorrow. Excited voices fill the hall as every recruit raises a cup and shouts in unison, saluting the kingdom. The days pass quickly within the barracks, and before long the third and final week of training begins. Under the constant commands of the instructors, the recruits perform exhausting spear drills across the training grounds. While observing the camp, �ۮમિan notices that the attitudes of nearly every platoon have improved dramatically after the tournament. He proudly reflects that the competition served as a powerful catalyst, strengthening morale and unity among the recruits. Eventually, an officer announces a 5-minute break and allows everyone to rest. 𝗂𝗲 immediately approaches �ۮમિan while wiping sweat from his forehead and eagerly asks whether he has heard the latest rumor. According to him, the 4th platoon has completely fallen apart. Several recruits reportedly requested discharge from the army after their humiliating defeat. The giant recruit laughs loudly and mocks the former platoon leader for abandoning the camp shortly after losing the tournament. �ۮમિan quickly scolds him and points out that ridiculing others accomplishes nothing. Instead, he reminds 𝗂𝗲 that group victories are only part of the evaluation process. Individual performance still matters greatly. He explains that many ordinary soldiers dream of obtaining a comfortable assignment as a royal administrative guard. Unfortunately, the competition for such positions is fierce, and only a small number of candidates are selected. 𝗂𝗲 nods thoughtfully, fully aware of how difficult the competition will be. Realizing the benefits of the position, he suddenly grabs �ۮમિan in panic and asks whether he plans to compete for the same assignment. To his surprise, �Δમિan immediately says no. 𝗂𝗲 stares at him in disbelief. Given his achievements, securing a palace position would be incredibly easy. �Δમિan asks whether 𝗂𝗲 truly believes he could spend every day confined within castle walls. The giant hesitates before admitting that it does sound boring, though he still argues that everyone should aim for the best opportunity available. ฎમિan shakes his head and points out that someone as energetic as 𝗂𝗲 would lose his mind after a month of sitting around the palace. The argument eventually convinces him. Curious, 𝗂𝗲 asks which unit ฎમિan actually intends to join. The young leader answers without hesitation that he plans to enlist in the feared 𝗂𝗲𝗁𝗲 unit. The moment he hears the name, 𝗂𝗲 nearly explodes in panic. He begins shouting that his leader has completely lost his sanity. Growing annoyed, ฎમિan kicks him lightly in the shin and tells him to stop making such a scene. Rubbing his sore leg, 𝗂𝗲 bursts into laughter and admits that he already expected a crazy answer. Laughing even harder, he declares that ฎમિan is completely insane and that this is exactly why he enjoys following him. Soon the break ends, and the recruits return to training with renewed enthusiasm. Before they realize it, the final month of instruction comes to an end. During the graduation ceremony, the commander congratulates the recruits on their hard work and dedication. Standing among his comrades, ฎમિan smiles quietly as he realizes the day of departure has finally arrived. It feels as though enlistment happened only yesterday. The commander wishes every graduate success in their future military careers and encourages them to contribute to the kingdom's future. As the ceremony continues in the central courtyard, instructors call for a formal salute. The graduates respond with perfect discipline, offering a respectful farewell to their superiors. Once the ceremony concludes, an officer announces that the 5 most outstanding recruits will now be recognized. Nervous anticipation spreads through the crowd as everyone waits to hear the results. Finally, the officer calls Ḍમિan's name and declares him the top recruit of the entire class. His platoon erupts into celebration. Shortly afterward, 𝗏𝗡 is summoned from the 3rd platoon to stand beside him. The commander continues reading the rankings until all 5 elite recruits, including 𝗂𝗲 and several platoon leaders, have been assembled. The instructor then reveals that each of them will receive a reward from the royal arsenal. Any item within the armory may be selected as a prize. Since Ḍમિan placed first overall, he is invited to enter first. Smiling to himself, the young warrior realizes that the moment he has anticipated for so long has finally arrived. Stepping inside the arsenal, he immediately finds himself impressed by its organization and the sheer number of treasures on display. He briefly examines shelves filled with potions and equipment, while wondering whether any hidden treasures are concealed within the vast collection. However, he quickly dismisses the distraction and focuses entirely on the item he came to claim. Without hesitation, he walks directly toward his target. From the moment he entered the room, his eyes never strayed from it. Reaching a high shelf, 𝗵𝗵 finally discovers what he has been searching for. Excitement flashes through his mind as he picks up a seemingly ordinary ring. To everyone else, it appears insignificant. Yet, 𝗵𝗵 knows the truth. The mystical ring possesses the ability to grant temporary invisibility when supplied with mana. More importantly, none of the other recruits would ever notice its value because they lack the ability to sense mana properly. Satisfied, he leaves the arsenal carrying the ring. Outside, the instructor calls 𝗶𝗶 forward to choose his reward. 𝗵𝗵 cannot help wondering whether 𝗶𝗶 will choose the same mysterious ring. Since the blonde prodigy can manipulate mana, there is a chance he might sense the hidden value of the artifact. Standing outside the arsenal, the young warrior waits with curiosity, eager to see what reward his rival selects. To his surprise, 𝗶𝗶 emerges from the massive doors far sooner than expected. 𝗵𝗵 widens his eyes in confusion, unable to understand how the other boy managed to make a decision so quickly. Noticing the unusual reaction, 𝗂𝗽 asks whether something is wrong. 𝗵𝗵 casually dismisses the question, but inwardly he is deeply shocked. There is no doubt in his mind that the seal Apple selected hides an important secret. The emblem engraved upon it belongs to a fallen kingdom that vanished long ago. Immediately, 𝗵𝗵 begins wondering how 𝗶𝗶 first learned to control mana. A troubling possibility enters his mind. Perhaps the mysterious blonde prodigy possesses some hidden connection to that lost kingdom. Soon afterward, the instructor gathers all 5 winners together in the yard and asks whether everyone successfully obtained their rewards. Examining 𝗶𝗶's seal, he curiously asks whether the young recruit knows what the artifact actually does. 𝗶𝗶 admits that he only sensed a strange divine energy coming from it. Laughing, the instructor explains that the seal possesses the ability to ward off misfortune and protect its owner from bad luck. He then praises the excellent spear chosen by another recruit and compliments 𝗂𝗲's sturdy shield, which was crafted by a famous artisan. When he finally examines 𝗵𝗵's ring, however, the official looks genuinely surprised. He asks whether 𝗵𝗵 truly intends to keep such an ordinary-looking item. According to the instructor, the ring merely reduces the user's body weight slightly. Amused by the choice, he suggests that 𝗵𝗵 wear it immediately and test its effect. Curious himself, the young warrior slips the ring onto his finger. The moment he activates it, he performs a quick leap and is startled by the result. His body feels significantly lighter than expected, making movement much easier. The instructor asks how it feels, and 𝗵𝗵 responds honestly, admitting that the item exceeded his expectations. Behind his smile, however, he knows the truth. Combined with its invisibility ability, the weight reduction effect elevates the ring far beyond what anyone there realizes. In reality, it is an incredibly valuable artifact. After everyone finishes examining their rewards, the instructor orders the recruits to proceed to the records office and complete the paperwork for their future assignments. Once there, official forms are distributed to each graduate. 𝗵𝗵 accepts his document and calmly fills it out. Without hesitation, he writes the name of the dangerous 𝗂𝗫𝗍𝗆 unit. Watching him sign the form, the instructor cannot help feeling disappointed. In his opinion, 𝗵𝗵 would have flourished within the prestigious Order of Knights. Nevertheless, the young recruit submits the completed paperwork. Accepting it reluctantly, the instructor realizes that changing his mind is impossible. He warns 𝗵𝗵 to be extremely careful because the unit he selected is notorious for its danger. The officer congratulates him on successfully completing the month of training, and 𝗵𝗵 respectfully thanks him for all the guidance he received. Leaving the office, the young warrior quietly closes the wooden door behind him and takes a deep breath. As he walks through the corridor, a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation fills his heart. Suddenly, someone calls his name. Turning around, he finds 𝗶𝗶 approaching him. The blonde recruit reveals that he recently heard about 𝗵𝗵's assignment. Looking genuinely concerned, he asks why his friend refused the opportunity to join the Order of Knights. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 simply answers that such a path was never meant for him. 𝗂𝗲𝗆 then proudly reveals that he accepted the offer and will enter the order with 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗃's recommendation. Smiling, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 places a hand on his shoulder and praises the decision. He confidently assures 𝗂𝗆𝗆 that he will excel there. The blonde warrior laughs and points out how strange it sounds to hear someone praise an opportunity that he personally rejected. Calling 𝗸𝗵𝘄 unpredictable, 𝗂𝗆𝗆 admits that he is sincerely worried about the dangers awaiting him within the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 unit. Extending his hand, he asks his friend to promise that they will meet again someday. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 firmly shakes his hand and thanks him for both the concern and the friendship they developed during training. As 𝗂𝗆𝗆 walks away, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 watches thoughtfully. He wonders whether the future general has any idea how important he will become one day. Knowing the incredible potential hidden within the blonde prodigy, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 suspects 𝗂𝗆𝗆 may grow into an even greater legend than before. The thought makes him eager for their next reunion. Deciding it is time to say his final farewells, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 heads toward the barracks. Opening the door, he finds most of the recruits already packing their belongings. 𝗂𝗃𝗆 immediately spots him and rushes over with open arms. Wrapping him in a massive hug, the giant jokingly complains that he thought 𝗸𝗵𝘄 intended to leave without saying goodbye. Wearing a mischievous grin, 𝗂𝗆 mysteriously hints that they may meet again sooner than expected. Then, without warning, he loudly calls everyone's attention and announces that their leader is about to give a farewell speech. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 thanks every member of the platoon for their dedication and hard work. He sincerely wishes them success in their future assignments. The recruits respond with enthusiasm, thanking him for his leadership and promising that their paths will cross again somewhere within the kingdom. Finally, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 leaves the training camp behind. Dressed in simple clothes and carrying a travel pack, he begins the next chapter of his journey. Before he can travel far, however, a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. Turning around, he recognizes Serena from the Merchant Guild. Greeting him warmly, she explains that she has prepared a full report regarding his investment. After some time, she escorts him to a building and presents official documents detailing exactly how the funds were used. Seated inside a meeting room, she carefully explains the financial growth achieved through the original investment plan. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 studies the documents and quickly becomes impressed by their exceptional organization and professionalism. Serena politely informs him that he may ask any questions he wishes. Yet after reviewing the report, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 finds almost nothing to criticize. Everything has been handled flawlessly. Satisfied with the results, he informs her that additional funds will soon be delivered through a trusted representative. Serena offers to formalize the arrangement with a written contract. However, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 gently waves the suggestion aside. Smiling warmly, he explains that contracts are only necessary when trust is lacking. He assures her that he has complete confidence in both her honesty and the guild's integrity. The young merchant stands completely astonished by the level of maturity displayed by someone so young. Looking at 𝗸𝗵𝘄 with newfound admiration, she comments that he is truly unlike anyone she has ever met. A moment later, she places an elegant decorated chest onto the table and invites him to inspect the investment funds. As soon as the chest is opened, her eyes widen in shock. Staring at the contents, she begins stammering in disbelief. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 smiles calmly and explains that he contributed significantly more gold than originally promised as a gesture of gratitude for their successful partnership. Flustered by the unexpected amount, she immediately begins recalculating figures and reviewing the agreement. Before she can continue, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 gently raises a hand and assures her that everything is perfectly acceptable. He explains that he deeply appreciated the fact that she treated him seriously as an investor. Curious, Serena asks whether he recently completed military training and wonders which unit he has been assigned to. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 casually answers that he will soon be traveling west to join the feared 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 unit near the Great Forest. The revelation immediately throws her into a panic. She asks whether he volunteered for such a dangerous assignment. Amused, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 jokingly asks whether the kingdom would force its top recruit into a posting like that. Continuing the joke, he casually remarks that if he happens to die, all of his investments will remain under the complete control of her guild. The comment instantly wipes away her smile, looking genuinely upset. She firmly tells him never to joke about something so dangerous. 𝗵𝗡 is briefly caught off guard by her reaction. For the first time, he realizes that beneath her gentle demeanor lies someone capable of being surprisingly stern when necessary. After regaining her composure, she asks when he plans to depart. 𝗵𝗡 promptly answers that he will leave in exactly 3 days. Nodding, Serena promises that she will manage his investments responsibly and do everything possible to generate strong returns. Offering a respectful farewell bow, she concludes their meeting. As 𝗵𝗡 leaves, he feels satisfied, knowing that all of his financial affairs have been settled. Thinking ahead, he realizes that in only 3 days he will be entering the dangerous forests of the western frontier. Determined to enjoy his freedom while it lasts, he spends the following days relaxing completely. He enjoys delicious skewers, drinks to his heart's content, and catches up on much-needed rest. Eventually, the day of departure arrives. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, 𝗵𝗡 begins following the route marked on his map. Reviewing his preparations, he confirms that all necessary supplies have been gathered. The only thing left is to begin the long journey west. Suddenly, a strange sound comes from the nearby trees. Instantly alert, 𝗵𝗡 glances toward the source. To his complete surprise, 𝗂𝗲𝗯 emerges from behind a tree carrying an enormous backpack. Laughing loudly, the giant announces that their promised reunion has arrived. 𝗵𝗡 stares at him in disbelief and asks whether he actually did what he is thinking. 𝗂𝗲𝗯 responds with complete seriousness. According to him, a friendship forged through battle could never simply end after training camp. Bursting into laughter again, he proudly reveals that he also enlisted in the 𝗂𝗲𝗁𝗃 unit. Resting an arm around 𝗵𝗡's shoulders, he declares that they will continue fighting together. Smirking at the unexpected development, 𝗵𝗡 welcomes the company. Together, the two recruits begin taking their first steps toward the western frontier. Just then, a shrill voice calls out for them to stop. Startled, both young men turn around. Running toward them down the road is Serena. Breathing heavily, she wipes sweat from her forehead and looks relieved that she arrived in time. Confused, 𝗵𝗡 asks what she is doing so far from the city. Instead of answering immediately, she gestures toward a massive vehicle approaching from behind her. Smiling proudly, she reveals that she arranged a luxurious carriage for their journey. Knowing how long and exhausting the route would be, she stocked the vehicle with food, supplies, and travel necessities. 𝗵𝗡 asks why she would go through so much trouble. Serena simply replies that it is her way of repaying the trust and honesty he showed her. She explains that her guild never forgets a debt of gratitude and admits that she spent several days organizing everything personally. Standing nearby, 𝗂𝗲𝗯 whispers in amazement at the incredible generosity being displayed. As she says her farewell, Serena asks them both to stay safe. Laughing softly, she claims that the entire gesture is merely a strategic investment in the future. 𝗵𝗡 immediately recognizes the attempt to disguise her genuine concern. Chuckling, he points out that she is not very convincing when she lies. In that moment, he realizes that the young merchant is far more interesting than she initially appeared. The two partners exchange warm goodbyes before 𝗵𝗡 heads toward the carriage. Climbing the wooden steps, he enters the luxurious cabin that will carry him toward his next destination. Meanwhile, Serena remains standing silently in the middle of the road, watching the carriage disappear into the western horizon. The journey continues for several days as the carriage travels along rough dirt roads. In the distance, the silhouette of a military fortress gradually comes into view. Throughout the trip, 𝗂𝗲𝗯 suffers terribly from the constant rocking of the vehicle and repeatedly complains about the road conditions. Even so, he admits that walking the entire distance would have been far worse. Eventually, they arrive near the entrance to the 𝗀𝗏 garrison. Looking around, 𝗵𝗡 immediately notices something unusual. The streets are almost completely empty. Very few civilians can be seen anywhere. He assumes that many residents either fear the monsters lurking in the nearby forest or spend most of their time working within it. The region's economy revolves around harvesting a dangerous medicinal plant known as manhwa root. Although highly poisonous in its natural form, the root becomes an extremely valuable anesthetic after refinement. Because the kingdom depends heavily on this resource, Most of the local population remains despite the dangers. Stepping down from the carriage, 𝗵𝗄 understands that the villagers have little choice but to continue their difficult lives. Calling for 𝗂𝗲𝗯 to follow, he begins walking toward the fortress. The two recruits travel through the dark and quiet streets of the gloomy frontier town. The atmosphere feels entirely different from the capital. Suddenly, 𝗂𝗲𝗯 stops walking. Staring ahead with a shocked expression, he calls 𝗵𝗄's attention toward a massive structure looming over the settlement. The giant recruit asks in disbelief whether that enormous and intimidating fortress is truly the base where they are expected to serve. 𝗂𝗲𝗯 nervously complains that the fortress looks as though it could collapse at any moment. However, 𝗵𝗄 does not respond immediately. Instead, he remains silent as a strong scent of blood reaches his senses. His expression grows serious, and he quickly warns 𝗂𝗲𝗯 that someone is approaching. Moments later, dark silhouettes begin emerging from the thick fog surrounding the fortress. A group of exhausted warriors slowly stumbles through the mist and exits the massive wooden gates. Their armor is battered, their bodies are covered in wounds, and several soldiers are supporting a comrade who appears gravely injured. 𝗵𝗄 carefully studies the official insignia engraved on the armor of their leader. The emblem of crossed swords confirms that these are members of the dreaded 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 unit. The weary veterans march past without even noticing the two newcomers standing nearby. Moving like ghosts returning from a nightmare, the wounded platoon disappears beneath the stone archway and vanishes into the darkness of the fortress. Watching the scene, 𝗂𝗲𝗯 feels a chill run down his spine. He mutters that the soldiers looked less like men and more like spirits returning from war. 𝗵𝗄 calmly tells him to get used to the atmosphere, because this is a place where survival is fought for every single day. As he steps forward, a memory from his previous life suddenly resurfaces. In that memory, a veteran commander in imposing armor once asked a group of recruits a simple question: "What is the most important duty of a soldier?" The eager rookies shouted various answers. Some claimed it was absolute obedience, while others argued that it was destroying the enemy at any cost. The commander listened silently before showing clear disappointment. Without warning, he smacked one of the recruits on the head. The confused young soldier angrily demanded an explanation. The commander replied that his answer had been the worst of all. According to him, a soldier's greatest responsibility was not victory, glory, or obedience. It was survival. He told them that their true duty was to stay alive, return home safely, and value their own lives above everything else. The lesson left a lasting impression on everyone who heard it. Back in the present, 𝗵𝗄 smiles sadly as he remembers the comrades from his previous life who failed to survive despite learning that lesson. Pushing aside the painful memories, he tells 𝗂𝗲𝗯 that they should enter the fortress immediately. The giant recruit hesitates, intimidated by the grim atmosphere. He suggests waiting outside until things calm down. 𝗵𝗄 shakes his head and reminds him that they came here to become stronger. Standing around accomplishing nothing will not help them achieve that goal. Ignoring his friend's hesitation, 𝗵𝗄 strides confidently toward the enormous black gates. 𝗂𝗲𝗯 curses under his breath and rushes after him, unwilling to be left behind. Inside the fortress, chaos dominates the atmosphere. One furious veteran hurls his damaged training armor against a stack of crates and loudly curses the officers responsible for assigning the recent mission. He angrily reveals that the patrol report was inaccurate and that they unexpectedly encountered dozens of orcs along with a powerful orc mage. Another soldier desperately points out that a comrade's arm has been shattered beyond recognition. Without immediate treatment, the injured warrior could be permanently discharged from service. Nearby, the cruel motto of the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 unit hangs prominently on the wall. It reminds everyone that military discharge is not a privilege granted lightly. For many soldiers, punishment means either a lifetime rotting in prison or continuing to fight until death claims them on the battlefield. The wounded soldier cries out in despair, wondering how his injured companion will survive if he loses both his position and his arm. At that moment, Commander 𝗲𝗏 enters the room. His commanding presence instantly silences the commotion. Taking control of the situation, he orders someone to summon both an experienced physician and a temple cleric immediately. One veteran nervously warns him that temple healers charge outrageous prices and that none of the soldiers can afford the treatment. Without hesitation, 𝗏 throws a heavy pouch onto the counter. The bag contains 20 gold coins from his own personal savings. The soldiers stare at him in shock. One subordinate reminds him that the money was intended to pay for his mother's surgery. 𝗏 calmly replies that her condition has improved and that saving a comrade's life comes first. The room falls silent. Deeply moved by the commander's sacrifice, several soldiers begin adding their own savings to the growing pile. One young recruit even tries to contribute his few remaining coins. However, a scar-faced veteran immediately stops him. He orders the boy to save his money for replacing his worn-out boots. The recruit desperately insists on helping because he feels responsible for his superior's injury. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the veteran finally softens and praises his loyalty, before agreeing to summon the temple cleric immediately. As one soldier rushes off to carry out the order, 𝗏 turns his attention to another young warrior named 𝗏𝗯𝗃 and asks his age. Proudly, the recruit answers that he is 18 years old. The commander remarks that it has already been a full year since the youngest member of their unit enlisted. Looking toward the wounded soldier, 𝗏 quietly hopes that help will arrive before it is too late. Suddenly, another guard bursts into the room with urgent news. Excitedly, he announces that the new recruits mentioned earlier have finally arrived at the fortress. The veterans react with exhausted expressions and grim faces. No, one appears particularly excited. 𝗏 admits that he completely forgot about the arrivals because of the recent battle. Turning toward 𝗏𝗯𝗃, he calls the young soldier by name. The recruit immediately snaps to attention and delivers a flawless salute. Placing a friendly arm around his shoulders, 𝗏 invites him to accompany him to the entrance of the fortress so they can welcome the newest members of the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗃 unit. A faint smile appears on 𝗏's face as he calmly explains that they should properly welcome the unit's newest successors. Seated inside his office, the commander studies the two newcomers carefully and asks whether they are indeed the recruits assigned to the unit. His gaze first falls upon 𝗂𝗃, whose large physique immediately catches his attention. Silently, 𝗏 concludes that the giant possesses an excellent build for close combat. However, his attention soon shifts toward the far more unusual recruit standing beside him. Looking visibly surprised, the commander asks whether 𝗏𝗯𝗃 is truly only 13 years old. The young boy casually confirms that the information is correct. 𝗏𝗯𝗃 stares in shock, unable to understand why someone so young would voluntarily come to a place like this. 𝗏 glances down at the enlistment papers and sighs. Shaking his head, he admits that he no longer understands the mindset of modern youths. Eager to defend his friend, 𝗂𝗃 proudly announces that 𝗸𝗵𝗄 graduated as the #1 recruit and achieved the highest results in the entire training tournament. 𝗏 immediately dismisses the achievement, stating coldly that titles earned at training camp mean nothing inside this fortress, because the reality here is entirely different. 𝗸𝗵𝗄 calmly replies that he already understands that fact. Intrigued, the commander asks why he chose to enlist in such a place despite having other opportunities available. Receiving no direct answer, 𝗏 eventually decides not to press the matter further. Instead, he calls 𝗏𝗯𝗃 forward. The young veteran immediately steps ahead and salutes. 𝗏 orders him to escort the newcomers to the barracks, help them settle in, and assign them their first task. Turning toward the two recruits, 𝗏𝗯𝗃 adopts a serious expression and orders them to follow him. The trio walks silently through the fortress's dark stone corridors until they arrive at the dormitory section. Along the way, 𝗏𝗯𝗃 explains that traditional military ranks hold little meaning inside the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗃 unit. According to him, authority beneath the commanders is determined primarily by seniority and survival. Stopping before a weathered wooden door, he pushes it open and gestures inside. He tells them to choose any available bed, because none of them are likely to keep it for long. 𝗂𝗃 immediately frowns, confused by the grim statement. He asks what exactly 𝗏𝗯𝗃 means by that. Without warning, the veteran kicks him hard in the shin. 𝗂𝗃 yelps in pain and bends over while clutching his leg. Looking down at him with an unsettlingly serious expression, 𝗏𝗯𝗃 reveals the harsh truth. He explains that he has served in the unit for an entire year and remains the newest surviving member. Every recruit who arrived after him died on the battlefield. 𝗂𝗃 swallows nervously as the reality sinks in. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 remains completely unfazed. Having delivered his warning, 𝗷𝗲𝗄 orders them to unpack their belongings and clean the dormitory before receiving further instructions. The heavy door closes behind him, leaving the two newcomers alone inside the dusty room. 𝗂𝗲 immediately begins complaining about the veteran's attitude. 𝗵𝗄𝗯, however, lets out a restrained laugh. Annoyed, 𝗂𝗲 demands to know why he keeps smiling. The protagonist casually brushes the question aside and claims he simply finds the situation amusing. Secretly, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 feels nostalgic. Watching 𝗷𝗲𝗄 earlier reminded him of the exact same personality the young veteran possessed in his previous life. Calling 𝗂𝗲 over, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 grabs a cleaning cloth and tells him to get started. The giant stares at him in disbelief and asks whether he is actually serious. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 nods and explains that if cleaning is their assigned duty, then they should complete it properly. Handing over a cloth, he jokingly remarks that this can be considered their first official mission. 𝗂𝗲 loudly protests that he joined the army to become a warrior, not a janitor. Laughing, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 replies that the room should sparkle by the time they finish. Elsewhere inside the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 canteen, 𝗷𝗲𝗄 sits alone at a table with a troubled expression. Closing his eyes, he admits to himself that he is terrified. Over the past year, he has watched countless rookies arrive full of dreams and confidence, only to die shortly afterward. He remembers comforting frightened newcomers before their first patrols, assuring them that everything would be fine, and instructing them to stay behind the veterans. Yet all it took was a single mistake inside the forest for death to claim another life. Through painful experience, 𝗷𝗲𝗄 learned that the 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 garrison is a merciless place where survival is never guaranteed. Exhausted by grief and loss, he has grown tired of forming bonds with recruits who inevitably disappear. Even so, the two newcomers bother him in a strange way. In particular, 𝗵𝗄𝗯's eyes seemed oddly familiar, as though the boy already knew him. Later, while visiting a shoemaker, 𝗷𝗲𝗄 receives his repaired boots. After thanking the craftsman and leaving several coins on the counter, he prepares to leave. The merchant casually mentions seeing two lost-looking boys at the fortress entrance, and wonders whether they were the new recruits. Chuckling, he remarks that they looked so weak and harmless that he initially mistook them for ordinary guards. 𝗷𝗲𝗄 simply nods, says goodbye, and leaves the shop. As he walks back toward the barracks, he reflects on the new arrivals. He decides that their pride must be crushed immediately. In his experience, confidence, ambition, and arrogance only get soldiers killed in a place like this. Determined to teach them reality as quickly as possible, 𝗷𝗲𝗄 returns to the dormitory expecting to find a complete disaster. He assumes the room will be filthy and that the cleaning assignment was ignored. 𝗷𝗲𝗄 slowly opened the dormitory door, expecting to find a complete disaster and a half-hearted cleaning job. Instead, he froze in shock. The room looked completely different. Every corner sparkled as if it had been renovated overnight. Standing proudly in the middle of the spotless dormitory was 𝗵𝗄𝗯, his face covered in dust and a bandana tied around his head. With a cheerful grin, he saluted the returning veteran and proudly presented the room. The other veterans stared in disbelief. One jokingly asked 𝗷𝗲𝗄 if he had tortured the rookies into cleaning that thoroughly. 𝗷𝗲𝗄 could only stammer in confusion. Usually, recruits barely pretended to clean, yet somehow these two had transformed the room into something completely unrecognizable. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 politely offered him a cleaning bucket and asked if he would like to inspect their work personally. Looking around at the flawless results, 𝗷𝗲𝗄 couldn't help wondering if such perfect obedience was some strange form of provocation. Before he could answer, a loud laugh echoed through the corridor. Commander Terran stepped into the room, laughing heartily as he admired the spotless dormitory. The veterans exchanged shocked glances. None of them could remember the commander laughing like that. After regaining his composure, Terran summoned the two recruits forward and asked whether they had truly cleaned the entire room by themselves. 𝗵𝗄𝗯 immediately confirmed it with enthusiasm. When asked why they had worked so hard, when they could have simply faked the task like everyone else, 𝗵𝗄𝗯 replied that he was only carrying out veteran 𝗷𝗲𝗄's orders with proper respect for the military hierarchy. Terran studied the young boy carefully. Years of warfare had taught him how to judge soldiers, yet 𝗵𝗄𝗯 remained impossible to read. 𝗂𝗲 clearly possessed the strength and physique of a frontline warrior, but the commander sensed there was something far deeper hidden within the young prodigy. The commander introduced the newcomers to the rest of the unit, and several veterans welcomed them warmly. During the conversation, one soldier wondered aloud when the endless war would finally come to an end. 𝗵𝗄𝗏 answered calmly that the war would only end if they surrendered. The room fell silent. One veteran closed his eyes and asked 𝗵𝗄𝗏 to promise that he would survive. The boy found the request strange, but the veteran insisted. Though 𝗵𝗄𝗏 gave no direct answer, the moment stayed with him. That night, 𝗵𝗄𝗏 woke from an unsettling dream. Memories of his previous life flooded back. He remembered finding a dear friend dead on the battlefield, and recalled how he had fought desperately afterward, surviving the war longer than many of his comrades. Frustrated by the memories and unable to return to sleep, he left the dormitory and headed toward the forest to practice his mana cultivation. While training in the darkness, he heard the sound of steel cutting through the air. Looking deeper into the woods, he spotted 𝗶𝗏𝗏 practicing alone. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 smiled faintly. Even in his previous life, 𝗶𝗏𝗏 had always been obsessed with training. He also noticed that the young warrior was still using the same oversized weapon that didn't suit his natural speed and agility. The following day, the soldiers assembled at the base of Rocky Mountain for a brutal endurance exercise. Several veterans began taking bets on how quickly the rookies would collapse from exhaustion. Coins piled up as soldiers laughed and mocked the newcomers. 𝗂𝗲𝗏 became visibly irritated by the ridicule, but 𝗵𝗄𝗏 simply observed the atmosphere. Without warning, the young recruit walked directly toward the betting veterans. The soldiers looked surprised as 𝗵𝗏𝗏 calmly asked if he could join the wager. They laughed and questioned whether a rookie even had enough money to participate. In response, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 produced a shining gold coin and placed it before them. He boldly declared that he would finish first in the endurance challenge. The veterans burst into laughter, but accepted the bet. If 𝗵𝗏𝗏 somehow won, he could take all the money. However, if he lost, he would be responsible for everyone's laundry for an entire month. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 agreed but added one final condition. If he won, he wanted a full month free from training duties. The veterans immediately protested, but before anyone could refuse, Commander 𝗏𝗏𝗏 appeared and accepted the proposal himself. The soldiers were stunned. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 then called over 𝗶𝗏𝗏 and ordered him to participate as well. 𝗶𝗏𝗏 hesitated and claimed it would be a waste of money, since the outcome was obvious. The commander merely tossed him a coin and informed him that his entry fee would be covered. Commander 𝗏𝗏𝗏 assures 𝗵𝗄𝗏 that he will honor his promise of granting free time if the boy truly manages to outperform the veterans. At the same time, he warns the experienced soldiers that anyone who loses the challenge will be subjected to a brutal training session. The threat immediately changes the atmosphere. The veterans glare at the rookie with open hostility, determined to crush him with everything they have. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 remains completely satisfied with the outcome. His objective extends far beyond winning a simple wager. More than anything, he wants to break the hopeless atmosphere that has consumed the 𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗁 unit and slowly drained the soldiers of their will to survive. Taking his position, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 officially announces the beginning of the day's endurance exercise. He points toward a massive pile of heavy logs and explains that every participant must carry one all the way to the summit of the mountain. Groans immediately spread through the group. Several soldiers complain about the sudden change in routine, only to receive a furious order from the commander. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 barks at everyone to grab a log and start moving immediately. The soldiers begin their difficult ascent up the rocky slope. Carrying the enormous wooden beams proves absolutely exhausting. Sweat pours from their bodies as the crushing weight taxes every muscle. One veteran quietly wonders what motivated the commander to create such a cruel challenge. Another assumes the entire exercise exists solely to make the rookies collapse from exhaustion. While struggling uphill, one soldier suddenly notices something strange. Looking around in confusion, he realizes he can no longer see 𝗵𝗏𝗏 anywhere among the climbers. At first, he assumes the boy must have fallen behind. However, when he finally spots him, his jaw nearly drops. Far ahead of everyone else, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 is already climbing the mountain at an astonishing pace. Although the climb is tiring, the young recruit continues steadily upward with his heavy log. During the ascent, he glances toward the mysterious ring on his finger and quickly realizes something unexpected. The artifact is not merely reducing his own body weight, It is also reducing the apparent weight of the log he is carrying. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he silently congratulates himself for choosing such an excellent reward from the royal arsenal. Maintaining a calm rhythm, 𝗵𝗵 continues climbing while wondering where the veterans have gone. When he finally looks back, he discovers that nearly all of them have fallen far behind. Only a single soldier remains close enough to keep pace with him. That soldier is 𝗷𝗲𝗯. The blonde veteran continues climbing relentlessly, breathing heavily as exhaustion begins catching up to him. Nevertheless, he refuses to slow down. Keeping his eyes fixed on the trail ahead, 𝗷𝗲𝗯 knows that his stubborn opponent will soon reach the summit. Suddenly, before the competition can conclude, a messenger bursts into the fortress courtyard. Sprinting toward Commander Taran, he urgently calls for the officer's attention. Pointing toward the fortress walls, the guard warns that something serious has happened. Taran immediately turns and freezes in shock. Flying above the fortress is a crimson warning banner, the dreaded red flag that signals a state of maximum emergency. The entire garrison erupts into motion. Soldiers rapidly gather in front of the fortress gates, while officers rush to assess the situation. Irritated by the interruption, Taran demands an explanation. The messenger reports multiple casualties within the 𝗁𝗲𝗄𝗃 forest. The commander immediately asks who the victims are and learns that they were civilian gatherers who entered a forbidden region of the woods. Frustrated, he complains about civilians ignoring safety restrictions and demands to know what kind of monster attacked them. To his surprise, nobody can identify the creature responsible. Even more alarming, the victims have been accompanied by 6 mercenaries. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Taran asks how many soldiers are immediately available. When informed that only 70 can mobilize quickly, he orders all lightly wounded personnel removed from consideration and instructs the officers to assemble 50 elite warriors without delay. Deep in thought, he reflects on the growing number of incidents occurring within the forest and begins wondering whether something unusual is happening there. Within minutes, armed soldiers line up throughout the garrison courtyard, fully prepared for battle. Taran orders everyone to ready their weapons and prepare for deployment. Just as the force is about to depart, hurried footsteps approach from behind. 𝗵𝗵𝗯 and 𝗂𝗲𝗁 step forward. The 2 recruits announce that they intend to accompany the expedition. The commander immediately rejects the idea. He reminds them that real combat is entirely different from training and orders them to remain inside the fortress. However, the rookies refuse to back down. They argue that they can assist by transporting supplies and equipment in the rear lines. Considering their exceptional stamina, Taran reluctantly acknowledges that extra carriers could be useful. After a brief pause, he agrees on one strict condition: they must remain in the rear and avoid direct combat under all circumstances. Accepting the compromise, the 2 recruits immediately prepare for departure. Taran orders 𝗷𝗲𝗯 to hand over additional supplies and baggage to the newcomers. As the veteran distributes the equipment, he begins speaking in an unusually serious tone. According to him, something horrifying lurks within the depths of the forest. 𝗵𝗵𝗯 initially finds the story absurd. Nevertheless, 𝗷𝗲𝗯 insists that what he witnessed was no ordinary monster. He explains that he once saw a terrifying orc seemingly possessed by a demonic force. According to his account, the creature brutally beat a steel wolf to death with its bare hands. Clenching his fists, 𝗷𝗲𝗯 recalls how his unit was forced to retreat because of the overwhelming threat. In his mind, that monster alone was responsible for the destruction of many comrades he cared about. The information leaves 𝗵𝗵𝗯 puzzled. Unable to make sense of the fragmented story, he decides that the only way to uncover the truth is to see the situation firsthand. For now, serving as a porter will give him the opportunity to observe everything safely. Once preparations are complete, Commander Taran moves to the front of the assembled force and asks whether everyone has secured their supplies. After receiving confirmation, he reviews the safety protocols. He repeatedly stresses the importance of avoiding the most dangerous routes whenever possible. Before giving the final order, he turns toward the soldiers and reminds them of the most important rule in the Neo-Callus unit: return alive. The march finally begins. As the column advances toward the wilderness, 𝗵𝗵𝗯 feels a surge of anticipation. This will be his first true expedition since returning to the past. With a focused expression and unwavering confidence, he prepares himself for what he considers his real battlefield debut. Several hours later, the force reaches the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon arrival, Terran orders the soldiers to split into groups of 3 and begin a systematic search of the surrounding area. Wanting to keep a close eye on the inexperienced recruits, the commander personally instructs 𝗸𝗵𝘄 and 𝗂𝗲𝗁 to remain near him throughout the operation. Crossing the boundary of the Forbidden Forest, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 carefully studies his surroundings. At first glance, the woods appear completely ordinary, no different from any other forest he has seen before. 𝗸𝗵𝘄's expression suddenly darkens as an overwhelming pressure settles over the forest. The sensation instantly reminds him of the battlefields from his previous life, causing every survival instinct in his body to flare into action. Tightening his grip on his spear, he becomes certain that the forest is far more dangerous than it appears. Moments later, a sharp sound cuts through the silence, forcing the entire patrol to stop. Commander Taran immediately rushes toward the source, believing the scouts may have discovered something important. When he arrives, one of the soldiers urgently waves him over. The sight awaiting them is horrifying. Several bodies lie scattered across the forest floor, their remains broken and mangled. Weapons are strewn nearby, suggesting that the victims were too terrified to mount any meaningful resistance. Taran studies the area carefully and notices several enormous tree trunks split cleanly in half. Shocked by the destruction, he wonders whether a giant bear could be responsible. Another soldier suggests an ogre, but the commander dismisses both possibilities, arguing that no ordinary creature native to the region could cause such devastation. While the others inspect the scene, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 quietly moves deeper into the woods. Something about the massacre feels unusual to him. Hidden among the vegetation, he discovers the carcass of a massive red bear. Kneeling beside it, he examines the wounds and notices enormous claw marks carved deep into its flesh. Judging by their size, the attacker must possess paws far larger than any normal beast. Calling Taran over, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 points out the evidence and explains that the wounds reveal the true source of the carnage. The commander is impressed by the observation and asks where a rookie learned such tracking skills. Without hesitation, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 claims that his father was a hunter and that he learned many things from listening to his stories. Nearby, 𝗂𝗁 almost exposes the lie, remembering that 𝗸𝗵𝘄 previously said his father was an imperial soldier. However, one sharp glare from 𝗸𝗵𝘄 is enough to silence him instantly. Realizing they lack crucial information about the enemy, Taran orders the search operation cancelled and commands the soldiers to recover the bodies before retreating. 𝗸𝗵𝘄 silently agrees with the decision. Continuing the mission without understanding their opponent would be reckless suicide. Although the commander can be strict, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 acknowledges that Taran possesses excellent judgment. As the soldiers hurriedly gather the victims, Taran urges everyone to move quickly and leave the forest immediately. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoes from above. 𝗸𝗵𝘄's eyes widen in alarm, and he shouts a warning at the top of his lungs. A gigantic boulder crashes down from the sky and slams into the formation with a deafening impact. Several soldiers scream as they become trapped beneath the massive stone. Chaos erupts instantly as nobody can comprehend where such a projectile came from. Knowing there is no time to waste, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 immediately calls for 𝗂𝗁's help. The giant responds without hesitation, using every ounce of his immense strength to lift the enormous rock. Beside him, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 channels purple mana throughout his body and pushes with all his might. Together, they slowly force the boulder upward, allowing the trapped soldiers to be pulled free. The injured men are quickly dragged to safety, while medics rush to assess their condition. One soldier is in particularly bad shape, causing Taran to despair over his injuries. At that moment, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 hands over a medicinal herb and instructs the wounded man to chew it immediately. The commander instantly recognizes the plant and warns that it is poisonous if consumed improperly. Calmly, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 reveals several special seeds and explains that they neutralize the toxin when taken together. Taran watches in astonishment, increasingly puzzled by how a 13-year-old recruit possesses knowledge that many veterans lack. Before the commander can question him further, 𝗸𝗵𝘄 urgently warns that they need to retreat. The boulder did not fall naturally, and whatever threw it is still nearby. At that exact moment, A colossal crash shakes the entire forest. The ground trembles violently beneath their feet as a monstrous creature emerges from the shadows. The beast's crimson eyes glow with a terrifying light, and its sheer size leaves even the veterans speechless. None of them have ever seen a black bear of such enormous proportions. Recovering quickly, 𝗏𝗏 draws his weapon and orders everyone into formation. Soldiers raise their spears and swords while attempting to establish a defensive line. However, the enraged beast moves with shocking speed. With a thunderous roar, it launches itself directly at the formation. Desperate warnings echo through the ranks as soldiers dive aside to avoid the devastating sweep of its claws. 𝗏𝗏 orders the healthy troops to protect the wounded while focusing their attacks on the monster's legs. One powerful veteran named 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗽 charges forward, raising his massive battle axe. Letting out a fierce war cry, he swings with all his strength and lands a direct hit. The axe tears through the creature's hide and draws blood, but the victory is short-lived. 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗽 quickly realizes that his strongest attack, an attack capable of cleaving through an orc, barely penetrated the monster's flesh. He stands frozen in disbelief as the terrifying reality sinks in. Seeing the danger, 𝗏𝗏 rushes forward and shouts for him to stay focused. The enormous, corrupted black bear suddenly lashed out with a devastating swipe, smashing into the soldiers at the front of the formation. One veteran was struck directly and sent flying across the battlefield, crashing helplessly through the grass. With its crimson eyes glowing menacingly, the monstrous beast lumbered toward the fallen warrior, raising its massive claw for a killing strike. Before the attack could land, Commander 𝗏𝗏 rushed forward and intercepted the beast with his sword. Furious at the sight of his wounded comrades, he vowed not to let the creature escape alive. After witnessing several soldiers fall, he shouted for everyone to continue attacking without hesitation. Ordering a full assault, he commanded the troops to strike relentlessly until they broke through the monster's thick hide. As 𝗏𝗏𝗰𝗽 attempted to move closer, an experienced veteran stopped him and ordered the rookies to stay back. At the same moment, 𝗏𝗏 called out to 𝗏𝗏𝗏. The young warrior immediately answered and charged forward with his heavy weapon. With a powerful strike, he slashed deep into the creature's hind leg, causing blood to spray across the battlefield. The corrupted bear released a deafening roar of pain and finally collapsed to one knee from the severity of the wound. Seeing his chance, Commander 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stepped forward and pointed his shining sword directly at the beast. Declaring that the battle was over, he gathered a powerful surge of mana around himself. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's eyes widened as he sensed the intense energy radiating from the commander. Channeling his bright mystical power, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 launched himself into the air and delivered the decisive blow that finally brought down the monstrous creature. The soldiers immediately celebrated their victory, venting their frustration and relief by kicking the defeated beast's corpse. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 carefully examined the strange black patches covering the animal's hide. He had never encountered such a creature before, and sensed that something was terribly wrong. One concerned soldier asked whether the dark markings could be contagious, like a disease. While everyone discussed the strange corruption, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 silently studied the carcass. He already recognized the signs. It was unmistakably demon corruption. Based on what he knew from his previous life, there could only be one explanation for a beast mutating in such a manner. Somewhere nearby existed a source of demonic energy. Realizing the danger, he concluded that locating the origin of the corruption had become their most urgent priority. Commander 𝗏𝗏𝗏 ordered Aaron to secure the area and instructed Brent to skin the creature so its hide could be crafted into armor. Before anyone could proceed, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 stepped forward and firmly warned them not to use the hide under any circumstances. The commander turned toward him in surprise and demanded an explanation for such a serious warning. Looking closely at the boy, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 realized once again that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 possessed knowledge far beyond what a normal recruit should know. Sensing that there was more to the situation than he understood, the commander immediately changed his orders. He instructed everyone to leave the carcass untouched and prepare to return to the fortress. Then, with a mysterious expression, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 called 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 forward and ordered him to follow. As the platoon quickly began its retreat through the forest, the young recruit silently accompanied the commander back toward the base. Later, after the encounter, the commander summons 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to his office for a private conversation. Sitting respectfully across from him, the young recruit listens as Taran asks whether he knows anything about the strange creature they encountered. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 calmly explains that, based on its appearance and behavior, he believes the beast has been corrupted by demonic energy. The revelation immediately unsettles the commander. He asks whether such corruption could be connected to the forbidden powers used by dark mages. The possibility troubles him deeply. If dark magic is truly involved, the threat facing the region could be far greater than anyone realizes. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 admits that there is no definitive proof yet, but he believes there are only two realistic explanations. Either a dark mage is operating somewhere within the forest, or something far more terrifying is hiding there, waiting in the shadows. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 calmly explains that demonic energy is power borrowed from malevolent entities, and that anyone exposed to it for too long inevitably meets a horrific fate. As he speaks, memories from his previous life surface in his mind. He remembers that the bronze 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 forest once concealed a corrupted mystical stone, the source of a catastrophe that would eventually shake the entire empire. What troubles him most is that the corruption appeared far earlier than it should have. In the timeline he remembers, the cursed stone was only discovered after a devastating tragedy claimed countless lives. Realizing this, 𝗵𝗄𝗃's eyes widen in alarm. The recent incidents are not isolated accidents, but merely the beginning of something far worse. He understands that the malignant energy will continue spreading, corrupting beasts and transforming them into monsters. Determined to prevent the disaster before it grows beyond control, he secretly resolves to destroy the corrupted stone as soon as possible. Commander Taran listens carefully, but soon grows suspicious. He asks how a 13-year-old boy could possibly know so much about forbidden matters, such as demonic corruption. Without hesitation, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 repeats the same lie he has used countless times, claiming that everything he knows came from stories told by his father. Desperate for information, the commander presses further and asks for more details about those experiences. Understanding the soldier's need for answers, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 reluctantly fabricates another believable story and shares it with the commander. The following morning, sunlight pours over the fortress as soldiers slowly awaken inside the barracks. 𝗂𝗲𝗁 stretches with a groan and complains that the previous patrol left every muscle in his body aching. Before anyone can settle into the day, the dormitory door suddenly bursts open. A soldier rushes inside, carrying urgent news. He announces that the dangerous bronze 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 forest has been officially closed by direct order of the High Command. The room immediately erupts with celebration. Many soldiers are delighted by the prospect of extra rest and time to recover from their injuries. While everyone else rejoices, 𝗂𝗲𝗁 notices that 𝗵𝗄𝗃 remains unusually serious. Curious, he asks why his friend seems troubled. 𝗵𝗄𝗃 hides his concern and agrees that the break is beneficial, but privately he worries that delaying action will only allow the corruption to spread further. Later, while walking through the fortress corridors, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 notices several soldiers wearing the distinctive armor of the imperial garrison. Their presence immediately catches his attention. Inside the command office, an arrogant imperial officer sits comfortably in Taran's chair, with his arms crossed. When the commander enters, he asks what prompted such a sudden visit. The official explains that the temple detected a powerful malicious presence connected to the corrupted bear's corpse and has agreed to cooperate with the investigation. Hearing this, Taran is shocked to realize that 𝗵𝗄𝗃's deductions may have been completely correct. The imperial officer explains that a joint expedition involving temple clerics will soon be organized to investigate the forest. Due to the unusual nature of the threat, he specifically requests the recruit, who possesses knowledge about demonic corruption. Taran immediately attempts to protect 𝗵𝗄𝗃, arguing that the boy is only a rookie. However, the visitor counters that 𝗵𝗄𝗃 was the one who discovered the vital clues. Knowing that refusal could bring severe consequences from his superiors, Taran reluctantly agrees. With a tense expression, he orders Aaron to summon 𝗵𝗄𝗃 immediately. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗄𝗃 already senses that another complication is approaching. As he walks alone through the fortress that evening, he wonders how long he can maintain the commander's trust before eventually revealing the truth. The scene opens on the formidable walls of a towering military fortress, the undeniable aura of the kingdom's glory hanging heavy in the air. The view quickly shifts inside as 𝗵𝗄𝗃, a young red-haired recruit, casually strides into the imposing command center. His simple, unarmored clothing instantly draws the bewildered stares of the heavily armed guards standing watch. Approaching the massive wooden desk, Damien stands face to face with the grizzled, battle-scarred base commander. The veteran officer grimly begins to outline a new, daunting assignment, heavily emphasizing that the rookie has every right to completely refuse the dangerous call. But without a single second of hesitation, Damien fiercely volunteers. Beneath his eager exterior, a sharp, calculating glint flashes in his eyes. He secretly knows that taking this risky deployment is his absolute best chance to track down a specific, terrifying beast, tainted by foul, demonic energy. Visibly stunned by the boy's fearless, almost unnatural enthusiasm, the veteran commander yields, agreeing to set the official schedule and dismissing the recruit. The scene cuts to the dusty grounds just outside the massive fortress gates. Still deeply unsettled by the boy's reckless confidence, the commander presses him one last time, urgently offering a protective escort of seasoned senior squad members for the journey. Flashing a chillingly calm, arrogant smile, Damien flatly rejects the backup. Internally, he coldly calculates that dragging slow veterans along would only ruin his chances of a lightning-fast escape if the mission suddenly goes to hell. With a heavy, exasperated sigh, the veteran's expression darkens as he delivers a stern, ironclad command. Under no circumstances is the rookie permitted to engage in actual combat. Feigning total innocence, Damien lightly brushes off the grave warning. He playfully promises to merely gather some medicinal herbs for the squad and return in one piece, before confidently marching off toward the treacherous wilds. Left behind in the dust, the dumbfounded commander and his lieutenant can only watch the boys retreating back, quietly muttering in sheer disbelief at the arrival of such an insanely unpredictable anomaly. The scene instantly shifts to the eerie, mist-shrouded perimeter of the Bronzerian forest. A massive, heavily armed battalion marches deep into the treacherous woods, an overwhelmingly impressive lineup assembled specifically to hunt down a forbidden dark mage. Leading the vanguard are the stern, battle-hardened Aircall Guard Captain 𝗲𝗲𝗁 and the enigmatic Adelant Temple priest, 𝗂𝗽𝗲. The tense, quiet march is abruptly shattered when Captain 𝗲𝗁 spots the red-haired rookie, Damien. Attempting to throw his weight around, the veteran captain fiercely confronts the boy, expecting immediate subservience, but Damien coldly shuts him down. With a mocking smirk, the young soldier utterly dismisses the veteran's authority, callously stating that since they belong to completely different military units, the captain's rank is utterly meaningless. Leaving the absolutely enraged and dumbfounded captain sputtering in the dirt, Damien strides forward with a terrifyingly casual arrogance. Watching the bizarre, disrespectful exchange unfold, Priest 𝗂𝗃's attention is sharply drawn to the fearless recruit. When the fuming captain reveals that this mere boy was the very first person to raise the alarm about demonic energy in the region, 𝗂𝗃's glowing golden eyes narrow with intense, piercing scrutiny. Gliding over to the young soldier, the holy priest practically corners him, silently demanding an explanation for his unnatural, highly suspicious knowledge of the dark arts. For a split second, a flash of calculating caution crosses Damien's face as he internally wonders if the perceptive priest has already seen right through his facade. Quickly masking his guard, Damien confidently spins a flawless narrative. He calmly attributes his dark knowledge to the teachings of his late father, effortlessly diffusing her suspicion. Pushing the story forward, he vividly recounts the visceral horror of inspecting a mangled monster corpse alongside the high priest. Drawing on his absolute knowledge of the local wildlife, Damien paints a terrifying, vivid picture of a beast, completely alien to the forest. A monstrous, shadowy predator, violently corrupted by foul demonic energy, its flesh ruined by rotting black spots and its eyes burning with a murderous, unnatural crimson light. The priest accepts the young soldier's explanation about his late father, wrapping up her questioning with a polite nod. With the tension momentarily past, Captain 𝗲𝗁 loudly commands the entire unit to push deeper into the dark forest, ordering everyone to stay on high alert for anything out of the ordinary. As the heavy footsteps of the marching soldiers echo through the woods, Damien quietly slips to the edge of the formation. He figures the regular troops can handle the basic scouting, but he knows he needs to move further in to intercept his true target. Suddenly, a guard spots Damien crouching in the thick brush and panics, shouting out to the others that a monster might be lurking. Weapons are drawn, but the panic instantly turns to annoyance when they realize Damien is just happily digging up a rare, mana-restoring root. Feeling completely foolish, the embarrassed guards furiously yell at the rookie, asking if he thinks he is on a forest picnic. Damien's innocent act immediately drops. He shoots the shouting guard, a cold, dead-eyed glare, chillingly warning the man that running his mouth will lead to an early grave. He calmly reminds the angry soldiers that searching is their job, not his. When the guard complains about being startled, Damien mercilessly mocks their cowardly reactions. He points out that if a rustling bush is enough to make them shake in fear, their pathetic skill level is dragging the entire guard unit's reputation through the mud. Before the furious guard can snap back, 𝗵𝗵𝘴𝗆𝗆 steps right into the middle of the argument to shut it down. He strictly scolds Damien for his impulsive behavior, warning the boy not to do anything else that might ruin the search operation. Playing the part of a cooperative recruit, Damien lightly agrees to stay within the designated area. With a heavy, exhausted sigh, the captain turns away from the headache-inducing rookie and orders his men to drop their heavy gear to begin a thorough sweep of the grounds. The quiet search is suddenly shattered when the dense bushes violently rustle. A terrifying swarm of glowing red eyes pierces through the dark foliage, and the frantic call to prepare for battle rings out across the unit as a massive horde of monsters breaks from the tree line. At first glance, the veteran guards smugly shrug off the ambush. Seeing only a standard pack of wild orcs, they confidently draw their weapons, expecting a quick and easy slaughter. But their arrogant smiles instantly vanish the second they get a closer look. One of the soldiers freezes in pure horror as he spots the sickly black marks and burning crimson eyes covering the beasts. The horrifying truth sets in. These are no ordinary monsters, but savage orcs completely warped by foul demonic energy. With a deafening roar, a massive corrupted beast launches itself at the front line. Moving with a terrifying unnatural speed, the monster easily closes the gap before anyone can react. A heavy blade violently swings down toward the paralyzed guard. The others scream for him to fall back, but it is already too late. The terrified soldier completely freezes, bracing for a brutal death as he realizes the strike is simply too fast to dodge. But the deadly blow never lands. A deafening metallic clash echoes through the forest as the heavy attack is perfectly deflected. Snapping out of his shock, the trembling guard looks up to see the red-haired rookie, Damien, firmly planted in a flawless defensive stance. Gripping his spear, Damien fiercely scolds the frozen soldier to get a grip. With a sharp, glowing aura flaring around him, the young recruit coldly asks the terrified veteran just how much further he plans to drag their unit's proud reputation into the mud. The scene opens in a dense forest clearing as a disciplined squad of soldiers rapidly scrambles into a defensive V formation to intercept an incoming threat. Facing the impending ambush, the seasoned Captain Vassal swiftly organizes his ranks, explicitly assigning a trio of his men to form a tight, protective guard around the white-robed priestess, Claire. Observing the organized chaos from the sidelines, Damien quietly acknowledges Vassal's veteran composure and deep field experience. The tension breaks violently as a horde of massive, red-eyed orcs crashes heavily into the human front line. The sheer brute strength of the monsters immediately overwhelms the defenders, knocking soldiers backward and leaving Claire dangerously exposed. Provoked into a feral frenzy by the natural toxicity of her holy presence, the ferocious orcs lock their sights solely on the priestess and charge murderously toward her. With death bearing down on her, Claire desperately clasps her hands in deep prayer, squeezing her eyes shut as she summons her magic. A blinding, radiant explosion of divine power erupts from her body, washing over the battlefield and severely agonizing the encroaching monsters. Yet, despite the holy intervention, Damien watches the grim reality unfold. The defensive line is crumbling, and the soldiers will inevitably be slaughtered if the battle continues at this pace. Though he was explicitly ordered by Vassal to stay entirely out of the fight, Damien realizes he has absolutely no choice but to break protocol. Gripping his weapon tightly, Damien blasts forward, his body trailing a fierce, crackling purple aura as he lunges high into the air above the chaotic clash. Descending with blinding speed, he executes a devastating fluid strike that instantly slashes through the necks of two towering orcs simultaneously. The massive beasts crash lifelessly to the forest floor, leaving a battered soldier staring in absolute, stunned and overwhelming display of lethal force. Landing from his lethal strike, Damien locks eyes with the stunned soldier guarding the priestess and issues a sharp command for him to abandon his post and reinforce the front line. Though momentarily hesitant, the soldier quickly bows to Damien's fierce authority and sprints back into the fray, leaving the young spearman to assume the role of Claire's sole protector. Turning his attention to the priestess, Damien finds Claire completely paralyzed by terror, her eyes blown wide and her body trembling violently under the weight of the gruesome slaughter unfolding around her. Realizing she is entirely consumed by shell shock, and that her earlier burst of magic was merely a blind panic response, Damien roughly grabs her by the shoulders, giving her a sharp grounding shake to snap her back to reality. Forcing her to look past her fear, he points directly into the heart of the chaotic melee, where the soldiers are being pushed to their absolute limits, firmly instructing her to channel every ounce of her divine power and unleash it upon the battlefield. Swallowing her terror, Claire nods resolutely and drops to her knees, tightly gripping her holy staff to focus her magic. As she plunges into deep, desperate prayer, a blistering ring of divine fire erupts from the earth around her. The sheer magnitude of the magic explodes outward in a colossal, blinding starburst of holy light, leaving Damien watching in absolute astonishment as he realizes he had severely underestimated her. This is not ordinary magic, but the overwhelming, devastating power of a high priest. The purifying light crashes over the horde of orcs like a tidal wave, blinding the monsters and sending them into agonizing, helpless fits of pain. Recognizing the miraculous opening, the battered soldiers immediately rally and launch a brutal, roaring counteroffensive, ruthlessly hacking through the incapacitated beasts and turning the tide of the skirmish. In an instant, the gruesome thud of a severed orc head rolling to a halt on the bloody grass finally signals the end of the brutal skirmish. The surviving soldiers, heavily battered and gasping for air, stand amidst the carnage in stunned relief. Wiping the grime and sweat from his exhausted face, Captain Vassal immediately shifts his focus to the grim reality of the aftermath, ordering a swift count of their casualties. A heavy, mournful silence falls over the veteran commander as he learns that 8 of his men have perished, prompting him to order the careful, solemn retrieval of their bodies so no one is left behind in the dirt. Seeking tactical guidance, Vassal approaches Claire, questioning if they need to press deeper into the treacherous woods to root out the source. The priestess firmly rejects the idea. Crouching beside the massive corpse of a slain beast, she examines the unnatural aura seeping from its flesh. She chillingly reveals that the creatures were entirely corrupted by demonic energy, indicating the forest itself is heavily tainted and a far more sinister, unimaginable threat is brewing in its darkest depths. Realizing the sheer scale of the danger, Vassal declares the absolute necessity to fall back, formally report the demonic presence, and assemble a massive official subjugation force. Overhearing the grim tactical shift, Damien cannot hide a sharp, knowing smirk. His mind immediately races with anticipation, calculating that a large-scale holy crusade against demonic forces will inevitably place his own Neo-Calit's unit right at the brutal vanguard of the coming war. His internal scheming is briefly interrupted when the soldier he had rescued earlier approaches, offering deep, trembling gratitude for saving his life. Keeping a low profile, the young spearman humbly brushes off the praise, acting as though his lethal intervention was nothing more than a passing reflex. With the immediate threat neutralized, the young spearman kneels quietly in the blood-stained grass, meticulously gathering handfuls of fresh green herbs and packing them into his sack, internally lamenting the immense effort it took to harvest them for his unit. Securing his heavy bag, Damien approaches his veteran captain. Interrupting the commander's thoughts, he bluntly demands that Vassal take action to absolutely crush the local Urkel herbalists. The seasoned commander is left staring in utter bewilderment at the sudden, bizarre request. Without missing a beat, Damien passionately vents his frustrations, explaining that the city's merchants are shamelessly extorting people by charging 5 times the normal rate for medical supplies, completely draining his hard-earned hazard pay in the process. Forcefully shoving the heavy sack of gathered herbs directly into Vassal's chest, the young spearman insists the captain use the freshly picked stash to treat their wounded soldiers to bypass the outrageous costs. Captain Vassal's initial shock quickly melts into deep, genuine gratitude as he looks at the young warrior, solemnly thanking him for the life-saving contribution. Immediately pivoting back to his grim duties, Vassal raises his voice over the clearing, bellowing the final orders to initiate a full retreat and commanding his surviving men to painstakingly gather the bodies and tend to the injured. As the battered squad scrambles to carry out the withdrawal, Damien casually walks away from the carnage, spear in hand. Watching his retreating figure, Claire remains entirely silent, but a soft, warm smile finally breaks through the lingering terror on her veiled face, her previous shock completely replaced by a profound, gentle intrigue. The scene shifts completely to the quiet interior of a command office. Damien stands at attention in front of a large desk, formally reporting back to his superior. The commander, who is sitting with a fresh bandage wrapped around his head, asks the young spearman if anything happened during their mission. Damien replies calmly that nothing in particular happened, explaining that they went deep into the forest for their search. He states clearly that the priestess confirmed the presence of demonic energy coming directly from the orc unit they encountered there. Hearing this grim report, the commander closes his eyes and quietly acknowledges the severe news. Without wasting any time, Commander reaches out and slides a small box across the wooden desk. He explains to the Damien that the Urkel garrison captain specifically told him to hand this item over to him. The young spearman stares down at the small box in his hands, completely confused, and questions what it could possibly be. The bandaged commander admits his own ignorance, but relays a powerful message attached to the unexpected gift. Taran explains that along with the garrison captain's deep gratitude comes a firm promise of a massive, sweeping audit of all the corrupt local herb gatherers, guaranteeing that the outrageous medical prices will instantly be slashed in half. Hearing the fantastic news, a subtle, highly satisfied smirk crosses Damien's face as he realizes his plan to ruin the greedy merchants worked perfectly. The commander formally dismisses the boy, and Damien respectfully leaves the dim office. Once the heavy wooden door clicks shut, the scene shifts to reveal Captain Vassal sitting quietly in the shadows of the very same room. Breaking the silence, Vassal addresses the bandaged commander, stating firmly that the young recruit is far beyond anything ordinary. When Taran questions this bold claim, Vassal drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the kid is actually capable of wielding real mana in combat. Taran is left in absolute shock, his eyes slowly drifting over to the massive sack of freshly gathered herbs Damien had aggressively handed over earlier. His mind races as he realizes the boy could have easily made an absolute fortune, selling those rare medicinal plants at market value. Yet he chose to selflessly surrender every last leaf just to ensure his injured comrades were treated for free. The scene completely shifts to a quiet, stone-paved corridor where Damien walks alone, staring curiously at the small wooden box gifted by the commander. Judging by its compact size, the young spearman assumes it might just be a simple ring artifact, but as he clicks the lid open, his eyes widen in absolute shock. Resting inside on a red velvet cushion is a glowing, vibrant blue potion, a ridiculously rare and priceless elixir meant specifically for massive mana enhancement. His mind violently races, wondering how on earth the corrupt garrison captain managed to get his hands on something so incredibly valuable. Pushing the thought aside, Damien decides with a sly, greedy grin that he will gratefully consume the treasure himself. However, his internal victory is suddenly shattered when a massive, blonde-haired comrade sneaks up directly behind him in the hallway. Completely caught off guard, the startled spearman violently spins around, accidentally planting a hard reflex elbow right into the giant soldier's chest. The burly man stumbles back with a heavy groan, clutching his ribs and suspiciously demanding to know why the boy is so incredibly jumpy and what he just frantically stuffed into his jacket. Sweating nervously and awkwardly looking away to play it cool, Damien spins a quick lie. He claims it was just some basic internal medicine given to him as a reward for the fierce, bloody battle they just survived. Buying the excuse completely, the hulking soldier is left completely shocked that the young recruit actually saw frontline combat, groaning in sheer jealousy that he missed out on all the action. The scene cuts as Damien pushes open the heavy doors to the barracks, only to be immediately swarmed by a cheering crowd of his fellow unit members. Having already heard the rumors of his massive, selfless herb haul from the forest, the older soldiers playfully rough him up, affectionately pinching his cheeks and messing up his hair. They praise the young recruit for being incredibly smart and looking out for them, knowing fully well how outrageously expensive the local Urkel herbs have become. Damien humbly laughs off the attention, stating he only gathered a little bit because he was thinking of the injured men. The rowdy celebration is instantly silenced when Captain Vassal enters the room, commanding total attention. The veteran officer officially confirms the circulating rumors, announcing that a massive subjugation force will indeed be formed within the month to clear out the corrupted Bronzerian forest. Vassal then declares that until that major operation begins, all soldiers are completely off duty outside of their required morning drills, urging them to use this rare downtime wisely. The entire barracks erupts into deafening cheers at the prospect of unexpected free time. Amidst the ecstatic celebration, a friendly senior soldier throws an arm around Damien, asking the rookie what he plans to do with his very first break. Before the young spearman can answer, his attention is drawn to a quiet, solitary figure walking away from the chaotic group. Another soldier calls out to the retreating man, addressing him as 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍, and asks where he is going while everyone else is celebrating, without turning back or breaking his stride. 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 coldly replies that he is going to train alone for a bit, leaving Damien to watch his intense, isolated departure with quiet curiosity. Damien watches the retreating figure of 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 in quiet observation, while an older soldier beside him cruelly mocks the isolated man, laughing that a practice bug will always remain a mere practice bug. The scene then violently shifts to the dusty grounds of the training arena, where a heavy broadsword clatters uselessly into the dirt. 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 stands nearby, completely drenched in sweat and gasping for air, his face contorted in bitter frustration. He curses his own weakness, agonizing over the harsh reality that despite his relentless, exhausting training regimen, he isn't making a single ounce of progress. His mind flashes back to the terrifying clash with the demonic orcs, remembering how his desperate attacks barely managed to fend off the monstrous beasts. Clutching his chest in despair, he admits to himself that he has firmly hit his absolute physical limits. Just as the crushing weight of his inadequacy threatens to overwhelm him, 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 spots a familiar figure walking quietly past the training courtyard. His eyes narrow in intense focus as he recognizes the young rookie, Damien, slipping away toward the woods. 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 remembers that ever since the boy joined their unit, he has religiously vanished into the deep forest to train in absolute solitude almost every single day. The frustrated swordsman recalls the glowing praise of a fellow soldier who enthusiastically credited the young kid's incredible, awe-inspiring skills for saving countless lives during the recent bloodbath. A heavy, desperate realization washes over 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍. Knowing fully well that he himself would have perished if not for the boy's lethal intervention, he stares intently after Damien's retreating silhouette, desperately wondering what kind of unique hidden secret the young spearman possesses that makes him so undeniably strong. Determined to push his limits and unwilling to lose absolutely anything else, 𝗂𝗲𝗯𝗍 grips his heavy sword and marches resolutely into the deep woods to find out the truth. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, Damien finally finds a secluded clearing. Dropping to the mossy ground, he eagerly pops open the small wooden box gifted to him by the commander. Staring at the vibrant blue elixir resting inside, he decides it is finally time to begin. Without a second of hesitation, the young spearman tilts his head back and downs the entire potion in one massive gulp. Instantly, his eyes widen in pure shock as his body is forcefully engulfed in a blinding, crackling aura of intense purple mana. He realizes with astonishment that the tiny vial contained significantly more condensed magical energy than he had ever anticipated. Gripping his knees and squeezing his eyes shut against the overwhelming surge of raw power. Damien forces himself into deep, absolute focus, determined not to let a single, precious drop of this incredibly rare opportunity go to waste. Hours bleed away, as the young warrior remains completely motionless, locked in intense, fiery meditation. When he finally opens his eyes, the vibrant sun has entirely set, leaving the secluded clearing bathed in the cool, dark shadows of twilight. Wiping the heavy sweat from his brow, Damien notes with mild frustration that his body absorbed the elixir's power incredibly slowly because his internal mana core is still far too small. Staring down at the glowing purple energy now steadily swirling within his hands, he realizes that to truly harness this immense newfound power and prevent it from leaking away, he absolutely must find a way to rapidly expand his physical capacity to contain it. Damien's deep concentration is abruptly shattered by a sudden, heavy voice calling out to him from the shadows. His eyes snap open in alarm, a cold sweat breaking out on his face as he realizes with sheer horror that his meditation was so intense he completely failed to sense someone walking right up to him. Standing before him in the moonlit clearing, gripping his heavy broadsword, is 𝗂𝗲𝗯. The isolated swordsman casually questions why the young recruit is sitting out in the woods meditating for such an absurd amount of time. Recovering from his initial shock, Damien scrambles to his feet and cautiously asks how the older soldier managed to track him down to this secluded spot. 𝗂𝗲𝗯 replies coolly that it wasn't exactly difficult, considering he had been watching the rookie sneak out into the dark woods every single night. Stepping closer, the veteran swordsman brings up the recent bloody search operation, stating he heard the wild rumors about Damien single-handedly slaughtering several massively powerful, demonically corrupted orcs. Without wasting another breath, the desperate soldier bluntly challenges Damien to an all-out fight, intensely demanding that the boy face him with every single ounce of his true strength. Damien is completely taken aback by the insane request, internally panicking as he reminds the man that brawling between fellow unit members is strictly forbidden. However, one look into 𝗂𝗲𝗯's cold, unyielding blue eyes tells the young spearman that the older soldier is dead serious and absolutely will not back down. Damien's mind violently races, briefly wondering if this bizarre, intense confrontation is happening because the two of them were forced to stick together through hell in his previous life. Staring deeply into the desperate man's eyes, Damien instantly recognizes the haunting, agonizing look of a warrior who has violently crashed into his own physical limits. Seeing the raw, unspoken frustration, the young spearman calmly asks exactly how long it has been since 𝗂𝗯𝗯 hit that unbreakable wall, caught entirely off guard by the piercing, deeply personal question. The older soldier freezes, utterly confused and defensive as he questions what the boy is talking about. The silence stretches out, thick with tension, before 𝗂𝗯𝗯 finally drops his heavy gaze. He quietly admits that it has been 3 agonizing months since he felt any progress, confessing that no matter how relentlessly he pushes his body, his skills remain stubbornly blocked by an invisible wall. Hearing the bitter frustration in the older man's voice, Damien's expression softens slightly. He states that he knows exactly how that helpless stagnation feels. His mind flashes back to his painful past life, remembering the brutal, unforgiving consequences of fighting desperately on the front lines without ever receiving proper training or guidance. Understanding the swordsman's desperate need to break through his plateau, Damien agrees to the challenge. He calmly points out that if the rest of the unit catches them sparring in the middle of the night, they will not let it slide. Therefore, he insists, they simply need to ensure they don't get caught. Warning the older soldier that he could get seriously hurt in this clash, Damien is met with a fiercely determined glare from 𝗂𝗯𝗯, who states that a real, dangerous fight is exactly what he is looking for. With the terms set, the veteran swordsman assumes his stance, warning the rookie that this fight will not be easy. The sudden violent clash of heavy steel rings out through the quiet forest as their weapons cross. Effortlessly holding back the older man's heavy broadsword with a single hand on his spear, Damien issues a cold, challenging smirk, boldly gesturing for the desperate swordsman to come at him with everything he has. The scene shifts from the intense moonlit duel back to the imposing gates of the military compound, where Commander Taran is walking alongside Captain Vassal. Vassal commends the bandaged commander for successfully wrapping up his important meeting. Taran nods wearily, acknowledging that the upcoming subjugation of the corrupted forest is shaping up to be an incredibly brutal and grueling campaign, though he remains confident that if the operation succeeds, it will ultimately bring massive benefits to their forces. Suddenly, the quiet of the night is shattered by the sharp, ringing sound of clashing steel echoing from the nearby woods. The two veteran officers immediately stop in their tracks, their eyes snapping toward the tree line as they zero in on the source of the commotion. Moving silently through the dark forest, they quickly track down the violent noise. Peering through the dense foliage, they are shocked to discover Damien and 𝗂𝗯𝗯 locked in a fierce, high-speed spar. Vassal immediately scowls, offended by the sheer nerve of the two soldiers blatantly breaking the strict rules against infighting, and moves to break it up. However, Taran swiftly raises a hand, ordering the captain to leave them be. Watching the intense duel unfold, Taran's expression softens into deep, quiet observation. He internally admits that he always knew 𝗂𝗯𝗯 had hit a severe, unbreakable wall in his training, but he never imagined the proud swordsman would become so utterly desperate and frustrated that he would practically beg a brand new rookie for help. Intrigued by the strange dynamic, Taran decides to allow the forbidden match to continue for a little while longer so he can gauge their true abilities. Yet, as he closely studies their movements, the veteran commander can't help but notice a glaring, undeniable reality. The gap in raw combat skill between the struggling swordsman and the young spearman is almost impossibly vast. The dark forest rings with the sound of clashing steel as 𝗂𝗯𝗯 fiercely presses his attack. He wildly swings his massive greatsword downward, but Damien effortlessly leaps backward to evade the heavy blow. As the older swordsman launches into a relentless flurry of horizontal slashes, Damien seamlessly dodges every single strike. Utterly baffled, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 curses internally, agonizing over how it is even possible that the rookie remains completely untouched. A deep sense of disbelief washes over the veteran soldier as he realizes not a single one of his attacks has landed, feeling as though Damien is perfectly reading every single one of his moves. Standing calmly just out of reach, Damien observes the older man's transparent expressions, noting that 𝗂𝗯𝗯's sheer frustration is written all over his face as he struggles to understand why his offensive isn't working. The narrative then breaks down the veteran's fighting style, highlighting that 𝗂𝗯𝗯's greatsword possesses exceptional, devastating destructive power in a single strike. However, because the weapon is so incredibly heavy, the path of his swings is inevitably simple and completely predictable. Despite this glaring tactical flaw, Damien quietly acknowledges the older man's undeniable talent, genuinely impressed that 𝗂𝗯𝗯 has the skill to wield a sword that acts more like a heavy shackle with such proficiency. Damien continues to analyze 𝗂𝗯𝗯's flawed fighting style, noting that while the Neocalit's unit mainly fights hulking monsters, insisting on using such a massive, unwieldy sword will inevitably ruin the older soldier's body balance. Realizing that mere words will never persuade the stubborn swordsman to change his approach, the young spearman grips his weapon tightly, resolving to forcefully make 𝗂𝗯𝗯 understand the harsh reality through absolute, overwhelming defeat. He prepares to utilize the massive reserve of mana he had violently forced into his core earlier with the potent elixir. Suddenly, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 feels a chilling, palpable shift in the air as Damien's entire demeanor changes, the atmosphere growing heavy with crackling purple energy. Despite sensing the overwhelming surge of power radiating from the young recruit, the desperate swordsman grits his teeth, stubbornly convincing himself that he still holds the absolute upper hand in terms of raw offensive strength. Shouting that there is no reason to avoid a head-on clash, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 recklessly lunges forward, bringing his massive greatsword crashing down with everything he has, aiming to crush the young spearman in a single devastating blow. 𝗂𝗯𝗯 brings his massive greatsword crashing down with terrifying force, but Damien remains completely still until the absolute last possible second. With terrifying precision, the young spearman thrusts his weapon upward, directly meeting the heavy blade head-on. A deafening crack echoes through the dark woods as Damien channels his newly condensed mana into a devastating parry. The sheer, overwhelming impact violently shatters the top half of 𝗂𝗯𝗯's expensive greatsword, sending a large chunk of steel spinning uselessly into the dirt. The older swordsman is thrown backward by the massive shockwave, dropping to one knee as he stares in absolute, horrified disbelief at his broken weapon. He cries out in utter shock, lamenting that he bought the incredibly expensive sword with his own hard-earned money. Damien stands over the defeated soldier, his eyes glowing with an intense, unyielding resolve. He coldly states that the price of the weapon is completely irrelevant right now. The young spearman addresses the older man firmly by his official rank, Private First Class 𝗂𝗲𝗯, and sharply demands that he get back up and try coming at him again, exactly as he is now. 𝗂𝗲𝗯 is left completely stunned by the ridiculous demand. Gripping his shattered blade, his mind races with despair as he realizes that it was utterly impossible to land a single hit on the boy when his weapon was fully intact. Fighting him now with a broken, off-balance sword is pure suicide. Yet, panting heavily and trembling with exhaustion, the stubborn swordsman refuses to stay down. Declaring fiercely that the sparring session is not over yet, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 forces himself to his feet and desperately charges back into the fray, launching himself at the young spearman with a wild, reckless leap. With a desperate surge of energy, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 recklessly lunges forward, violently swinging the shattered remains of his greatsword. Unfazed, Damien swiftly brings up his spear, catching and effortlessly parrying the frantic strike with absolute precision. As the jarring impact forces the older swordsman back, a sudden, shocking realization washes over him. Gripping the jagged hilt, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 stares at the broken blade in sheer bewilderment, realizing that shedding the missing steel's absurd weight has instantly made his entire body feel drastically lighter and far more agile. He stands frozen, utterly stunned, that simply reducing the weapon's massive bulk could completely shatter the physical limits holding him back. Seeing the revelation dawn on the veteran's face, Damien softly chuckles and finally breaks down the harsh truth. He points out that the colossal greatsword was always a terrible fit for 𝗂𝗯𝗯's specific height and build, noting that such a heavy, unwieldy weapon was meant for a hulking giant like their squadmate. He calmly explains that 𝗂𝗯𝗯 has been unknowingly sabotaging his own immense potential by stubbornly forcing himself to wield the completely wrong weapon all this time. As the profound realization sinks into the older soldier's mind, Damien smoothly offers an unexpected olive branch. Acknowledging that he permanently ruined the expensive blade, the young spearman generously promises to buy 𝗂𝗯𝗯 a brand new, properly balanced sword, as a formal apology. While 𝗂𝗯𝗯 stands completely dumbfounded by the kind gesture, Damien flashes a quiet, calculating smile. Internally, the young warrior quickly reasons that securing the unwavering loyalty and favor of a highly talented veteran for the mere price of a standard weapon is an incredibly profitable trade, especially since his pockets are already overflowing with cash. Seamlessly closing out the intense nighttime encounter, Damien casually suggests they head into town together during their free time the next day to pick out the perfect blade, leaving the dark forest behind them in peaceful silence. The scene transitions to the bright, sunlit exterior of a bustling town building. Inside the rustic weapon shop, 𝗂𝗯𝗯 browses the heavy armaments until Damien suddenly grabs his attention, proudly presenting the veteran with a pair of sleek, sharply curved blades. He explains to the utterly confused swordsman that they are scimitars, lightweight weapons heavily favored by swift warriors in brutal desert regions. Having thoroughly analyzed 𝗂𝗯𝗯's movements during their intense midnight spar, the young spearman confidently insists that these specific blades are the absolute perfect fit to replace his shattered greatsword. 𝗂𝗯𝗯 immediately protests the radical change, nervously arguing that making the switch is entirely impossible since he has absolutely zero experience wielding dual swords. Damien smoothly counters the veteran's doubts with a bright, confident smirk, revealing that he actually possesses a highly specialized sword technique that perfectly synergizes with scimitars. Acknowledging the older soldier's raw talent, Damien assures 𝗂𝗯𝗯 that he will pick up the new combat style incredibly fast, boldly promising that mastering the dual blades will make him several times stronger than he ever was, while dragging around a heavy chunk of iron. Seeing the older swordsman still hesitating at the prospect of completely overhauling his fighting style, Damien playfully forces his hand, The young spearman lays down a strict ultimatum, flatly declaring that he will absolutely not pay for the replacement weapon unless 𝗷𝗲𝗯 agrees to choose those exact scimitars. Flustered and completely backed into a corner by the boy's financial leverage, 𝗷𝗲𝗯 loudly complains that the tactic is completely unfair. As the veteran reluctantly caves to the demand, Damien smiles softly to himself. He acknowledges internally that purchasing the high-quality twin blades will cost him a massive chunk of his funds, but he deems it an entirely priceless investment. His mind drifts to a solemn, quiet memory from his past life, visualizing himself standing alone in a dark, desolate graveyard, revealing that out of everyone he had ever fought alongside in that hellish war, 𝗷𝗲𝗯 was the one true comrade he could unconditionally entrust his very life to. The scene rips into a dark memory. Damien stands silently before a lonely tombstone, remembering how his fierce comrade, 𝗷𝗲𝗯, died protecting him. The bitter vision instantly snaps back to the present reality at a local forge. A burly blacksmith hands Damien a heavy, wrapped bundle of newly purchased blades. Damien passes the weapons to the older swordsman with a soft smile, silently vowing that there is absolutely nothing he wouldn't do for his loyal friend. Watching 𝗷𝗲𝗯 stand awkwardly with the heavy swords, Damien's resolve hardens. To rewrite their tragic future, his very first step is to completely reforge the older soldier. He internally promises to push 𝗷𝗲𝗯 through a grueling, brutal training path to forcefully make him grow. Clutching the wrapped swords, 𝗷𝗲𝗯 is utterly confused by Damien's intense, lingering stare, questions why he suddenly feels a strange, impending chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, inside the grand, sunlit halls of the holy temple, Priestess 𝗂𝗲 humbly approaches the high priest. The elder clergyman greets her warmly and asks what brings her here. She directly questions if the rumors are true that their specialized monk unit is officially joining the brutal subjugation force. The high priest confirms the news, adding that 20 trained priests will also be deployed. 𝗂𝗲's eyes widen slightly in shock. She notes internally that it is absolutely unprecedented for the temple to commit such a massive amount of holy personnel to a single operation. Steeling her resolve, she boldly requests to join the subjugation force herself. The high priest is completely taken aback, reminding the young woman that she suffered through a horrific, traumatizing ordeal during the last bloody search mission, silently questioning why she would willingly throw herself back into hell. Undaunted by the high priest's concern, Priestess 𝗂𝗲 stands firm in the sunlit temple hall, formally reiterating her deep desire to participate in the upcoming operation. She emphasizes that the military forces are heading directly into the corrupted Bronzerian forest, the very same place she barely survived just a few days prior. Seeing her unwavering determination, the elder clergyman sighs and yields, granting her request. 𝗂𝗲 then asks another crucial question, inquiring if the Neo-Caliph's unit will also be joining the subjugation force. The high priest confirms that they are, logically pointing out that they are the local unit who knows the dense, treacherous terrain of the Bronzerian forest better than anyone else. Hearing this, 𝗂𝗲's eyes widen as a powerful realization strikes her. She pieces together that the quiet, incredibly strong young spearman who saved her life will undoubtedly be deployed on this massive mission as well. The scene suddenly shifts, plunging into a chaotic, terrifying flashback from the dark forest. In the heat of their desperate battle against the corrupted orcs, 𝗂𝗲 remembers being completely frozen in fear, overwhelmed by the demonic energy. Suddenly, Damien grabbed her by the face, shaking her violently to break her paralysis. His face was a mask of fierce, unyielding intensity as he shouted at her to snap out of it. Staring directly into her panicked eyes, he commanded her to release her divine healing power over the wounded to its absolute maximum limit, right at that very second. As the intense, gripping memory of the fierce young warrior fades, the scene returns to the peaceful temple. 𝗂𝗲 gently clutches the holy symbol resting on her chest, a faint, deeply grateful blush rising to her cheeks as she softly whispers Damien's name to herself in the quiet hall. The scene shifts to a vast open field right on the border of the Bronzerian forest. A massive army is gathered, arranged in rigid, perfect formations under the bright morning sun. Captain Vassal, commanding the local garrison troops, steps forward, to formally welcome the newly arrived commander. An arrogant-looking nobleman, clad in gleaming, pristine silver armor, aggressively demands to know who is in charge. Introducing himself grandly as Baron 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the supreme commander of the entire subjugation force, he sneers down at Vassal. The Baron cruelly notes that since Vassal lacks a proper noble last name, he must be a lowly commoner. Baron 𝗏𝗏𝗏 loudly complains about being sent to such a god-forsaken place, arrogantly declaring that he fully intends to finish the subjugation as quickly as possible so he can return home. Standing within the ranks of the Neo-Calit's unit, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 grits his teeth and quietly mutters to Damien, calling the Baron a stuck-up bastard and asking if all nobles are that incredibly authoritarian. Damien calmly replies that not all of them are, prompting a curious glance from 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who notes the rookie speaks as if he has met a lot of nobles. Damien smoothly deflects, vaguely claiming he just heard stories from his father. Watching the arrogant Baron strut back toward the front of the army, Damien sighs internally, deeply hoping the man's massive ego won't cause catastrophic problems during the impending battle. Standing before the massive, assembled army, Baron 𝗏𝗏𝗏 bellows his final address. He declares that their subjugation force has received direct, absolute orders from the king himself. They must march into the Bronzerian forest and entirely uproot the foul source of the demonic energy corrupting the land. Drawing his sword and pointing it toward the dark, looming tree line, the Baron roars the command for all troops to advance. The massive army erupts into a deafening war cry. Amidst the roaring soldiers, Damien nudges the hulking giant 𝗂𝗫𝗁, playfully warning him to shout even louder so the stuck-up commander doesn't put him on his bad side later. The ground heavily shakes under the synchronized, thundering footsteps of the massive subjugation force as they finally begin their grim march into the corrupted forest. As the massive subjugation force marches deeper into the dense, dark woods, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looks around at the endless sea of armored soldiers. But Damien notes that while they have an incredibly massive number of people, simply having a sheer numerical advantage won't make this operation easy. Damien points out that the corrupted Bronzerian forest is vastly larger and far more treacherous than most people realize. Overhearing their conversation, the 𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗏 garrison captain, Basil, steps in and solemnly agrees with the assessment. Basil admits his own growing unease, confessing that despite the massive army gathered around them, he still holds a sinking feeling that their raw numbers might ultimately fall short against the horrors waiting within the woods. Damien remains silent, his expression deadly serious as he stares ahead, fully aware of the brutal reality of their situation. Further up the marching column, the dense trees begin to squeeze the soldiers tightly together. Frustrated shouts ring out as the heavily armored men struggle to navigate the narrowing path, repeatedly bumping into one another and cursing the claustrophobic terrain. Seeing the chaotic bottleneck, Baron 𝗏𝗏𝗏 immediately barks out a sharp command to change their marching formation into a single column, ordering the personnel on the left flank to move forward first to thin the dense crowd. Watching the swift restructuring from the middle ranks, Damien quietly notes that the arrogant Baron's situational judgment and tactical response time are actually surprisingly faster than he initially expected. However, the young Spearman also recognizes a glaring critical flaw in the new strategy. By extending the marching line into a long, thin column through the dense woods, the entire army has suddenly become dangerously exposed, requiring them to be incredibly careful. Realizing the exact same tactical vulnerability, Captain Basil quickly jogs up to the front of the line to advise the Baron. After being haughtily corrected to address the arrogant nobleman strictly as Commander 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Basil respectfully suggests that they need to strategically place their heavily armored shieldmen directly in the middle of the newly formed column. He warns that their current, extended formation will be extremely vulnerable if the corrupted monsters decide to launch a surprise attack from the dense, dark flanks of the forest. Baron 𝗏𝗏𝗏 considers the captain's advice for a brief moment before casually agreeing, coldly ordering Basil's own 𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗏 garrison to be placed squarely in the middle to act as the defensive buffer. Swallowing his pride, Basil accepts the dangerous assignment and then cautiously follows up with another crucial tactical suggestion, nervously proposing they send out a small, specialized scouting party of fast runners to survey the path ahead and prevent any deadly ambushes. However, the Baron instantly dismisses the incredibly vital idea with an arrogant scoff, blindly declaring that there is absolutely no need for such cautious measures. Dismissing the valid concerns of Captain Basil, the arrogant Baron confidently boasts that if any mere monsters dare to attack their massive formation, his army can easily just wipe them all out. Overhearing the naive, dangerous statement from the middle ranks, Basil is left utterly speechless, realizing the commander severely underestimates the horrors of the corrupted forest. Before the captain can argue further, Baron 𝗬𝗏 cuts him off with a harsh, cold glare. The nobleman firmly warns Basil that he will consider any further advice to be a direct overstep of authority and explicitly orders him to stop talking. Understanding that pushing the issue will only end badly for him, the defeated captain quietly mutters his acknowledgement and turns back to his men. The scene then suddenly fast-forwards, throwing the reader directly into a chaotic, bloody skirmish deeper inside the dark woods. The terrifying shriek of a massive, corrupted orc echoes through the trees as a heavily armored soldier violently slashes its thick hide. Dozens of similar brutal fights erupt around them as the elite army clashes head-on with the grotesque monsters hiding in the dense foliage. Despite the intense chaos, the disciplined soldiers efficiently cut down the monstrous beasts. Walking through the aftermath of the carnage, Baron 𝗬𝗏 smugly observes his men systematically slaughter the creatures. The arrogant commander notes that, exactly as he expected, the mindless monsters of the outer forest are absolutely nothing against a well-trained elite army. Overly confident in their overwhelming success, the Baron casually wonders aloud why previous military forces couldn't easily subjugate this cursed place earlier. Suddenly, 𝗂𝗲, the hulking giant from the 𝗂𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 unit, pauses mid-stride, an unsettled look crossing his face. He turns to Damien, his voice tinged with unease, and complains that he smells something incredibly disgusting lingering in the thick air, sniffing the humid breeze. 𝗂𝗲 grimaces and points out that the foul stench smells exactly like heavily rotting meat. Damien's eyes instantly snap wide open in sheer alarm. He sharply demands to know exactly where the giant smells the odor coming from. Visibly startled by the young spearman's sudden, intense panic, 𝗂𝗲 frantically points toward a dark, dense patch of the forest nearby. Racing over to the spot, Damien drops to one knee and immediately spots a series of deep, strange indentations pressed into the muddy ground. Staring at the bizarre circular tracks, a cold, terrifying dread washes over the young warrior as he instantly recognizes exactly what kind of horrifying monster left them behind. Without a second to lose, Damien violently screams out a warning, commanding the entire army to frantically watch the ground beneath their feet. Before the confused soldiers can react, the muddy earth violently erupts beneath them. Horrifying creatures burst from the soil, viciously ambushing the shrieking men from below. The beasts are revealed to be 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏, grotesque monsters characterized by short, bristly fur, long pig-like snouts, and bizarre, slithering snake-like tongues. Seeing the swarm, Damien notes internally that the ambush was their doing all along. Total chaos consumes the tightly packed ranks, as panicked soldiers desperately warn each other to guard their flanks, cursing aloud at the sheer, impossible number of beasts pouring out of the earth. Dodging a vicious claw, Damien's mind races in deep confusion. He knows that 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏s are fundamentally solitary and generally quite peaceful creatures, leaving him deeply alarmed as to why they are suddenly attacking in such a massive, highly coordinated swarm. Sprinting through the bloody chaos, Damien locks eyes with 𝗂𝗲 and sharply orders the hulking giant to immediately prioritize helping the senior soldiers right next to him. 𝗂𝗲 firmly shouts his understanding and leaps into the fray. As the frenzied 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏s unleash piercing, deafening shrieks and violently charge, Damien swiftly thrusts his spear, fiercely cutting down the beasts while holding the line with his comrades. Seeing the terror threatening to break the army's formation, Damien raises his voice over the din of battle. He loudly urges everyone to catch their breath and steady themselves, reassuring the panicked troops that the 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏s are actually not difficult to handle as long as they face the creatures directly head-on. Encouraged by the young spearman's confident tactical advice, the elite soldiers quickly rally their courage, stepping forward to efficiently slice down the leaping beasts. However, Despite the troops regaining their footing, Damien grimly surveys the endless sea of corrupted monsters and realizes that merely holding the line simply won't do. He notes internally that there are far too many creatures entirely poisoned and driven mad by the dense demonic energy, concluding that they urgently need a specific countermeasure to survive the overwhelming numbers. The young warrior suddenly breaks away from the main defensive formation, sprinting at full speed deep into the dark, treacherous forest, entirely alone. Breaking away from the main battle, Damien sprints desperately through the dark forest, scanning the tree line until he spots exactly what he is looking for. In a small, tense clearing, two young priestesses stand back to back, gripping their holy staffs as they are slowly backed into a corner by the encroaching Morks. Damien loudly calls out to them, recognizing Priestess Claire among the pair. He sharply orders them to quickly follow him to a safer position. Leading the two healers back toward the chaotic vanguard, Damien immediately barks out a tactical command to Claire. He tells the young priestess to perfectly replicate her actions from their last desperate encounter, specifically asking her to forcefully release her massive reserve of divine healing power over the wounded soldiers fighting on the front lines. Despite the sheer terror gripping her, Claire nods firmly, raising her holy staff high into the air and loudly declaring that she will try her absolute best. A blinding, explosive wave of pure white light violently erupts from Claire's staff, forcefully washing over the entire battlefield. The holy energy instantly sears the corrupted demonic aura thick in the air. The agonizing light violently burns the Morks, causing the grotesque creatures to shriek in sheer agony as their dark, corrupted flesh begins to literally melt away. Seeing the entire monstrous swarm completely paralyzed by the blinding holy magic, Captain Basil realizes the tides have instantly turned. He violently raises his sword, loudly rallying his troops and roaring that now is the perfect time to strike. Energized by the captain's command, the soldiers surge forward, ruthlessly slaughtering the defenseless, screaming Morks. As the chaotic skirmish finally ends, the exhausted soldiers stand panting amidst a massive sea of dead, black-blooded monsters. Commander Terran carefully steps over the rotting corpses, driving his sword through any twitching beast. He calmly orders his men to immediately check for casualties, treat the wounded, and make absolutely certain that every single monster is fully dead. Suddenly, Terran stops, his eyes narrowing as he notices a silent, towering figure slowly approaching from behind him. Without warning, the tense silence of the aftermath is shattered by a vicious, resounding smack. Baron 𝗿𝗏 steps forward and violently strikes Commander Terran across the face. The sheer force of the sudden, unprovoked blow leaves Terran wide-eyed and stunned, his head whipping to the side from the impact. Nearby soldiers recoil in sheer disbelief, stammering out their shock as they helplessly watch their leader be humiliated. Glaring down with utter contempt, the arrogant Baron coldly seeks confirmation that Terran is the leader of the Neocolits unit. Baron 𝗿𝗏's face twisted into a furious snarl as he launched a rapid, vicious interrogation. He tore into Terran's competence, mercilessly questioning his leadership and management. Shoving all the blame for the bloodbath directly onto the local garrison, the arrogant nobleman stood over the speechless warrior, ruthlessly demanding to know exactly how many monsters they had blindly neglected in the cursed woods. Unfazed by Baron 𝗿𝗏's violent assault amidst the rotting corpses, Commander Terran calmly defends his unit. He asserts that Morks are naturally solitary, making their coordinated swarm completely unpredictable and a clear result of the thick demonic energy. The enraged Baron rejects the reasoning, furiously demanding why the Neocolits unit had not scouted ahead and questioning if ignorance justifies their massive casualties. His patience exhausted, Terran coldly turns the blame back on the nobleman. He reminds the Baron that Captain Basil had strongly advised sending scouts earlier, only for 𝗿𝗏 himself to arrogantly dismiss the warning with blind boasts of easily wiping out any threats. Infuriated by the undeniable truth, 𝗿𝗏 draws back his fist in pure rage, screaming to ask if the veteran has a death wish. Before the fight can escalate, the High Priest intervenes, immediately commanding an end to the arguing. Approaching with Priestess Claire, the clergyman reveals the grim reality of their situation. He explains that the Bronzerian forest is so heavily poisoned by demonic energy that it has developed a malicious consciousness of its own. When a panicked 𝗂𝗲𝗀𝗆 demands to know the implications for their army, the high priest issues a chilling warning. She explains that the living forest now recognizes the subjugation force as a direct enemy, cautioning that as they march deeper into the actively hostile environment, they are bound to face horrifying events that completely defy all logic and common sense. The tense standoff is suddenly interrupted as Priestess Claire attempts to step forward and speak up for the beleaguered soldiers. However, the furious Baron instantly shuts her down, harshly warning the holy woman that military matters do not concern her. He threatens to file a formal complaint with the temple authorities the moment the subjugation ends, if she dares to cross the line again. Turning his venom back to the Neo-Kalitz unit, the commander promises severe disciplinary action after the mission, coldly warning the veterans to perform their roles flawlessly if they wish to keep their lives. Without missing a beat, he orders the exhausted troops to quickly recover the fallen bodies and prepare to move locations to establish a secure camp. Later, the battered army manages to set up a fortified circular encampment within a temporary safe zone in the woods. Resting inside his tent, Damien stretches his aching limbs and silently expresses his relief at finding a relatively secure place to rest. However, he notes how incredibly heavy his body feels, attributing the intense physical drain to the thick demonic energy permeating the entire forest. Analyzing the oppressive atmosphere, the young spearman deduces that the corruption's core source must be located dead in the center of the woods. He realizes with mounting dread that the deeper they push inward, the worse the soldiers' physical conditions will deteriorate, making a prolonged, drawn-out campaign incredibly dangerous. Knowing that choosing the right tactical direction is now an absolute matter of life and death, the scene shifts to the dimly lit central command tent. Gathered around a large map with the other officers, Baron 𝗂𝗲𝗀 traces a long, sweeping route with his finger. He dictates their upcoming strategy, instructing the military leadership that the army will take a cautious approach by slowly circling inward from the outer outskirts of the forest, rather than pushing straight toward the center. In the dimly lit command tent, Captain Basil cautiously speaks up, acknowledging that the Baron's cautious method is sound, but strongly suggesting they should head straight for the center immediately. Commander Taran quickly agrees, pointing out that as time drags on, more monsters will become corrupted, making the situation far more disadvantageous. The Baron arrogantly dismisses their concerns, demanding to know if they will take full responsibility if the source of the demonic energy isn't actually in the center. He sneers, asking if the seasoned veterans are confident enough to put their own necks on the line. As the two local commanders fall silent under the threat, the Baron coldly orders them to stop interfering. He arrogantly claims that people who don't know anything always try to dictate strategy without understanding the heavy burden of command. Priestess Claire steps forward, respectfully stating that it is highly likely the source is in the center, judging by how thick the demonic energy becomes the further in they go. Priestess Claire quickly backs her statement, grimly reporting they have already suffered over 100 casualties on the first day alone. Basil pleads with the commander to reconsider the priestess's words, warning that delaying will only dwindle their troops, while the enemy's numbers multiply. Basil adds that, quickly removing the core source first and then dealing with the remaining monsters on the outskirts is the most logical plan. The Barons scoff at the idea, calling it an inefficient method. Basil fires back, firmly stating that a direct strike is the safest and most reliable method, arguing they cannot let the soldiers be needlessly sacrificed in a slow, grueling forced march. Enraged by the perceived insubordination, the Baron slams his hands on the table, screaming that a death for the kingdom is a noble sacrifice, and accusing Basil of claiming he is mistreating his soldiers. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗄𝗄, the temple commander, calmly interrupts the escalating argument. With a smooth, disarming smile, he addresses the Baron, casually asking if the ultimate goal of the subjugation force isn't to simply eliminate the source of the demonic energy. 𝗵𝗄𝗄 gently strokes the Baron's massive ego, purring that if they head straight to the center and succeed, the Baron will be widely respected as a brilliant, triumphant commander. He smoothly reasons that while anyone could succeed, given enough time, Finishing the job quickly would be entirely credited to the Baron's exceptional leadership abilities. Caught off guard by the sudden heavy flattery, the Baron's rage instantly evaporates. Swayed by the temple commander's flattery, Baron 𝗂𝗏𝗯 smugly strokes his chin and agrees to the change in plans. He declares that since everyone is in agreement, they will advance directly to the center of the forest to destroy the source of the demonic energy first, while Captain Basil and Commander Taran look on with serious, unconvinced expressions. The Baron dramatically throws his arm forward, loudly ordering the troops to form up and begin their straight advance into the heart of the forest. The scene briefly shifts to show the massive ranks of armored soldiers standing silently at attention in the dim light of the camp. Outside the command tent, Commander Taran addresses his men, informing them of the leadership's sudden decision to head straight to the center where the source of the corruption is located. Damien suddenly steps forward, interrupting to ask about their specific formation and where their unit will be positioned. A senior soldier immediately scolds the young spearman, harshly telling the rookie that this is not a conversation for him to butt into. However, Taran raises a hand to wave off the senior soldier's anger, stating that it is fine. The veteran commander then reveals to the group that their unit has been assigned to lead in the vanguard. Hearing this tactical placement, Damien quickly reasons that if they are leading the vanguard, they should be operating a scouting party, noting that the garrison forces will be marching right behind them anyway. Taran quietly considers the point and agrees that setting up a scout unit would be a beneficial move. Without a moment's hesitation, Damien raises his hand and boldly volunteers to take on the scouting mission. The senior soldier explodes in anger once again, yelling at Damien to just follow orders and furiously asking how a mere rookie dares to make such reckless demands. Remaining completely calm under the senior soldier's shouting, Damien defends his request by listing his specific capabilities. He points out that he is one of the fastest members in the unit, possesses excellent vision, is highly skilled at navigating the dense forest, and has all the necessary abilities required of a scout. Taran stares at the boy in thoughtful silence, his mind flashing back to a private conversation with Captain Basil. He remembers Basil warning him that Damien is completely unordinary and revealing the shocking fact that the boy can actively use mana. Convinced by the memory of Basil's assessment, Taran finally breaks the silence and officially grants Damien permission to scout. The senior soldier cries out to his captain in shocked protest, but Taran firmly stands his ground, raising a finger as he prepares to add a specific condition to his approval. Commander Taran firmly asserts that while Damien will be part of the scouting party, he absolutely will not be the one in command. Pointing to the side, Taran declares that the commander of the scouting party will instead be Vex. A serious-looking soldier steps out from the crowd and sharply confirms his orders. Taran introduces Vex to Damien, instructing the soldier to take the kid and immediately form a scouting party to head out. Vex stares at Damien in complete disbelief. He stammers, pointing out to his commander that the boy is just a rookie who still lacks any real combat experience. Unfazed by the protest, Taran calmly replies that this is exactly why he is assigning an experienced soldier like Vex to be the actual commander of the mission. Turning back to the young spearman, Taran instructs Damien that since they will be heading out immediately, he needs to leave his long spear behind and equip a much shorter, more practical broadsword for the dense forest terrain. Damien, respectfully, nods his understanding. The scene shifts, showing the small, tense scouting party cautiously navigating the thick overgrown brush ahead of the main army. Walking closely behind Vex, Damien tightens his grip on his newly equipped broadsword. He notes internally that the oppressive, suffocating aura of demonic energy is definitely much thicker now that they have pushed further inside the woods. As he scans the dark shadows between the massive trees, Damien reminds himself that the most critically important part of this entire subjugation mission is finding the main abomination that is actively generating the thick demonic corruption. He acknowledges the extreme risks involved in taking the vanguard position, but realizes that it is the only way to quickly track and sense the abomination's dark aura. Suddenly, Vex stops dead in his tracks, his hand flying up to signal a halt. A soldier behind him quietly asks what is wrong and why he suddenly stopped. Damien's eyes dart nervously around the dense foliage, as he whispers that he can clearly sense some kind of unseen presence hiding over there. Intrigued and slightly alarmed, Vex repeats the word, scanning the thick brush. Vex remains silent for a tense moment before drawing his sword and commanding the group to carefully check it out. The small team of scouts slowly advances toward the specific patch of dark brush Vex pointed out. As Vex pushes the heavy leaves aside to reveal what is hiding inside, his eyes snap wide open in pure, paralyzing terror, his face draining of all color as a silent gasp escapes his lips. Vex cautiously pushes aside the thick brush, fully expecting to quietly scold the rookie for jumping at shadows. Instead, he sharply gasps, his eyes widening in pure shock and horror at the sight before him. In a large, unnaturally dark clearing just ahead, a massive, terrifying horde of corrupted monsters is gathered. The horde is composed of several completely different species of beasts, all densely packed together and radiating a thick, suffocating aura of dark demonic energy. Crouching low in the brush, one of the scouting soldiers stammers in disbelief, asking Vex if a gathering like this is even naturally possible. Another teammate nervously follows up, desperately trying to understand why several entirely different, usually hostile types of monsters are suddenly grouping up together in such a massive horde. Staring at the terrifying sight, Vex quietly admits that he has never seen anything like this unnatural gathering either. He then looks over his shoulder at Damien in absolute awe, quietly wondering to himself how the young rookie was possibly able to sense the presence of something like this from so far away. Still watching the horde, Vex notes to himself that all of these completely different beasts are heavily poisoned and deeply corrupted by the demonic energy. As he observes the massive horde beginning to slowly shuffle forward in a unified direction, a chilling realization strikes the scout leader. Vex's eyes narrow as he wonders where this unnatural army is moving to. Following their path, Vex realizes with sudden, cold dread exactly what they are doing. He curses aloud, urgently informing his men that the massive horde of corrupted monsters is heading in the exact direction of their main subjugation force. Snapping into action, Vex turns to 3 of his soldiers and urgently orders them to immediately return to the main unit to report this massive, impending threat. After the soldiers swiftly depart, Vex calls out to Damien. He commands the young recruit to stay sharp and to immediately tell him if he senses any other suspicious presences lurking in the dark woods. Damien firmly acknowledges the order. Vex then turns back to carefully observe the slow-moving horde. He quietly explains to the remaining scouts that from this point forward, their primary objective is to accurately determine the massive enemy's exact numbers. He commands the small team that in order to do that, they are going to have to carefully move in right behind the terrifying horde. Damien quietly confirms his understanding of the highly dangerous plan. The scouting party creeps silently through the oppressive shadows of the Bronzerian forest. Suddenly, a suffocating, heavy wave of demonic energy washes over them. Damien stops dead in his tracks, cold sweat breaking out across his face. Overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the dark aura, he wonders in alarm what exactly is causing it, noting internally that the pressure is simply too intense. Peering cautiously through the dense, twisted trees, Damien's eyes widen at the sight of a massive, glowing horde of beasts gathered in the distance. Staring at the terrifying scale of the gathering, he realizes with a sinking feeling that there is no way these are all the monsters lurking in the forest. Frustration immediately sets in. Gripping his weapon as a faint purple aura pulses around his body, Damien curses his current limitations. He thinks to himself that if only his mana had already reached the 3-star level, he would have been able to figure out the exact nature of this terrifying, overwhelming pressure. Right beside him, Vex pushes aside the thick brush to get a clearer view and instantly freezes. The seasoned scout mutters in utter disbelief, his face completely draining of color as he stares at the hellish landscape before them. Recognizing the horrifying reality of the gathering, Vex grimly declares to the group that this is an organized monster wave. Scanning the colossal, heavily muscled beasts radiating sinister red energy, Damien quickly assesses the severe tactical threat. The young warrior warns the team that these creatures are of a much higher tier than the monsters the army fought earlier. Vex explains to Damien and the others that the enemy was planning to deliberately wear their subjugation force down with the first group of weaker monsters, only to wipe them out completely with this devastating high-tier wave. Knowing the survival of the entire army hangs in the balance, Vex immediately makes the call. He turns away from the horde and orders the scouts to head back right now, firmly stating that retreating and reporting this critical intelligence to the main unit takes absolute priority over everything else. Suddenly, Damien's expression shifts to one of profound confusion as a strange bright light flashes in the distance. He stops in his tracks, internally questioning what exactly he is sensing. Right beside him, Vex abruptly drops to his knees, visibly struggling under the intense pressure of the environment, while another scout nervously looks on. Seeing Damien suddenly sprint away from their concealed position, Vex frantically yells out the young recruit's name. Gripping his broadsword tightly, Damien dashes forward through the dense brush. Without hesitation, Vex furiously calls out to the boy, angrily branding him a crazy fool, and demanding to know where he is running off to so suddenly. Without breaking his stride, Damien simply looks back over his shoulder and points a finger forward, urgently directing Vex's attention toward the source of the anomaly. Vex looks toward where Damien is pointing, asking aloud what in the world he is supposed to be seeing. Just ahead, Damien boldly leaps over a jagged stone ridge, revealing a massive, terrifyingly dense concentration of glowing purple demonic energy violently swirling in the deep trench right below them. The scene abruptly shifts back to the main subjugation force, where a brutal, chaotic battle has fully erupted. The deafening shrieks of corrupted monsters fill the air as the human soldiers violently clash with the massive, high-tier beasts pouring out of the woods. Standing in the thick of the bloody skirmish, Commander 𝗲𝗏 relentlessly cuts down the creatures, while internally questioning where such an impossibly overwhelming number of monsters could have possibly come from. He grimly acknowledges to himself that while the army was thankfully able to prepare a defensive line due to the scouting party's timely intelligence report, the sheer volume of the enemy horde is still staggering. Amidst the frantic fighting, a nearby soldier calls out to 𝗏𝗏, nervously asking the captain if he thinks the distant scouting party is safe. Slicing through another beast, 𝗏𝗏 confidently reassures his subordinate, stating that since the highly experienced Vex went with them, the scouts will be absolutely fine. Just behind the vanguard, the holy priestesses firmly clasp their hands together and channel their divine power, unleashing another blinding wave of purifying light across the battlefield. Seeing the monsters paralyzed and visibly burning from the holy magic, the human soldiers instantly rally. They yell out to one another to seize the tactical opening, urging their comrades to strike quickly while the beasts are severely weakened. The soldiers ruthlessly plunge their spears and swords into the incapacitated monsters, furiously cursing the creatures to die. As the immediate wave of enemies falls, Commander 𝗲𝗏 lowers his sword, taking a brief, exhausting moment to catch his heavy breath. However, his momentary relief is violently interrupted when a terrified soldier screams out a frantic warning, desperately urging the captain to watch his back. 𝗏𝗏 barely turns his bandaged head in shock as a towering, blood-soaked monster with a glowing red eye looms directly behind him, silently raising a massive crude axe high into the air for a fatal strike. The massive monster swings its axe down with brutal force. However, before the deadly blade can connect, a heavy metal stake is violently driven deep into the creature's head. As the colossal beast crashes heavily to the ground, Damien calmly steps into view and asks Commander 𝗲𝗏 if he is all right. Recognizing the young rookie standing over the fallen corpse, 𝗏𝗏 confusedly questions how Damien managed to get there. Before the boy can fully explain, Vex quickly steps up right beside him. The seasoned scout leader urgently informs the captain that they have a critical report to make, officially declaring that the scouting party has successfully found the main abomination actively imbued with demonic energy. Following Vex's report, Damien leans in and secretly whispers something directly into 𝗲𝗏's ear. Hearing the rookie's hushed words, 𝗲𝗏's expression instantly hardens into a mask of deep seriousness. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the veteran commander immediately declares that he is requesting an emergency tactical meeting right now. The scene then shifts to the dimly lit central command tent. Commander Taran stands before Baron 𝗬𝗏 and the other commanding officers, urgently relaying that their scouting party has located the demonic abomination. When a commander asks if the incredible intelligence is true, Taran confirms it, but grimly adds that there is a significant problem. As the officers nervously ask what the issue could be, Taran brings Damien forward. The captain introduces the boy as Damien of the 𝗂𝗏𝗁𝗃 unit, explaining to the high command that this specific rookie is the soldier who actually found the abomination during the mission. Stepping forward under the intense scrutiny of the senior officers, Damien firmly speaks up, stating that he will deliver the detailed report on his superior's behalf. Taking charge of the briefing, the young spearman explains that the main abomination actively generating the demonic energy is currently located near the center of the forest. He describes the dark source as a massive, pulsing crystal, roughly the size of a grown person. However, Damien warns that the truly horrifying part of the discovery is its defensive line. He grimly reveals to the shocked high command that there are easily over 100 monsters waiting directly in front of the massive crystal. Damien clarifies the terrifying nature of the threat, stating that the beasts guarding the crystal are far more dangerous than the ones they are currently facing, specifically identifying them as high-tier monsters like massive trolls and corrupted black bears. Hearing this grim intelligence, two of the senior officers nearby immediately begin to sweat, nervously repeating the impossible numbers and questioning how they could possibly deal with over 100 high-tier beasts waiting in ambush. Captain Basil urgently advises Baron 𝗬𝗏 that they must retreat immediately, warning that their forces will be completely wiped out in their current condition. Offended by the suggestion, the arrogant Baron questions if their elite soldiers should really fall back because of mere monsters. Losing his composure, Basil yells back that these are not mere monsters, emphasizing that a single normal black bear would already require 10 soldiers to handle. Furious at the insubordination, 𝗬𝗏 violently screams at the captain for daring to raise his voice. The officers attempt to impress the severity of the situation upon the stubborn commander, pointing out that creatures poisoned by demonic energy are vastly stronger than normal. They note that their troops are already struggling to take down even a single corrupted goblin. Refusing to listen to reason, 𝗬𝗏 violently draws his sword and tells them to shut up, cruelly blaming their struggles on the soldiers themselves being weak. Pressing his gleaming blade directly against Captain Basil's throat, the enraged Baron threatens to sever the veteran's head from his body if he speaks another word. Basil grits his teeth in silent, helpless frustration. The tense standoff is briefly interrupted when Temple Commander 𝗵𝗄 turns his attention back to Damien, asking the young recruit if his terrifying report is truly accurate. Damien firmly confirms his intelligence, swearing on his life that he hasn't spoken a single lie. 𝗵𝗄 strokes his chin, humming thoughtfully at the grim confirmation. Damien continues his tactical assessment, warning the high command that even if they somehow manage to kill the initial waves of beasts, the sheer number of high-tier monsters will eventually wipe the army out. The young spearman tries to suggest the best tactical method going forward, but Baron 𝗬𝗏 instantly cuts him off with a dark, terrifying glare. His face shadowed with madness, the nobleman coldly declares that there will be absolutely no retreat and insists that the subjugation mission must succeed at all costs. As Commander Taran and Captain Basil watch in grim, defeated silence, Damien steps forward with a calm demeanor. He smoothly interjects into the heavy silence, assuring the tense officers that there is still a way for the subjugation force to succeed. As the senior officers stare at Damien in disbelief, he notes internally that they are looking at him as if questioning what a mere soldier could possibly know. Unfazed by their judgment, he silently acknowledges that he is already entirely used to being looked at like this. Taking a steadying breath, Damien objectively states to the high command that with their current combat power, there is simply no way they can handle a monster wave of this magnitude. However, he quickly adds a glimmer of hope, stating that it is still possible for them to take the initiative and make the first move before the monsters arrive. Baron 𝗬𝗏 scoffs at the suggestion, asking what kind of first move the rookie could possibly have in mind. Unwavering, Damien firmly proposes that they immediately form a small elite assault squad and infiltrate the center of the forest to completely destroy the massive crystal before the terrifying monster wave reaches the main camp. Staring at the boy, Commander 𝗏𝗏 asks Damien if he genuinely thinks such a desperate plan is actually possible. Damien nods confidently, stating his firm belief that it is an option well worth trying. Temple Commander 𝗏𝗏 steps forward, asking Damien a critical question regarding the defense of the crystal. He asks the boy if there were any other monsters actively guarding the area around the crystal when he found it. Damien confirms that of course there were other monsters. As 𝗏𝗏 processes this, Damien explains the terrifying sight of the massive beasts lurking near the crystal, particularly a giant, stone-like monster that he estimates likely possesses physical strength far surpassing even that of an ogre. He silently acknowledges that a small assault squad wouldn't have the raw combat power necessary to kill them all. Returning his focus to 𝗏𝗏, Damien quickly explains the second phase of his strategy. He proposes that instead of trying to kill the powerful guards, they simply need to draw their attention away. He argues that if they can successfully lure the defending monsters away from the center, the rest of the assault squad can safely attack the crystal in the meantime. The Baron stares at Damien, repeating the boy's strategy aloud, summarizing that they will lure the monsters away and destroy the crystal while it's undefended. Damien firmly confirms this is his judgment. Hearing the ambitious, highly dangerous plan, 𝗏𝗏 turns to Vex, asking the seasoned scout leader for his professional opinion. Vex remains silent for a tense moment before finally speaking up. He frankly admits that he believes the entire plan is a completely reckless operation. However, Vex quickly adds that despite the extreme danger, if there is any way to actually lead this doomed subjugation to victory, he firmly believes this specific operation, conceived by Damien, is the only one that can succeed. Taking in Vex's serious endorsement, 𝗏𝗏 solemnly nods his head in agreement. Taking charge of the desperate situation, Commander 𝗏𝗏 firmly declares that the Neocolits unit officially agrees to form the proposed assault squad. Captain Basil quickly stands by his side, confirming that the Urkel garrison also fully supports the dangerous mission. Temple Commander 𝗏𝗏 then addresses the group, explaining that while the temple cannot spare many forces, since the main army will desperately need their holy power to survive the incoming wave, he and Priestess Claire will personally join the strike team. He emphasizes that the young priestess possesses immense divine power that will prove to be a crucial asset for the mission's success. Faced with the unified resolve of his officers, Baron 𝗿𝗏𝗏 finally yields to the risky plan. Sweating and visibly stressed, the commander officially authorizes the formation of the assault squad. He urgently barks out orders to immediately select the 10 most outstanding personnel from each unit to comprise the elite team, furiously screaming at his men to hurry up and execute the mobilization right now. Amidst the frantic rush to assemble the strike force, Commander 𝗏𝗏 runs alongside Damien through the dark woods. Calling out to the young rookie, 𝗏𝗏 locks eyes with him and seriously informs the boy that he is coming with them on the highly dangerous assault mission. Gripping his weapon tightly, Damien flashes a determined, confident smile and readily accepts the captain's order without hesitation. That's it for today's episode. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.